10:30 a.m. on KK Airlines flight KK 3808 from Beijing to New York at KK Airport. Miss G wanted to help Mr. Lee put his carry-on luggage in the overhead compartment. Mr. Lee said he could manage it himself. At this moment, Mr. Lee lifted his luggage into the overhead compartment. The man next to him noticed his perfect waist-to-hip ratio, thinking he was his type. Just as he was wondering what his face would look like, Mr. Lee turned around, realized he was blocking the man's way, and apologized. Upon seeing Mr. Lee's face, he thought it was exactly as expected, then offered to help. As the man helped Mr. Lee, he thought about his charm refined by age, truly the finest of the finest. Mr. Lee looked up and thanked the man. They shook hands and introduced themselves. The man was Zhao Jingxin, and Mr. Lee's name was Li Shuo. Zhao Jingxin asked if Li Shuo was going to America for work. Li Shuo said he was visiting his parents. Just then, a flight attendant asked if they needed drinks. Zhao Jingxin ignored her and asked Li Shuo if he lived in New York. Li Shuo turned and explained his parents lived in New York, while he mainly stayed in China, and asked about Zhao Jingxin's situation. Zhao Jingxin leaned in and said his parents also lived in New York, while he traveled around busy with work. The flight attendant asked again if the window seat passenger needed anything to drink. Li Shuo, looking at his pleasing companion, was momentarily dazed, thinking this long journey might be a bit more bearable. Suddenly coming to his senses, he ordered a soda with ice from the departing flight attendant, then turned to ask Zhao Jingxin if he wanted anything to drink. Zhao Jingxin, still staring at Li Shuo, said he'd have the same. The flight attendant politely brought their drinks, which Li Shuo accepted. As Li Shuo handed a drink to Zhao Jingxin, he said, "Mr. Zhao, staring at me like this might lead to misunderstandings." As Zhao Jingxin took the drink, he deliberately touched Li Shuo's hand, expressing his interest in him, then told Li Shuo he didn't like beating around the bush, wasting each other's time, hoping he hadn't frightened him. Li Shuo felt flattered but turned his head away, saying he already had someone special. Zhao Jingxin looked down at his drink, said "Oh," feeling somewhat disappointed. He wanted to continue chatting about what kind of person Li Shuo liked, but Li Shuo politely declined, explaining he wasn't comfortable discussing such matters in public. At this moment, Zhao Jingxin suddenly leaned close to Li Shuo, regretfully saying why wasn't he the one who met Li Shuo first. Li Shuo turned his head and cleared his throat, thinking that such forward seduction would have been irresistible in the past, but now he was in a relationship. He thanked Zhao Jingxin for his appreciation, then explained he was tired and wanted to rest, putting on his eye mask. Then, he felt Zhao Jingxin's hand touch his thigh, making him shudder. Angrily adjusting his eye mask, he demanded to know what Zhao Jingxin was doing. But Zhao Jingxin grabbed his wrist, saying he didn't want to hear such formalities. He whispered in Li Shuo's ear, fantasizing about how in a few hours after landing, they could enjoy the view of Riverside Park from the pool in his high-rise apartment. Before he could finish speaking, Li Shuo removed his eye mask and said it was tempting, but he really had someone at home, then stood up and asked Zhao Jingxin to excuse him as he needed to use the restroom. Zhao Jingxin watched Li Shuo leave, scheming in his mind. Li Shuo stood in front of the bathroom mirror, thinking this guy was a real temptress, too seductive. Suddenly, he heard the bathroom door close. Turning around, he saw Zhao Jingxin leaning against the door, standing there, then turned back, indicating this joke wasn't funny. But Zhao Jingxin said he was a bit impulsive and felt too embarrassed to go out now. Li Shuo said they were both adults and didn't want such childish behavior to cause awkwardness later. Zhao Jingxin suddenly pushed him against the sink and leaned in close, then asked Li Shuo what he meant by childish behavior. Li Shuo countered by asking what he wanted to do. Zhao Jingxin whispered in Li Shuo's ear, saying what he wanted to do definitely wasn't childish. Then asked Li Shuo to be honest, if he was thinking about things not suitable for children. Li Shuo tried to push away Zhao Jingxin's hand on his chest, saying his current behavior made him very uncomfortable. Then said to Zhao Jingxin with displeasure, either let go now or he would use force. Zhao Jingxin laughed loudly, explaining it was just a joke, asking why he was so fierce. Then continued saying Li Shuo's reaction hurt his pride, wondering if his charm wasn't enough. Li Shuo shook off his hand, explaining first he wasn't his type and second he didn't like being forced. Zhao Jingxin still wouldn't give up, leaning on Li Shuo's chest, asking if that was true. Listening to Li Shua's rapid heartbeat, he questioned whether he really had no interest in him at all. While caressing Li Shua's thigh, he said his heart was beating so fast. Li Shua was speechless. He reached for the door and opened it, then angrily told Zhao Jingxin to get out. Zhao Jingxin reluctantly agreed and told him not to be angry. Outside, Zhao Jingxin turned to Li Shua and said he should have asked for his phone number first. Asked if he wouldn't give it now. Li Shua walked past and hummed in agreement. Zhao Jingxin quickly explained it was just a joke, asking if an adult would really get angry. Li Shua put on his earphones, saying the joke went too far and they should keep their distance. Zhao Jingxin stroked his chin, thinking that negative distance was still distance. The plane finally landed safely in America. Zhao Jingxin told Li Shua meeting was fate, hoping to see him again. Seeing Zhao Jingxin's smiling face as he extended his hand, Li Shua hesitated briefly, then shook his hand saying have a good journey. Zhao Jingxin asked puzzled, won't you say goodbye? Li Shua's answer was simply, no need. Zhao Jingxin watched Li Shua's departing figure, thinking they would definitely meet again. Zhao Jingxin stood aside. Li Shua's mother came to pick him up, worried that his work was too busy and affecting his health. Li Shua comforted his mother, saying everything was fine. After exchanging concerns, Mrs. Li reminded her son not to be like his father, who couldn't stay idle even after retirement, taking a financial advisor position at Nan Group. Mr. Li called his son by his English name Lambert, asking if he remembered that Uncle Zhao from Nan Group mentioned there was a business opportunity that might help him. Li Shua responded he knew, then said it was windy and asked his parents to get in the car. On the way, Mrs. Li mentioned they were going to the Zhao's for dinner, wanting Li Shua to meet their son. Li Shua agreed readily. At this moment, Li Shua received a message on his phone. Mrs. Li was curious about him receiving a message right after landing, thinking it was from Li Shua's boyfriend Cheng Xiu. While clicking on the message, Li Shua thought Cheng Xiu should be asleep at this hour in China, so assumed it was work-related. When opened, the message was in English, followed by "Don't you like it, Lambert? I can do better," with a provocative photo attached. Seeing the photo, he coughed and tried to remain calm. His father noticed and thought he was catching a cold. Another message came saying they would reveal their identity at the right time. Li Shua wondered what kind of lunatic this was. Mrs. Li asked concernedly if he was still working. Li Shua put away his phone, saying no. Mrs. Li said since he rarely came home, he should relax and enjoy his vacation. At the Zhao family villa, Li Shua arrived with his parents, and the hosts came out to welcome them, praising Li Shua. Li Shua quickly greeted Uncle Zhao and Ajay. Then a voice asked if the guests had arrived. They greeted Li's parents, and Li Shua turned to look. The person warmly greeted them, saying long time no see, and complimented Mrs. Li on looking younger and more beautiful. Li Shua's head buzzed, surprised to see it was Zhao Jingxin. Mrs. Li, delighted by the compliment, said Jingxin had grown up but was still sweet-talking. At this moment, Li Shua received another message. Opening it, it was from Zhao Jingxin again, annoying him. Zhao Jingxin casually asked if this was the brother Li that Uncle Li mentioned. Li Shua looked at him again with displeasure. Zhao Jingxin put his arm around Li Shua's neck, saying he looked forward to brother Li's guidance. Mrs. Li watched Jingxin's enthusiasm with joy. Zhao Jingxin leaned close to Li Shua's ear, whispering that he knew they would meet again. Li Shua thought this guy must have known who he was all along, so he said he didn't deserve such praise, but would help if needed. Uncle Zhao then said he had wanted them to meet for a long time, but couldn't arrange it. Li's mother responded it wasn't too late now. Uncle Zhao continued, saying he wanted to establish a branch company in China, letting Jingxin handle domestic trade. Hearing Li Shua had an accounting firm in Beijing, he thought they could cooperate to ease his worries. Li Shua explained he had 2 partners and needed to hear the proposal first. Uncle Zhao agreed and mentioned a company was in talks. Zhao Jingxin suggested showing Li Shua the back garden since there was time before dinner. Li Shua tried to decline, but was forcefully led away, giving his mother a helpless look indicating he was being kidnapped. Standing in the back garden, Li Shua commented on the beautiful scenery. Zhao Jingxin said though it was nice here, he preferred his apartment. He described imagining being in the pool, exposed to the sky and sun, looking down at cars passing on the street and children flying kites, in the Riverside Park. Then, Zhao Jingxin fantasized about them enjoying the view together, saying no one would see what they did in the pool. He started talking about feeling shy at first, when Li Shua angrily told him to shut up. Li Shua pushed Zhao Jingxin away, saying for their father's sake, they should pretend nothing happened before and just be friends. Zhao Jingxin looked at Li Shua, asking if he really wasn't interested and if he liked the photo. Li Shua admitted he had a good body. Zhao Jingxin played with his hair, saying he had better ones. Want to see? Li Shua came to his senses, saying no, thinking he couldn't let himself be led on anymore. He said if they couldn't have a normal relationship, it would be better to have none at all, then turned to leave. Zhao Jingxin grabbed Li Shua's hand, asking, "What's the rush?" and suggested taking him to play in the lake. Li Shua explained it was getting dark and he didn't want to go. Zhao Jingxin persisted, saying darkness made it more fun. They could set off fireworks on the lake. Then he continued if Li Shua was willing, he'd rather light a fire on him instead. Li Shua adjusted his tie and declined, saying he had limited time and wanted to spend it with his parents. He prepared to turn and leave. Zhao Jingxin watched Li Shua's departing figure with a mischievous smile, thinking, go ahead and spend time with your parents for now. The time after that will be all mine. He turned and made a phone call, saying, brother, I've met him. While watching falling flower petals, he said it might be challenging, but that made it more fun. He casually broke off a flower and brought it to his lips, with a seductive smile. The next day, in Enin Group's conference room, Zhao Jingxin presented the company's development plans. Li Shua thought this could be a mutually beneficial cooperation. He also thought this guy was really something else, but it would be wasteful to reject such an opportunity just because of personal matters. An hour later in the conference room, Zhao Jingxin leaned over asking if Li Shua had anything else to confirm. Li Shua said no for now. Then he moved closer to Li Shua, asking why he'd been staring earlier, wondering if he looked good in his suit. As he spoke, he loosened his tie, saying he looked good under the suit too. Li Shua suddenly stood up, pushing Zhao Jingxin away, telling him to mind the setting. But Zhao Jingxin moved closer again, asking if he liked the office scene. Li Shua was thoroughly disgusted by now. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxin said he'd stop joking and invited Li Shua to dinner. Li Shua declined, saying it wasn't convenient and they could communicate by phone about work matters. Zhao Jingxin extended his hand graciously, expressing hope for future, deeper cooperation. Li Shua ignored him and turned to leave. Before Li Shua got far, Zhao Jingxin curiously asked if such a reserved person could satisfy him. Li Shua froze. Zhao Jingxin continued, that so-called boyfriend is called Li Qingxia, right? Li Shua turned back to confront him about investigating him. Zhao Jingxin explained he just did some basic research, telling Li Shua not to be so serious. Li Shua angrily said he could overlook past events, but not to go too far. Zhao Jingxin quickly apologized, saying he was just curious if someone as skinny as Li Qingxiu could satisfy him. Before he finished, Li Shua forcefully grabbed Zhao Jingxin's clothes, yanking hard in one swift motion. Zhao Jingxin, still persistent, said Li Shua didn't seem as principled as he claimed. Li Shua angrily clutched his clothes, demanding what a homewrecker would know about principles. Li Shua thought he could have dismissed his previous behavior as childish pranks, but this time he couldn't let him have his way. Zhao Jingxin moved close to Li Shua, saying he might not fully understand his situation, but he admired the male instinct to take what you want, and if you can't take it, grab it, and said he did well. Hearing this mockery, Li Shua quickly said things weren't as he thought, about to explain. Suddenly, he felt there was no need to explain so much to him. He let go and told Zhao Jingxin he wouldn't discuss it further, stating that his relationship with Qingxiu was none of his business, and advised him not to meddle in the future. But Zhao Jingxin said they both wanted to get close to someone. He was just doing the same thing as Li Shua. Then he asked if Li Shua was afraid of not being able to resist him, or afraid of seeing himself in him. At this moment, Li Shua's eyes revealed anger. They stared at each other for a while. Li Shua's fists were clenched, but he felt powerless. Explaining there was nothing to say to Zhao Jingxin, he prepared to leave. Just as he reached for the door, Zhao Jingxin touched his hand and called him baby. Then he continued telling Li Shua that if that was his type, he guaranteed Li Shua hadn't experienced true pleasure. Li Shua suddenly pushed the door open, walked straight out, and was about to close the door. There was a loud bang, followed by Zhao Jingxin's sharp intake of breath. Li Shua turned back to find Zhao Jingxin clutching his hand, saying it hurt. Seeing his pained expression, Li Shua stood there helplessly, not knowing what to do. Asked Zhao Jingxin why he didn't pull his hand away, then guiltily asked how it was. Zhao Jingxing pitifully said he only said a few words. Was it necessary to use such force? Li Shua took his hand, quickly explaining he didn't mean for this to happen. He swore it wasn't intentional, but Zhao Jingxing said he didn't believe it. Then told Li Shua unless he kissed him. Li Shua immediately pushed him away, saying he'd take him to the hospital. At the hospital, Li Shua said fortunately no bones were broken. The doctor prescribed some medicine for internal and external use, saying rest would help. Zhao Jingxing responded pitifully. Looking at him, Li Shua thought with his hand like this. Would he stick to him now? Sure enough, Zhao Jingxing said he couldn't drive and asked Li Shua to take him home. In Zhao Jingxing's apartment, he introduced, saying this was the place he mentioned before, then asked if he wanted to see the rooftop pool. Thinking of what Zhao Jingxing had said earlier, Li Shua fell into thought. Zhao Jingxing continued, saying Li Shua seemed interested in the pool, asking if he really didn't want to take a look. Li Shua pushed Zhao Jingxing away, saying with his hand like this he should settle down. Perhaps because he pushed too hard, Zhao Jingxing fell onto the sofa with a cry, saying it hurt so much. Li Shua helplessly said it wasn't too serious now, just needed ice. The swelling would go down in a few days. But Zhao Jingxing pitifully said it still hurt. Li Shua thought although he wanted to punch him, it was his fault, so he had to endure it. So he moved closer and told Zhao Jingxing to ice it now, cold compress for a day then hot compress, saying he'd help divide his medicine. The phone alarm was set to remind him to take medicine on time. Zhao Jingxing asked confusedly if he would abandon him after this. Li Shua asked sympathetically what else he wanted him to do. At this moment, Zhao Jingxing had a mischievous look. He smiled and said he was hungry, then asked Li Shua if he could cook. Li Shua asked what he wanted to eat. Zhao Jingxing said he wanted to eat anything Li Shua made. Li Shua told him to rest first and take painkillers if it really hurt. Zhao Jingxing looked pitiful as he casually agreed. Li Shua's heart softened seeing him like this. Then holding Zhao Jingxing's injured hand with one hand, he patted his head with the other, telling him to sleep for a while. Zhao Jingxing seemed to really enjoy being stroked like this. Li Shua stood up, took off his jacket, wanted to check what was in the fridge. Zhao Jingxing watched him put his jacket aside, feeling secretly pleased, thinking, isn't Li Shua having lunch with him now? The food was ready. Li Shua brought it to the table. But Zhao Jingxing said his hand hurt too much to get up. Li Shua coldly said it was his hand that got caught in the door, not his legs, telling him to get up. Zhao Jingxing had to get up, walking over unsteadily. After sitting down, he smelled the food Li Shua made, saying it looked good. While handing him the chopsticks, Li Shua said it tasted good too. Zhao Jingxing waved his hand, suggesting Li Shua should understand what he meant. Yes, he wanted Li Shua to feed him. Li Shua looked helpless, wanting to refuse, turned and asked Zhao Jingxing to stop being so childish. But Zhao Jingxing waved his hand, saying it really hurt. Li Shua picked up the bowl and scooped a spoonful, reached out for Zhao Jingxing to eat. Zhao Jingxing stuck out his tongue and licked it, said the porridge fed by baby was delicious, then said he didn't expect him to know how to cook. Just about to say he found another trait to like about him, when Li Shua stuffed food into his mouth, saying if he liked it, he should eat more. Watching Zhao Jingxing eat, Li Shua chuckled, thinking even in this state he still tried to flirt. Seeing Li Shua actually smiled, his heart started racing, then praised Li Shua's smile, saying if Li Shua were his, he wouldn't let him go abroad alone. Li Shua thanked him for the compliment, but said to skip the hypotheticals. Zhao Jingxing said regretfully that he'd heard about Li Shua from his parents, but never had the chance to meet. Thinking Li Shua was his type, if they'd met earlier, Li Shua would surely have fallen for him. Li Shua patted Zhao Jingxing's shoulder, consoling him that he just wanted what he couldn't have, and he had no obligation to satisfy his desire for conquest. Then said he cherished Qingxiu, and hoped Zhao Jingxing could respect him and their parents by stopping these ambiguous actions. Zhao Jingxing felt dejected hearing this. Seeing his dejected look, Li Shua wondered if his rejection was too harsh. But Zhao Jingxing said no, reasoning that Li Qingxiu couldn't give him adult pleasures. He'd be happier with him. Li Shua angrily questioned what right he had to say that. Zhao Jingxing explained that Li Qingxiu looked thin and weak. He couldn't satisfy him, and doubted they'd been intimate. Li Shua looked at Zhao Jingxing angrily and suddenly stood up, saying not all relationships are measured that way. Then said there's no need to discuss his love life with him. making an excuse to leave. Zhao Jingxing grabbed him, wanting him to try to experience adult pleasure with him. Li Shuo pushed him away, asking if he was crazy. Zhao Jingxing said he was perfectly clear-headed. Lowering his head, he told Li Shuo he liked him and wanted to feel him. Li Shuo turned around saying there was nothing more to discuss. Seeing Li Shuo about to leave, Zhao Jingxing leaned against the door, asking if he was really going to leave like this. Then threatened with his finger, saying he would tell on him. Pretending to be pitiful, he said he'd tell Uncle and Annie that Big Brother not only bullied him, but also refused to take responsibility. Li Shuo asked suspiciously if he had deliberately put his hand in the door. Zhao Jingxing said it really hurt, he wasn't that stupid, then expressed concern about how it would affect his piano playing, tennis, skiing, and basketball. Hearing him list so many aftereffects, Li Shuo felt frustrated. He put down his clothes and impatiently said enough, asking what else he wanted. Zhao Jingxing felt secretly pleased, suggested that at least help him change into loungewear. Li Shuo told himself to stay calm and not argue, asking where the loungewear was. Zhao Jingxing smugly said it was the black one on the bed. Li Shuo picked up the clothes and walked to Zhao Jingxing's side. Zhao Jingxing spread his arms, saying, "Come on, I'm ready." Li Shuo told him to turn around. Zhao Jingxing disappointedly asked if they weren't going to hug. While helping him remove his jacket, Li Shuo told him to shut up. Zhao Jingxing reluctantly said he had a good figure. Really not going to hug? Li Shuo was helping him unbutton his clothes. Zhao Jingxing was enjoying all of this. The removed jacket was thrown aside. Then Li Shuo grabbed Zhao Jingxing's tie, about to undo it when he heard him say, "Doesn't this feel like unwrapping a present?" Hearing this, Li Shuo gulped. He told Zhao Jingxing it didn't, telling him not to think too much. Zhao Jingxing asked again if it really didn't. While opening his entire shirt, he asked Li Shuo why he wouldn't look at him even though he'd seen the photos. He leaned in close and told Li Shuo to feel it, saying if the touch wasn't good, it would be free. Li Shuo pushed Zhao Jingxing's hand aside and continued unbuttoning his shirt. Now Zhao Jingxing stood shirtless in front of Li Shuo, waiting for Li Shuo to put the new shirt on him. After putting it on, Li Shuo said he should handle the pants himself. Zhao Jingxing naturally disagreed. Li Shuo had to tell himself to endure a bit longer, thinking about finishing quickly and leaving while helping him remove his pants. Zhao Jingxing felt his movements were rough, but said he liked it. Watching Li Shuo crouching down to remove his pants, he asked Li Shuo how his figure was. Li Shuo didn't answer, reluctantly telling him to sit on the bed. Zhao Jingxing looked at Li Shuo in surprise, not expecting things to progress so quickly. Li Shuo stood up, angrily asking Zhao Jingxing if he wanted to put them on or not. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxing quickly said yes and told him to calm down. Li Shuo gradually moved closer to him. Zhao Jingxing sat on the bed, saying he was ready, telling him to go ahead. Li Shuo crouched down, slowly pulling the pants onto Zhao Jingxing's feet. At this moment, Zhao Jingxing hooked Li Shuo's tie with his foot. Li Shuo angrily told him to stand up, while Zhao Jingxing agreed with a smile. Li Shuo helped him pull up his pants, but then he pulled Li Shuo into his arms. Li Shuo turned his head away in embarrassment. Zhao Jingxing seized the opportunity to push Li Shuo down onto the bed. Zhao Jingxing pressed firmly on top of Li Shuo. Li Shuo ordered him to get up, but was refused. Li Shuo told Zhao Jingxing he was very angry. Zhao Jingxing told Li Shuo he wanted to kiss him. Li Shuo angrily told him to get up or he wouldn't care about his injured hand. Zhao Jingxing continued pressing against Li Shuo, saying one kiss would be worth the pain in his hand. While speaking, his hand slid across Li Shuo's chest, saying he really wanted to see what was hidden under the suit. Li Shuo widened his eyes and said enough. Then he heard Zhao Jingxing draw in a sharp breath. Li Shuo was forcefully bending his injured finger, making him grimace in pain. Li Shuo continued commanding him to get up. Zhao Jingxing didn't continue and obediently got up. Li Shuo immediately backed away, adjusting his tie, thinking things would have gotten dangerous if this continued. Then Zhao Jingxing asked Li Shuo what to do about his hand, calling him uncle and asking him to take responsibility. Li Shuo touched Zhao Jingxing's cheek, telling him he still had another hand. Zhao Jingxing knelt on the bed, turning back to call Uncle Li again. Li Shuo turned to leave. Sitting in his car afterward, Li Shuo thought there was no dealing with that guy. He picked up his phone and called Cheng Xiu. After connecting, the other side called Brother Li. Li Shua asked if Cheng Xiu was asleep. Cheng Xiu replied he got home late from overtime work and hadn't slept yet. Li Shua knew colleagues had asked for his help again and said he was too soft-hearted. Cheng Xiu said it was nothing. Li Shua resignedly said all right and picked up a bag from the car. He told Cheng Xiu he bought some gifts for him. Cheng Xiu said he didn't need anything and told him not to spend too much. Li Shua explained he wanted to give them to him and not to think too much about it, telling him to wait for his return. Cheng Xiu agreed on the other end. Li Shua said goodnight and told him to rest early. Cheng Xiu responded with brotherly. Looking at the gift in his hand, Li Shua wondered why they seemed more formal despite being together for a while. Meanwhile, at Li Shua's home, Li's father came over, intimately asking if Xiao Shua had hurt Jingxin's hand. Li Shua explained it was accidentally caught in the door. Then his father said old Zhao was very worried. He had been talking about it all afternoon. Li's mother scolded him for not staying with him after hurting his hand. Li Shua explained he had already taken him to the hospital and it wasn't serious. Li's mother continued worriedly, saying it would be inconvenient for Jingxin to live alone, and told Li Shua to take care of him for the next few days. Li Shua showed clear reluctance at his mother's request. Meanwhile, at Zhao Jingxin's apartment, Li Shua knocked on the door with some things. Zhao Jingxin excitedly opened the door. Leaning against the door frame, he called out, "Uncle Li." Li Shua thought this person might as well have seduction written on his forehead, then told Zhao Jingxin that his parents asked him to bring some food. Zhao Jingxin seemed disappointed hearing this and asked if he was just delivering food, saying he thought he was coming to take care of him. Then he clarified he hadn't complained. He just happened to be at his father's company when Uncle Li was there. Li Shua said he only stated facts, it wasn't complaining. He then opened the lunchbox his parents asked him to bring. Turning back, he asked if Zhao Jingxin was hungry and told him to come eat. As Zhao Jingxin approached, Li Shua offered to feed him. Zhao Jingxin showed disbelief at this sudden initiative. Zhao Jingxin asked Li Shua if he had chatted with Li Qingxiu after going back. After Li Shua confirmed, he asked what was wrong. Zhao Jingxin turned and curiously asked what they talked about. Li Shua questioned what difference it would make if he knew. Zhao Jingxin's answer was know yourself, know your enemy. Li Shua replied that Li Qingxiu wasn't his enemy. Zhao Jingxin rested his chin on his hand, saying of course not, thinking to himself that he was his sister-in-law. Li Shua said while picking up a large shrimp for him to eat that he wouldn't answer anything related to Qingxiu anymore. While eating, Zhao Jingxin contentedly said, "Baby, this is delicious." Li Shua thanked him, but said Li's mother made it. Zhao Jingxin was speechless. Then he said pitifully that few people were so impatient with him, saying he felt sad, and let out a long sigh. Seeing this, Li Shua explained he wasn't impatient and would be happy to chat about normal things. Zhao Jingxin pretended to be sad and said whenever he saw him, the air around felt abnormal, then asked Li Shua if he had ever been so infatuated with someone. Li Shua fell into thought, thinking about that kind of intense, self-sacrificing emotion. He had never experienced it. Zhao Jingxin firmly told Li Shua again that he had never been infatuated with anyone, including Li Qingxiu. Li Shua angrily questioned what he was trying to prove with all this roundabout talk. Zhao Jingxin said he wanted to prove that being with Cheng Xiu was boring. Then while caressing Li Shua's thigh and calling him baby, he suggested they should try being together. Li Shua pulled his leg away and asked if he still wanted to eat. Zhao Jingxin blew a kiss, which Li Shua blocked with his hand. Then Zhao Jingxin said he had already eaten a hamburger, but wouldn't refuse if Uncle Li wanted to feed him. Li Shua slapped the table, saying since he had already eaten. Standing up, he asked if he had taken his medicine. Looking over, he saw the doctor's prescription untouched. Zhao Jingxin said he forgot to take it. Li Shua seemed to think of something. He asked Zhao Jingxin for his phone and turned around. After some operation, he had set alarms for 9 o'clock, 1500 hours, and 2100 hours daily to remind him to take medicine. After setting the alarms, Li Shua divided the medicine into small packages, 1 dose each, and instructed him not to get his hand wet these days and not to press on it while sleeping. Li Shua thoughtfully divided the medicine into small packages, then continued saying he would arrange his 3 meals and deliver them, and come back tomorrow to help with hot compress. Zhao Jingxin asked puzzled how he should shower. Li Shua coldly said he didn't care how, but he wouldn't help, thinking that since he could change clothes, drive, and eat hamburgers with one hand, showering shouldn't be a problem. He added that if it was really impossible, he could go back home. Seeing Li Shuo being so heartless, Zhao Jingxin asked if he would regret it when he falls in love with him someday. Li Shuo said they'd talk about it when that day comes. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Answering the phone, he waved goodbye to Zhao Jingxin and greeted Brother Xiang on the phone. Brother Xiang asked if Li Shuo was still in America. Li Shuo responded by asking what's wrong. Zhao Jingxin listened to their conversation nearby. He heard Brother Xiang say something had happened here. Li Shuo suddenly looked confused. It turned out something had happened at the firm. Li Shuo glanced back and asked Brother Xiang to wait, saying he'd go outside to talk. Zhao Jingxin stood nearby. After a brief explanation, Li Shuo said he had to go. Zhao Jingxin waved goodbye and reminded him to be careful on the way. Li Shuo went downstairs, leaned against his car, and asked Xiang Ning what exactly had happened. Xiang Ning asked if he remembered Ben Hui Real Estate from 5 or 6 years ago, which he had audited. It turned out Ben Hui's legal representative, the boss's nephew, suddenly came out to accuse Li Shuo. Li Shuo asked puzzled, saying the boss's fake accounting case was closed years ago. Why bring it up now? Xiang Ning said he wasn't sure but felt someone was pushing behind the scenes, asking if Li Shuo had offended anyone recently. Li Shuo thought for a moment and said no. Xiang Ning then asked if the person who fought with him in his office last time was Xiao Kun. Li Shuo said yes and asked if they had found anything. Xiang Ning said not yet, then asked if it was about Cheng Xiu with Xiao Kun, saying why get into trouble over relationships. Li Shuo told Brother Xiang on the phone that this wasn't just about relationships, but because Xiao Kun was bullying people and he couldn't ignore it. Li Shuo continued saying without evidence, it would be defamation. Brother Xiang responded that they supposedly had evidence, but weren't sure if it was real. Anyway, the case had been filed, and if Li Shuo returned to China, he would be immediately taken for investigation, so he advised against returning. Li Shuo asked Brother Xiang to keep watching and said he'd have someone investigate. Brother Xiang helplessly hung up, and Li Shuo angrily slammed his phone against the car. He thought if Xiao Kun was really behind this, he would make him pay. Li Shuo was calling Director Li at home. Li Shuo sat on the sofa, politely asking Director Li for help investigating. After hanging up, Li Shuo thought that minor economic cases wouldn't warrant pursuing someone to America. If he returned, Xiao Kun might really use sentence reduction to lure Ting Hui's boss to accuse him. But he worried about what would happen with Cheng Xiu if he couldn't return for now. Just then, his phone rang. It was Cheng Xiu calling. After connecting, Cheng Xiu said he had practiced speaking and asked when he could talk to Li Shuo's mother. Li Shuo used the time difference as an excuse, saying there was no rush. Cheng Xiu seemed to notice something wrong over the phone and asked if Brother Li wasn't feeling well, wondering if he had just woken up. Li Shuo apologized and explained he had an unexpected situation and couldn't return for now. Cheng Xiu thought it was about his parents, but Li Shuo explained they were fine. It was a problem at his firm. He was being falsely accused and couldn't return to China. He said it was probably Xiao Kun's doing. Li Shuo didn't want to tell Cheng Xiu initially, but considering his safety and fearing Xiao Kun might cause trouble, he wanted him to be prepared. He said his assistant was already helping find a new place for him. After hearing this, Cheng Xiu apologized to Li Shuo. Li Shuo told Cheng Xiu no apology was needed, then said he had a question, and the answer was what he wanted to hear. It turned out Li Shuo was asking if Cheng Xiu would be willing to come to America. Li Shuo said no matter the difficulties, he would be here as long as Cheng Xiu was willing to come. Cheng Xiu hesitated on the other end of the phone, saying he didn't know. Li Shuo continued saying his assistant would help with the visa process and asked her to think it over during this time. He expressed his hope that one day they could be together in America. After hanging up, Li Shuo stared at his phone. He saw a message from Zhao Jingxin. Opening the message, Zhao Jingxin called him Uncle Li, saying he was hungry and asking when Li Shuo would bring him food. Li Shuo replied he had ordered from a nearby restaurant. He explained he couldn't come over today, but Zhao Jingxin said that was fine, unless he sent him a nude photo. Hearing Zhao Jingxin's request for a nude photo, Li Shuo was instantly speechless with embarrassment. Zhao Jingxin kept sending messages with various ridiculous requests, finally asking Li Shuo to send a photo of his hand, promising to behave for the rest of the day. Li Shuo blushed again in embarrassment. He had no choice but to take a photo of his hand. After sending it to Zhao Jingxin, he replied that Li Shuo kept his word, so he would behave too. Li Shuo coughed lightly, thinking he was just like a fox spirit. Then he looked down at the photo and their conversation again. Just then, he heard a knock and went to open the door. It was Li's mother asking if he had time recently, saying Uncle Zhao had bought a vacation villa at Thousand Island Lake and asking if Li Shuo wanted to go on vacation together. Li Shuo awkwardly asked if both families were going. His mother explained that since Zhao Jingxin rarely came home and his hand was injured, going on vacation together would make it easier to take care of him. Li Shuo immediately imagined Zhao Jingxin lying on a lounger asking him to apply sunscreen, completely losing any vacation mood. Just as he was about to refuse, his mother mentioned she had bought 4 beautiful dresses. Li Shuo froze, then reluctantly said he would need to prepare his camera to take nice photos of her, and asked when they were going. His mother said tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, Li Shuo was on the phone with Lawyer Wang in his room, discussing his past cooperation with Benhui. Suddenly, he saw an incoming call from Zhao Jingxin. He picked up the phone and asked Lawyer Wang to continue. However, Zhao Jingxin's call interrupted their conversation again, so Li Shuo had to ask Lawyer Wang to wait half a minute. On the phone with Zhao Jingxin, he was asking if Li Shuo was ready for the vacation. Li Shuo said he was prepared. Zhao Jingxin said he couldn't wait to check Li Shuo's workout results, while Li Shuo wanted to end the call saying he was busy. Then Zhao Jingxin said he knew about Li Shuo's troubles in China and offered to help. Li Shuo angrily told him not to investigate his matters. Zhao Jingxin responded that it was because he liked him. Li Shuo thought to himself how Zhao Jingxin always talked about liking him, but wondered how much weight that carried for someone like him. He told him to stop meddling in his affairs and that he didn't want to waste words. Zhao Jingxin apologized, saying he just wanted to hear his voice. Li Shuo wasn't in the mood to hear any of this and hung up. He thought he had been too irritable lately and that maybe Zhao Jingxin just meant well, deciding to apologize when they met in the afternoon. Zhao Jingxin, on the other side, had an expression as if he had expected this. The Zhao family's private plane landed. The Li family went forward to welcome the Zhao family. The 2 sisters from the Li family were very happy to meet, while Li Shuo stood in front of Zhao Jingxin, asking sheepishly if he had taken his medicine for his hand. Then he apologized to Zhao Jingxin, saying he shouldn't have lost his temper at him this morning. Zhao Jingxin asked if Li Shuo really hated him. Li Shuo explained he just couldn't accept it, but had never hated him. Then Zhao Jingxin asked if Li Shuo found him annoying. Li Shuo explained that he was indeed too persistent. Hearing Li Shuo say this, Zhao Jingxin gently stroked his hair. Li Shuo thought that although Jingxin was flirtatious, he had a certain natural charm and meant no harm. So Li Shuo suddenly patted Zhao Jingxin's head, explaining he was really busy lately and asking Uncle Li to give him some breathing room. At this time, Li Fuchan and the others were chatting on the plane. Zhao Jingxin thought to himself, if Uncle Li continued being so gentle, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Li Shuo boarded the plane and asked if Uncle Zhao would be flying. Uncle Zhao said if Jingxin's hand wasn't injured, they could fly together. Li Shuo felt guilty and said it was his fault for being careless. Zhao Jingxin said it was nothing, and that his injured hand had brought him luck as he got to eat his brother's cooking twice. While speaking, he invited Li Shuo to sit down. Li Shuo sat down and explained to Zhao Jingxin that he'd been busy lately and couldn't take good care of him, promising to help apply hot compress when they reached Thousand Island Lake. Zhao Jingxin happily thanked his brother and stretched out his arms. Li Shuo looked helplessly at his happy expression, indicating he understood, then casually reached for Zhao Jingxin's seatbelt, pulled it between them, and fastened it for him. Zhao Jingxin looked at Li Shuo tenderly, suddenly leaned over and kissed Li Shuo's cheek. Li Shuo nervously looked around. Seeing the elders chatting in front, he said fortunately no one looked back, then quietly asked Zhao Jingxin what he was doing. Zhao Jingxin said he didn't know, he just couldn't help himself. Zhao Jingxin looked at him scrutinizingly. Li Shuo continued saying this was a family trip and told Zhao Jingxin to behave. At this moment, Zhao Jingxin suddenly placed his hand on Li Shuo's neck, gently caressing it, then embraced Li Shuo's neck, saying their first meeting was also on a plane. He expressed that his love at first sight for Li Shuo was genuine because Li Shuo was exactly his type. Seeing Li Shuo's lack of response, Zhao Jingxin continued, saying he could help solve Li Shuo's troubles in China, with the condition of going on one date. Li Shuo shook his head, saying not to get involved in his affairs. Zhao Jingxin said it hurt him to see Li Shuo so troubled. Then, caressing Li Shuo's face, He said even though he returned to China to see someone he liked sooner, he still wanted to help him because he couldn't bear to see him suffer. Li Shuo thanked Zhao Jingxing, but said he didn't want to owe any favors. Zhao Jingxing then showed a surprising expression, telling Li Shuo he just wanted to have meals and drinks with him, nothing else. Li Shuo said eating and drinking were fine. That's what friends do, but it wouldn't count as dating. However, he'd handle his own matters. Zhao Jingxing mentioned there was a good bar in the resort area, and he'd take him there later. Li Shuo expressed his anticipation. Zhao Jingxing looked pleased with himself. The group arrived at the villa area. 2 cute dogs came running over. Zhao Jingxing called the dogs names M and B, and they jumped into his arms. Li Shuo quickly grabbed Zhao Jingxing's hand, telling him to be careful. He explained to Zhao Jingxing that the 2 little ones almost hit his hand. Zhao Jingxing turned and said thank you, Uncle Li. Li Shuo told him to go rest first, and he'd help apply hot compress and medicine. The sound of a phone receiving messages echoed in the villa area. It was Li Shuo receiving documents from his lawyer that needed urgent attention. Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Li came over, inviting Li Shuo to join them for outdoor barbecue in the backyard. Li Shuo made an excuse, saying it was his first time on a private jet and he felt dizzy, wanting to rest first. Mrs. Zhao quickly asked the butler to bring motion sickness medicine to Li Shuo's room. Li Shuo expressed his thanks. Zhao Jingxing seemed to think of something. The butler was about to deliver it, warning Li Shuo that he might feel sleepy after taking it. Li Shuo regretted using motion sickness as an excuse and planned to spit out the medicine after the butler left. But before he could prepare, he had already swallowed it. Seeing Li Shuo's concern about falling asleep, the butler explained it wasn't as strong as cold medicine. Just a few hours of rest would do. Li Shuo said thanks, thinking it shouldn't affect his work. In the room, Li Shuo was lying on the bed in a drowsy state. Suddenly, he felt something heavy on his waist. Turning around, he found it was Zhao Jingxing and asked why he was there. Zhao Jingxing slowly opened his eyes, explaining he came to check on him, and seeing him still asleep, decided to join him for a nap. Zhao Jingxing sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Li Shuo coldly told him to get off the bed and leave. Zhao Jingxing explained he didn't do anything, and the bed was so big, asking if he couldn't even sleep there. Li Shuo thought darkly that his logic was annoyingly reasonable. Zhao Jingxing burst into laughter at his expression, then saying Uncle Li was so cute while pushing him down on the bed. They were very close now, and Li Shuo told him to stop fooling around. Their legs were intertwined as he asked to be released quickly. Zhao Jingxing leaned down, telling Li Shuo he wanted to remove his troublesome clothes. Li Shuo warned he would ignore him if he didn't let go. Zhao Jingxing became more unrestrained, telling Li Shuo that on his bed, he belonged to him. Li Shuo, red-faced, angrily asked if M and B had ever been on his bed. Zhao Jingxing sat up laughing, explaining he was just teasing and not to be angry. He told Li Shuo he actually came to apply medicine, but seeing him sleeping so peacefully, he didn't want to disturb him. Li Shuo rolled his eyes, thinking this trick again. So Li Shuo got up, straightening his clothes, telling him to wait a moment, then turned and told Zhao Jingxing to get off his bed. Zhao Jingxing's shirt was open, revealing his perfect physique as he questioned, "Baby, are you sure?" Li Shuo was speechless, then turned and rushed at Zhao Jingxing, who quickly covered himself with a blanket, saying he'd stop. Zhao Jingxing's medicine was laid out on the table. Zhao Jingxing curiously asked Li Shuo if he carried these with him. Li Shuo crouched down, preparing the medicine, asking wasn't he here for treatment? Zhao Jingxing said he'd never met a more attentive man. Li Shuo said it was nothing, just being responsible for his actions, and asked Zhao Jingxing to extend his hand. Looking at the sword mark on Zhao Jingxing's hand, he asked what weapons he played with. Zhao Jingxing said he casually played with guns, crossbows, knives, and nunchucks, then told Li Shuo he would protect him if anyone bullied him. Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jingxing, suddenly feeling something indescribable, then lowered his head to apply medicine for Zhao Jingxing, warning him it might hurt and to bear with it. Zhao Jingxing asked Li Shuo somewhat sadly if he would stop being so caring once his hand healed. Li Shuo explained he would treat him fairly as a friend. Zhao Jingxing tried to withdraw his hand, saying he'd rather not heal then. Li Shuo grabbed his hand, saying, "Don't be silly." Zhao Jingxing then said to heal slowly. Li Shuo assured it would heal quickly, telling him not to talk nonsense. After applying the medicine, Li Shuo organized the medical kit while instructing him to apply a warm towel for 10 minutes, then remove it, and told him to rest in his own room. Zhao Jingxin reluctantly asked Li Shuo if he really didn't have any feelings for him at all. Li Shuo turned to look at him and said no, then pressed down hard on the medical kit. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxin turned to leave, wondering what was wrong with himself. Mr. Li came over, having noticed Li Shuo's distraction these past 2 days, asking if something was wrong at work. Li Shuo tried hard to cover up, saying he was waiting for a big fish. Mr. Li knew his son wouldn't worry about small matters, but Li Shuo refused his father's help, insisting it wasn't a big deal. Mr. Li mentioned that except for the charity work in Ethiopia, there hadn't been anything to worry about. Li Shuo reassured his father to enjoy the vacation with Mom. As Mr. Li left, Zhao Jingxin came over and whispered, "Baby, what big fish are you waiting for?" Li Shuo looked down and told Zhao Jingxin it certainly wasn't waiting for him. Zhao Jingxin sat nearby, complaining about the lack of romance. Then mentioned his friend designed a mermaid costume, asking if Li Shuo wanted to see him wear it. Li Shuo asked disdainfully what Zhao Jingxin could gain from verbal teasing. Zhao Jingxin replied he gained the pleasure of teasing him. As they sat down, Zhao Jingxin couldn't understand why Li Shuo was so stubborn, refusing help from both his father and him, calling it foolish. But Li Shuo believed that at 34, a man in his prime, troubling his father with heart problems would be more than just foolish. Hearing this, Zhao Jingxin asked if accepting his help was also that difficult. Li Shuo remained silent, lost in thought. Zhao Jingxin wanted to help solve Li Shuo's problems, but Li Shuo thought since he was already so persistent, accepting his help and owing him a favor would make it harder to refuse him. Seeing his silence, Zhao Jingxin thought Uncle Li looked cool like this, making him like him even more. So Zhao Jingxin suggested going drinking tonight, but Li Shuo said he had a meeting with lawyers that wouldn't end soon, so he couldn't go. Zhao Jingxin asked about tomorrow, but Li Shuo just said they'd discuss it later. Frustrated by his evasive attitude, Zhao Jingxin anxiously said they only had 4 or 5 days here, and he should keep his promises. Li Shuo reluctantly agreed to tomorrow night. Zhao Jingxin happily said it's a deal. Just then, Zhao Jingxin's mother called him to change his bandage. Li Shuo offered to do it, telling Annie to continue playing. Li Shuo brought the medical kit and asked Zhao Jingxin to extend his hand, asking if it still hurt. Zhao Jingxin placed his hand on Li Shuo's, asking Uncle Li to blow on it. Li Shuo was speechless. Zhao Jingxin's father came over, saying he was glad to see the brothers getting along, and asked them to work hard on the northern trade business after returning home. Li Shuo promised to assist Jingxin well, while Zhao Jingxin assured his father not to worry, then said he would definitely work well with his big brother. Hearing this, Mr. Zhao expressed his relief and left. Zhao Jingxin joked that his father really understood him. Li Shuo deliberately pinched Zhao Jingxin's hand, making him cry out in pain. Then Li Shuo quickly apologized, saying he'd be gentler. Zhao Jingxin complained pitifully that Uncle Li didn't care about him at all. Li Shuo turned away, ignoring him. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxin said, "If that's how it is," he said since Li Shuo pinched his hand, he would squeeze Li Shuo's legs in return, fair exchange. He then firmly trapped Li Shuo's legs between his. Li Shuo, afraid their parents would see, told him to let go quickly. Zhao Jingxin kept squeezing firmly, telling Li Shuo not to move and warning him to be careful not to fall off the chair. Li Shuo's whole body trembled from Zhao Jingxin's grip. He threatened to cancel their drinking plans if Zhao Jingxin didn't let go. Hearing this, Zhao Jingxin quickly released his legs. Li Shuo thought, finally some peace. Zhao Jingxin then lay pitifully on the table. Li Shuo looked at his victimized expression, not understanding why, since he was the one being bullied. In the villa, Zhao Jingxin asked at the door if Uncle Li was awake, preparing to enter. Li Shuo was still lying in bed. Hearing Zhao Jingxin wanted to come in, he sat up and told him to wait. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Jingxin burst into Li Shuo's room with his 2 dogs. Zhao Jingxin tried to flop onto the bed, but was ruthlessly pushed away. He wanted Li Shuo to join him walking the dogs, but Li Shuo refused. After some persistence, Zhao Jingxin pulled Li Shuo, still undressed, towards the door. Inevitably, they ended up walking the dogs. Li Shuo thought young people really were energetic. Suddenly, he remembered long ago dreaming about walking dogs with someone he liked. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingxin was the first to make this scene real. Zhao Jingxin turned back, noticed Li Shuo standing dazed, and said, "Baby, what are you spacing out about?" Then called Li Shuo to hurry over. Seeing him walking too slowly, Zhao Jingxin again said, "Baby, why are you daydreaming?" Just as Li Shuo was about to speak, the butler came by on a cart, and suddenly the air grew quiet. Li Shuo greeted the butler, who mentioned he'd just returned from grocery shopping, and asked curiously about the baby he'd just heard. Zhao Jingxing quickly explained he was calling by the dog. The butler looked awkward, said he'd head back, and told them to enjoy their walk. Once the butler was gone, Li Shuo awkwardly asked why Zhao Jingxin was calling out like that. Zhao Jingxin insisted he was calling by, though Li Shuo clearly knew he was calling him. Zhao Jingxin teased, "Aren't you embarrassed?" Li Shuo threw the dog towards him, commanding it to bite Zhao Jingxin. Bai jumped on Zhao Jingxin, pawing and licking him frantically. Zhao Jingxin quickly called for Bai to stop. Li Shuo watched the scene, laughing heartily. Zhao Jingxin turned to look at him, watching Li Shuo still laughing happily. He gently pinched his cheek, telling Li Shuo he hadn't seen him smile like this for several days. Li Shuo brushed his hand away, saying he'd been focusing all his energy on solving problems and hadn't really laughed freely. He thanked Zhao Jingxing, who replied he should thank Li Shuo for letting him see his smile. Li Shuo found himself speechless at that moment. Zhao Jingxin leaned in close to Li Shuo, almost touching his lips, and wrapped his arm around Li Shuo's neck to kiss him. At this moment, Li Shuo pushed Zhao Jingxin away. His face flushed red as he wiped his mouth. He thought, how could this person kiss him so recklessly? Then said angrily, "Let's go back." Zhao Jingxin watched Li Shuo's retreating figure and called out, telling him to give up on Li Qingxiu. Seeing Li Shuo's silence, he didn't say anything more. Li Shuo walked straight ahead, his heart filled with complicated emotions. The shower in Li Shuo's bathroom was running with a steady stream. Li Shuo stood naked beneath it, letting the hot water wash over every inch of his skin. He thought about how Zhao Jingxing was so stubborn, refusing both gentle and harsh approaches, doing whatever he wanted, and how powerless he felt against him. He decided to treat it as a test, to see if he could be the master of his emotions in this matter, or if he would become their slave. Just then, his phone received a message from Li Qingxiu. Li Shuo, wearing his pajamas, picked up his phone puzzled. The message revealed that Li Qingxiu refused to live in America and was leaving Shenzhen. He hoped Brother Li would forgive him for not saying goodbye in person. Li Shuo remembered Qingxiu's face. A wave of sadness and reluctance washed over him. He tried calling Qingxiu's phone, but it was powered off. Li Shuo felt anxious, wondering if he had really left. So he called his assistant Xiao Guo, who asked who was calling so late. Li Shuo anxiously asked where Li Qingxiu was. Xiao Guo asked, "Isn't he at home?" Li Shuo asked Xiao Guo to check his house quickly, suspecting he might have left. Xiao Guo agreed, telling Mr. Li not to worry. Obviously, he wasn't home, so Li Shuo asked Xiao Guo to book him a flight back. As he opened the door to leave, he saw Zhao Jingxin standing outside, calling Uncle Li. Li Shuo hurriedly dressed and grabbed his luggage to leave. Zhao Jingxin asked where he was going. Li Shuo said he had an emergency back home. Zhao Jingxin immediately grabbed Li Shuo's hand, asking him to wait. Li Shuo asked what he wanted. Before he could react, Zhao Jingxin pushed him back into the room. The door slammed shut. Li Shuo insisted he had an urgent matter. Zhao Jingxin pinned Li Shuo against the wall, reminding him of his promise to drink together tonight. Li Shuo angrily told him to get his priorities straight. Zhao Jingxin said he didn't know what happened back home, but returning now would be risky. Pinned against the wall, Li Shuo said he knew but had to go back. Zhao Jingxin asked why, but Li Shuo said it wasn't his business. Zhao Jingxin told Li Shuo he wouldn't let him leave unless he explained, then said, "Baby, you can't beat me." Li Shuo clenched his fists helplessly, then said Li Qingxiu might be missing. Zhao Jingxin looked confused. He asked how he could suddenly disappear. Li Shuo impatiently said he couldn't explain, but he needed to return home now, telling Zhao Jingxin to move aside. Zhao Jingxin continued asking what Qingxiu's disappearance had to do with him. Li Shuo explained that he sent a message and left, and the situation could be serious, telling Zhao Jingxin to be more understanding. Zhao Jingxin asked if Qingxiu left voluntarily. Seeing Li Shuo's silence, he continued saying that even if Qingxiu left, what good would going back do? It would be useless, and if something happened after returning, he wouldn't have the energy to search for him. It would only make things worse. Li Shuo lowered his head in silence. Zhao Jingxin patted his shoulder, telling him to calm down. It had only been a little over an hour since Li Shua returned to his room. In Zhao Jingxing's view, decisions made in such a short time were too impulsive and rash. Li Shua recognized his problem and was about to explain. Zhao Jingxing crouched down, holding Li Shua's hand, saying things would become clearer if he thought about it more. Zhao Jingxing gently stroked his hands, comforting Li Shua, telling him not to rush or be impulsive, saying he wasn't acting like his usual self. Li Shua said thank you. Zhao Jingxing thought to himself that he understood the severity of the situation, sighed, and pressed Li Shua's hand against his face. He said he wished Li Shua would be this concerned about him, then looked up at Li Shua with longing eyes. Li Shua looked surprised hearing this. He pulled his hand away. Zhao Jingxing then said he had many friends back home who would help find him. Zhao Jingxing stood up, saying they shouldn't be formal now. Finding the person was most important. After hesitating, Li Shua thanked him. Zhao Jingxing stood there, saying you're welcome, then reached out to Li Shua. He lifted Li Shua's chin, leaned in, and said so. Have you broken up with Li Qingxiu? Zhao Jingxing asked, bending down. Li Shua said he wasn't in the mood to think about that. Zhao Jingxing was direct, saying Li Qingxiu's attitude was clear, urging Li Shua to stop avoiding it. Li Shua said Qingxiu must be struggling now, and he just wanted him to be well and would help him regardless. Seeing his concern, Zhao Jingxing said he was truly a good person. Li Shua looked up at Zhao Jingxing, unsure if he was being sarcastic or jealous, thinking he might be overthinking it. He asked Zhao Jingxing to leave him alone for a while. Zhao Jingxing asked him to send the current information, saying his friends would help and assuring Li Shua they would find Qingxiu. Then he left, closing the door with a bang. Li Shua sat alone with his phone, wondering if all he could do now was wait for news. He thought about where Qingxiu might go. Their mutual friends. Suddenly thought of Wen Xiaowei. At Wen Xiaowei's home, Wen Xiaowei, half asleep, sat up and answered the phone, asking who was calling so late. Li Shua's anxious voice asked if he had any news about Qingxiu. Xiaowei said he called him today, saying he was going to visit a relative. Li Shua asked which relative and where, but Xiaowei said Qingxiu didn't tell him. He comforted Li Shua, saying not to worry too much. Maybe he really was just visiting relatives. They agreed to inform each other if they heard anything. After hanging up, Li Shua was nearly breaking down, wondering where Qingxiu had gone, hoping nothing bad had happened. Then came a knock at the door. Li Shua said, "Come in," and Zhao Jingxing entered. Zhao Jingxing had come to invite Li Shua for a drink. Li Shua turned to look at Zhao Jingxing, saying he wasn't in the mood. Then he thought perhaps getting drunk would be better than feeling lost like now. Zhao Jingxing took Li Shua's hand, saying to follow him. He wouldn't be disappointed. At the bar, they ordered the signature roasted goose leg and 24 beers. Zhao Jingxing asked about Li Shua's alcohol tolerance. Li Shua said he didn't drink often, but could handle it. Li Shua remembered last time when he took medicine and slept for hours, the guy had crawled into his bed. He worried that if he got drunk today, this guy might do something inappropriate. Zhao Jingxing seemed to read his mind and said he wouldn't get him drunk unless he had a reason to be. Li Shua drank his beer, saying he wouldn't get drunk. Zhao Jingxing passed him a piece of meat, telling him to eat something to line his stomach, saying it was delicious. When Li Shua said it was not bad, Zhao Jingxing tried to feed him another piece, but Li Shua said he could do it himself. Zhao Jingxing explained that when he was injured before, Li Shua had fed him, and now that his hand was almost healed, it was time to return the favor. Li Shua explained while eating that there was nothing wrong with his hands. At this moment, Zhao Jingxing thought how nice it would be if Li Shua were his, wanting to give him a perfect date. Li Shua wiped his mouth, saying whether this was a date wasn't up for discussion. But he was curious about what constituted a perfect date. Zhao Jingxing asked how Li Shua usually dated people. Li Shua said it depended on what the other person liked. Zhao Jingxing leaned in and asked where Li Shua would take him. Li Shua looked at him and asked why he wanted to know. Zhao Jingxing had learned from his aunt that Li Shua had dated many boyfriends since childhood and wanted to know if he was truly experienced or just good-looking without any romance. Li Shua realized he was being provoked, so he said he'd ask 3 questions, and if answered honestly, he'd give him a perfect date. After Zhao Jingxing agreed, Li Shua asked about his favorite cuisine, art forms, and whether he preferred quiet or lively environments. Holding his hand, Zhao Jingxing answered. He liked heavy, high-calorie food, enjoyed calligraphy, classical music, rock, cold weapons, and metal-related modern art, and preferred lively places. Li Shuo pulled away, then responded to Zhao Jingxin's answers with his understanding of a perfect date plan. Then Zhao Jingxin said it was his turn to ask 3 questions. What body scent he liked, what scenarios he preferred, and if he had any special habits. Li Shuo was shocked. He hadn't expected this guy to seriously discuss perfect dates with him. Seeing his silence, Zhao Jingxin explained he was serious, then said a date plan without love wasn't really a date, asking if Li Shuo was afraid of being outdone. Li Shuo said these were private matters he didn't want to answer. Zhao Jingxin curiously said if he wouldn't answer, he'd start guessing. Li Shuo passed him the drink, startling Zhao Jingxin, then told him to drink more and talk less. Zhao Jingxin took a sip and said they should both drink and talk, then put down the bottle. He started guessing Li Shuo's favorite positions, suggesting he liked office settings and private spaces surrounded by public environments, then said most of these things he probably wouldn't dare say or try. Li Shuo was shocked, thinking he had guessed everything correctly. Then Zhao Jingxin continued, saying he had guessed correctly. A real man shouldn't cheat. Li Shuo asked embarrassedly why he was guessing these things. Zhao Jingxin said he should ask how he guessed it, explaining it was a probability problem, just random guesses, then told Li Shuo was perfect for beginners. Li Shuo was speechless. Zhao Jingxin continued his deduction, saying Li Shuo had many wild thoughts inside, always deliberately suppressing them, plus liking Cheng Xiu's type. He would be too embarrassed to mention anything slightly unusual. Li Shuo finally couldn't take it anymore, saying he'd leave if Zhao continued talking. Zhao Jingxin quickly grabbed Li Shuo's hand, telling him not to be angry. They were just discussing dates. Li Shuo pulled his hand back, saying he was discussing dates, but Zhao wasn't. Zhao Jingxin continued, offering him an unforgettable opportunity that would conquer him more than 10 perfect dates. Li Shuo deliberately avoided him, saying it was useless talking to someone like him. Zhao Jingxin pressed on, suggesting they follow Li Shuo's plan during the day and his arrangements at night, saying every day with him would be brand new. Li Shuo thought being with someone bold and romantic would indeed be passionate, but felt he didn't like being led by the nose. Just as he was thinking about his achievements, he remembered being dumped this morning and smiled bitterly. Then told Zhao Jingxin he didn't doubt what he said, just wasn't in the mood to discuss it. Zhao Jingxin ate while saying he understood, then asked if he wanted to talk about his relationship failures. Hearing this, Li Shuo picked up his drink, saying he really couldn't understand why his relationships always failed. Zhao Jingxin continued, saying it was because he chose the wrong person. Li Shuo called that statement nonsense. Zhao Jingxin explained that domestic types like Li Qingxiu weren't suitable for him, as he only wanted a stable life. Li Shuo stayed silent. Zhao Jingxin continued, saying his thinking was wrong from the start. If he didn't love someone enough, let alone being inexperienced in intimate matters, an amicable breakup was inevitable. Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jingxin, wanting to hear what kind of person he thought would suit him. Zhao Jingxin passed him a drink, saying someone who could let him be himself would be suitable, like himself. Li Shuo took the drink and told Zhao Jingxin his type was only suitable for casual affairs. Zhao Jingxin pushed down Li Shuo's glass, suggesting they start with that, saying it wouldn't be a bad thing. Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jingxin, saying he kept steering the conversation that way and didn't want to talk anymore. He put his glass down heavily on the table, standing up, saying it's dark, let's go back, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxin called out to Li Shuo and put his hand on his shoulder. After sitting down, Zhao Jingxin questioned what Li Shuo was avoiding, asking if he was afraid of him. Li Shuo said no. Zhao Jingxin continued, saying he clearly had feelings for him, but pretended not to. Before, his excuse was having a boyfriend, but now that he's single, what excuse would he use? Li Shuo pushed Zhao Jingxin away, thinking he couldn't stay any longer. At this moment, Zhao Jingxin looked at Li Shuo tenderly. His hand slowly reached over, exploring around Li Shuo's inner thigh. Li Shuo's legs were trembling continuously. Then he shouted at Zhao Jingxin in embarrassment, grabbing Zhao Jingxin's hand firmly. Zhao Jingxin turned his head, telling Li Shuo to feel it properly, saying it was free anyway. Li Shuo helplessly grabbed his hand. Under the dim light, only 2 deep sounds could be heard. Li Shuo lay weakly in Zhao Jingxin's arms. Zhao Jingxin whispered in Li Shuo's ear that no one would see them doing this here, asking if he liked it. His fingers gently lifted Li Shuo's chin, telling him to enjoy it fully and stop suppressing his 34-year-old self. They embraced each other, Those deep sounds were heard again. Li Shuo wanted to push Zhao Jingxing away, thinking this was probably the most daring and embarrassing thing he'd ever done, in a corner of a small pub in this strange city, with only a table providing minimal cover. After hesitating, Li Shuo felt in his heart. It was exhilarating, so he slowly closed his eyes, quietly enjoying the sensation. They sat down close together, Zhao Jingxing wiping his hands while looking at the shy Uncle Li. Li Shuo nervously said he was really bold. Zhao Jingxing looked at Li Shuo and said he liked it though. Li Shuo said it was okay. Hearing this, Zhao Jingxing seductively licked his fingers. Li Shuo turned his head away in embarrassment. Zhao Jingxing pressed Li Shuo, asking if he'd be a man and go to a hotel with him, or be a coward and go home to sleep. Li Shuo thought for a moment, looking at Zhao Jingxing, realizing they could only satisfy each other. Zhao Jingxing looked at Li Shuo expectantly. Li Shuo finally decided to go to the hotel with Zhao Jingxing. The night hotel exuded an alluring atmosphere. Li Shuo softly called out Jingxing. Jingxing's hands kept exploring Li Shuo's body. Li Shuo thought this domineering Zhao Jingxing was completely different from his usual playful self. Zhao Jingxing buried his head in Li Shuo's shoulder, whispering to go to bed. Li Shuo was completely lost in the moment. Zhao Jingxing removed Uncle Li's shirt, letting it fall to the floor, seductively saying Uncle Li was sexy. They lay on the bed, Li Shuo on top of Zhao Jingxing, timidly calling his name. Zhao Jingxing responded seductively. Li Shuo suddenly thought about what if their families found out, and remembering Cheng Xiu's situation, he hesitated. Zhao Jingxing's face showed displeasure. One hand around Li Shuo's neck, the other lifting his chin, asking what's wrong. Li Shuo uncertainly asked if this was right. Zhao Jingxing pulled Li Shuo's face closer, saying he'd been dumped already, why stay chase for him, then softly moved to Li Shuo's lips, saying it was nothing. Their lips almost touching, Zhao Jingxing asked why not dare if he wanted it. Li Shuo looked into Zhao Jingxing's eyes, explaining it wasn't about daring. Before Li Shuo could finish, Zhao Jingxing pressed him down forcefully. Zhao Jingxing flipped over, switching their positions. Zhao Jingxing leaned down and called out Uncle Li. Li Shuo responded softly. They gazed into each other's eyes tenderly. Zhao Jingxing, recalling Li Shuo's words about it not being about courage, asked if that was true. Li Shuo sat up saying, "What else?" Zhao Jingxing took the chance to embrace him. The intimate atmosphere had reached its peak. Li Shuo was breathing heavily with a blushing face. Zhao Jingxing lowered his head, telling Li Shuo he'd always said he wanted him, asking if Li Shuo didn't believe it. Li Shuo nervously looked at Zhao Jingxing, wondering if he seriously wanted him. He asked Zhao Jingxing if he was joking, but Zhao Jingxing said he wasn't. Then calling him baby, he explained that when he said Li Shuo hadn't experienced extreme pleasure before, it was because he was meant to be loved. If they didn't try, they might never know what they could have. He then pressed Li Shuo beneath him, but Li Shuo apologized to Zhao Jingxing, saying he wouldn't do it. Zhao Jingxing continued pressing Li Shuo, explaining he was good at reading people. He wanted Li Shuo to try, saying he didn't believe Li Shuo was never curious. Li Shuo turned his head aside, saying curiosity doesn't mean you have to try, and asked if Zhao Jingxing wasn't curious too. With Li Shuo holding his chin, Zhao Jingxing answered that of course he was curious. Hearing this, Li Shuo told Zhao Jingxing to trust him and let him satisfy his curiosity. Zhao Jingxing replied that if possible, he would certainly trust Uncle Li. Li Shuo suddenly froze, asking what he meant. It turned out Zhao Jingxing had a congenital blood clotting problem, making it difficult to stop bleeding when injured, though he said he was still perfect. Zhao Jingxing continued, asking if Uncle Li could bear it. Could he guarantee not to hurt him? Li Shuo's eyes showed disappointment, half believing his words. Zhao Jingxing suddenly leaned in and softly kissed Li Shuo's cheek. Then he told Li Shuo he wasn't lying. Though he really liked him and wanted to be with him, he couldn't do what Li Shuo wanted. Hearing this, Li Shuo realized he wanted to conquer him his way. He pushed him away, saying forget it, he couldn't do it. Zhao Jingxing persisted, asking why he was so resistant. Li Shuo said awkwardly that Zhao Jingxing was so much younger than him. Zhao Jingxing moved closer, whispering in Li Shuo's ear why age mattered. What mattered most was their current feelings, especially since Li Shua wanted him. Li Shua hesitated, then said yes. This was God's sign that they weren't meant to do anything. He turned his head away, telling Zhao Jingxin he couldn't do it and to get up. Zhao Jingxin's hands tightly gripped the blanket, then relaxed. Reluctantly getting up, he apologized for presuming too much, saying he thought Li Shua had liked him a little. Li Shua explained helplessly that it wasn't about liking or not. As gay men, they should understand some things aren't easy to change or accept, especially at his age. Zhao Jingxin hesitated, suddenly agreeing to Li Shua's request, explaining he didn't care. He just wanted to be with him, then said even if Li Shua didn't like him, he still liked Li Shua. Li Shua gently caressed his cheek, saying he didn't want to hurt him, adding they weren't suitable and shouldn't force it. Zhao Jingxin enjoyed his caress, explaining that he had boasted about giving him the best experience. If he couldn't do it, what kind of love was that? He said that for Li Shua, he didn't care if he got hurt. Li Shua felt complicated hearing these words. Then he pulled him close and affectionately called him silly. As they embraced, Li Shua explained he had promised never to hurt him. Perhaps things moved too fast, and they didn't understand each other well enough, leading to the current awkwardness. He expressed willingness to get to know Zhao Jingxin again. After speaking, he held Zhao Jingxin in his arms. Zhao Jingxin contentedly said Uncle Li was so gentle. Then Zhao Jingxin suddenly changed his expression, saying he wanted to take a shower and return to the villa. Actually, Zhao Jingxin suddenly found this situation quite interesting. After they returned to the villa, Zhao Jingxin hugged Li Shua from behind, saying he wanted to sleep together. But Li Shua said they'd better not. After speaking, he thought about how frustrating it was to have something within reach, but unable to take it, and didn't want to struggle anymore. Zhao Jingxin had to agree, then kissed Li Shua's lips, saying he would dream of him tonight. He said see you tomorrow and turned back to his room. But just as Li Shua was about to close the door, Zhao Jingxin blocked it with his right hand, saying wait. Looking at Li Shua with longing eyes, he still wanted to sleep together. Li Shua turned back and looked at him helplessly. Sighing, thinking he couldn't do anything about him, he hesitated for a moment, suddenly feeling his heart beating rapidly. He reached out to Zhao Jingxin, saying come on. Zhao Jingxin immediately became happy like a child, hugging him and saying Uncle Li was the best. Li Shua cautiously told him not here. Now in bed, Zhao Jingxin clung tightly to Li Shua. While caressing Zhao Jingxin's face, Li Shua said they needed to wake up early tomorrow to return to New York, telling him to stop fooling around. Zhao Jingxin, nestled in Li Shua's arms, asked if he could sleep. Li Shua turned around and told him he could sleep just by closing his eyes. Zhao Jingxin obediently listened, then reached around from behind Li Shua, slowly taking his hand. Softly said good night, and they fell asleep embracing. The next morning, Li Shua was still lying in bed, not yet awake. Suddenly slowly opening his eyes, he called out Jingxin. Getting up, he found him gone, feeling somewhat disappointed, wondering when Zhao Jingxin had left. Suddenly his phone rang. After answering, he asked who it was. The caller rudely asked where Li Qingxiu was. Li Shua held the phone aside to listen, thinking it must be Xiao Kun. He questioned why Xiao Kun would ask him, and Xiao Kun said Qingxiu was missing. Li Shua cursed Xiao Kun as a beast while asking where Qingxiu might have gone. Xiao Kun said frustratedly that he didn't know, mentioning Qingxiu talked about visiting relatives he'd never mentioned before. Li Shua told Xiao Kun that Qingxiu had no relatives, and if anything happened to him, he wouldn't let it go. He warned Xiao Kun to stop his underhanded tactics, saying he would eventually return to find Qingxiu. As Xiao Kun was about to say something, Li Shua angrily hung up the phone. Li Shua sat on the bed and angrily waved his hand. With a loud crash, the phone fell to the ground and shattered. Li Shua's eyes revealed anger, thinking things with Xiao Kun wouldn't end easily. Meanwhile, the butler reminded Zhao Jingxin that his hand hadn't healed and offered to carry the luggage. Li Shua opened the door to see them struggling. The butler tried to persuade young master, but Zhao Jingxin explained his hand was fine. Li Shua stepped forward to take the luggage, saying he'd carry it. Zhao Jingxin saw how caring Li Shua was. He blew a kiss to him. The butler watched bewildered, not understanding the situation. Zhao Jingxin quickly changed the subject, thanking fourth uncle for his hard work these days, and reminded him not to tell his parents about what just happened. The butler promptly agreed and wished them a safe journey. Li Shua remembered his parents waiting downstairs and prepared to go down. Zhao Jingxin said he ran into fourth uncle when leaving the room this morning, assuring Li Shua that fourth uncle wouldn't gossip about it. Li Shua turned and said that's good, looking relieved. Zhao Jingxing wondered if being with him was something to be so afraid of others knowing. Then he gently hooked his hand with Li Shua's. After returning to New York, Zhao Jingxing smiled at Li Shua, saying he'd need Uncle Li's care. Days later at Ennen Group in New York, Zhao Jingxing asked Director Han about thoughts on the branch's financial software. Director Han preferred internally networked software compatible with headquarters, suggesting using the most common domestic software for convenience and efficiency, then asked for Zhao Jingxing's opinion. Zhao Jingxing said he'd think about it carefully and noted everyone was tired today. As the meeting ended, Director Han offered to treat them to dinner. Zhao Jingxing explained he needed to discuss more with Li Shua, promising to treat next time. Director Han then left. Li Shua lifted his head and sighed in relief. Zhao Jingxing stared at his attractive neckline and gulped. Then he reached out and switched off the room's lights. Li Shua was confused, while Zhao Jingxing stood there watching him, then walked to Li Shua and called out, "Uncle Li." Zhao Jingxing straddled Li Shua's legs. Li Shua joked if he'd had enough to drink. Zhao Jingxing smiled and asked if Li Shua was tired. Li Shua said he was fine and gently asked if Jingxing was tired. While loosening Li Shua's tie, he explained he wasn't tired, just bored, agreeing that Li Shua made sense. Then mentioned that Director Han was just worried that changing the financial software would make it harder for headquarters to evaluate his KPI. Li Shua praised Zhao Jingxing for seeing through Director Han's thoughts. Zhao Jingxing removed Li Shua's tie. While asking Li Shua about which experience he meant, Zhao Jingxing leaned down and kissed his mouth. Li Shua let out muffled moans. After a passionate kiss, Li Shua asked Zhao Jingxing, who was sitting on him, if he wanted to get dinner. Zhao Jingxing told Li Shua he wanted to eat, then gave him another sweet kiss. Li Shua's hands tightly held Zhao Jin's waist, enjoying the sensation. They reluctantly parted their lips. Li Shua lovingly told Zhao Jingxing he'd take him to eat something delicious. But Zhao Jingxing responded that he wanted to experience love in the office too. Li Shua gulped. Zhao Jingxing continued saying not just in the office. There were many exciting places, and asked if he wanted to know. Li Shua held Zhao Jingxing, gently stroking his back, trying to calm him down, so he prepared to get up for dinner. Both were still lingering in the moment. Zhao Jingxing suddenly turned back and called out, "Uncle Li." Li Shua smiled and looked up. Before he could react, Zhao Jingxing couldn't resist kissing him again at the office door. Li Shua helplessly wiped his mouth while Zhao Jingxing giggled. Looking at his adorable expression, Li Shua thought he really couldn't do anything about this guy. They arrived at a lucky hot pot restaurant. Seeing the variety of food, Zhao Jingxing said he rarely visited such lively places. Li Shua mentioned that since he was born and raised in America, their cultural backgrounds were different, adding that he used to eat here most of the time. Zhao Jingxing explained he spent 3 years of high school in Beijing, so he wasn't that different from Li Shua. Li Shua asked why he went back to study then. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingxing said it was because Zhao Fu thought his Chinese characters were ugly and feared he'd forget his roots. Li Shua joked that Uncle was really farsighted. Zhao Jingxing leaned in and asked Li Shua if he could often take him to find good food and fun places. Li Shua said he promised to take good care of him. Zhao Jingxing pressed his hand against the car behind Li Shua, pinning him against it. Asked if there were any other reasons besides that. Li Shua mentioned his parents as well. Zhao Jingxing held Li Shua's chin, asking him to say something nice to comfort him. Clearly feeling Zhao Jingxing's restlessness, he threatened to kiss Li Shua right there if he didn't. At that moment, passers-by looked over at them in surprise. Li Shua felt helpless and took a deep breath. He told Zhao Jingxing that he wanted to take good care of him because he worried about him. Satisfied with the answer, Zhao Jingxing couldn't help but kiss Li Shua, then said sweetly that Uncle Li was the best. Li Shua wiped his mouth, complaining that he broke his promise and didn't follow rules. Zhao Jingxing said it would have been improper not to kiss in such a perfect moment. Li Shua thought no one else could be like Zhao Jingxing, constantly flirting unexpectedly. Every moment together was spent guessing what surprise he'd bring next, whether thrilling, delightful, or heart-stirring. He felt Jingxing was perfect for romance, possessing all the best qualities a lover could have, always creating all the romance, sweetness, excitement, and thrills needed in love. Li Shua felt someone Zhao Jingxing's age shouldn't possess such deadly skills. Lost in thought, he heard Zhao Jingxing call him, pointing at the hot pot restaurant saying they should eat there. Li Shua thought about the hot pot smell that would linger, so he reminded him to consider leaving his coat in the car. Zhao Jingxin declined this kind offer. He felt that since it was his first date with Li Shua, first time eating hot pot here, such an important day, he wanted to keep the fragrant clothes as a memento. Hearing this, Li Shua was stunned, thinking he was truly a natural flirt, every breath exuding pheromones. He said, "Suit yourself." They sat down in the hot pot restaurant. Li Shua watched Zhao Jingxing's cute behavior and asked if he was being childish. Zhao Jingxing pointed at his cheeks with 2 fingers, asking Li Shua if he didn't find him cute. Li Shua looked at him helplessly. He tapped Zhao Jingxing's head with a pen, saying naughty, while thinking he was both sexy and cute, like a bewitching spirit. Just then, a man came over to greet Zhao Jingxing. Zhao Jingxing stood up, saying, "What a coincidence." The man turned to look at Li Shua, sizing him up. Li Shua stood up to greet him. Zhao Jingxing moved to block Li Shua, explaining he was a friend's son of his father, telling the man not to misunderstand. The man said don't pretend, because he had seen them getting close earlier and knew Jingxing always liked older men. Zhao Jingxing asked how he knew about his preferences. The man stammered, then changed the subject, asking wasn't Zhao Jingxing supposed to return at month's end. Zhao Jingxing explained he came back early for family matters. Making an excuse about blocking others' way, he said they'd chat another time. Zhao Jingxing turned to explain to Li Shua that he wasn't close with his former classmate, asking him not to mind. Li Shua said it was fine, then asked if he was originally planning to return at month's end. Zhao Jingxing said yes, then asked Li Shua if their first meeting wasn't great fate. Li Shua turned his head, agreeing with him. Zhao Jingxing wondered if Li Shua had discovered something. Li Shua was marking menu items, while asking if Zhao Jingxing always liked older men. Zhao Jingxing sat down, explaining he indeed liked mature men. Li Shua glanced at him, then lowered his head, telling Zhao Jingxing he seemed quite skilled at handling mature men, clearly experienced. Thinking he must have had many practice partners before, no wonder he dared to flirt and often took the initiative. Zhao Jingxing called out Uncle Li, saying he sounded jealous. Li Shua looked at him, thinking it was good. He just smiled. Zhao Jingxing held Li Shua's chin, saying he knew what he was thinking. He explained to Li Shua that he liked his type because he loved the maturity and elegance that age brought, then stated that Li Shua was different from everyone else in the world. He continued telling Li Shua that his past relationship experiences only used was to help him treat Li Shua better and more carefully. Looking at such sincere Zhao Jingxing, Li Shua thought about his casual assumptions, knowing he wasn't usually one to be mean. Could he really be jealous? While holding Zhao Jingxing's hand, he thought that even with affection, he shouldn't be jealous. Perhaps earlier he was just confirming his long-held wariness and suspicions. Realizing his narrow-mindedness, he explained to Zhao Jingxing he didn't mean it that way. Zhao Jingxing believed he was unintentional. Their fingers intertwined. Zhao Jingxing said he inherently lacked reserved genes, so it was normal for Li Shua to find him unreliable. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with pursuing someone he liked. Moreover, Zhao Jingxing felt Li Shua would eventually fall for him. Their fingers intertwined tightly as they gazed at each other lovingly. After dinner, Li Shua drove Zhao Jingxing to his apartment parking lot. While unbuckling his seatbelt, Zhao Jingxing asked if he wanted to come up. Li Shua declined, saying he had work to do. Zhao Jingxing saw through Li Shua's thoughts, knowing he had nothing to do and was just avoiding him. Li Shua guiltily turned his head away. Zhao Jingxing explained that regarding the top/bottom issue, it really wasn't something to worry about. He leaned over Li Shua, expressing willingness to put Li Shua's preferences first. Li Shua hesitated, remembering Zhao Jingxing's condition. Knowing what he was thinking, Zhao Jingxing pressed against him, explaining only external injuries would trigger it, and trusted Li Shua wouldn't hurt him. Li Shua said he was touched, about to say but. Zhao Jingxing looked at Li Shua with yearning eyes, wanting to be with him, wanting Li Shua to be his every moment. Zhao Jingxing whispered in Li Shua's ear, asking if he understood this feeling. Before Li Shua could respond, Zhao Jingxing held his waist, reassuring him that he wouldn't force him to do anything unwilling, then said they didn't have to go all the way, asking Li Shua to come upstairs. Li Shua was already losing himself in Zhao Jingxing's yearning pleas, so he agreed to his request. They arrived at the main elevator. Zhao Jingxing suddenly said living on the top floor wasn't so great. Li Shua didn't seem to understand his meaning. Zhao Jingxing pressed the button for the 20th floor. He turned and pressed Li Shua against the elevator wall, arms around him, saying the elevator took too long. Li Shua comforted him, it was just 10 seconds. Zhao Jingxing said it still felt too long because he couldn't resist kissing him. Li Shua remained silent, suddenly feeling that with age, he thought passion had gone, life would continue smoothly. Li Shua mentioned there were cameras, telling Zhao Jingxing to wait until they reached the room. But Zhao Jingxing was clearly impatient. Li Shua realized that since meeting Zhao Jingxing, he'd experienced the burning sweetness of love and sensual stimulation only found in youth. He realized that supposed tranquility was just because he hadn't met the right person. With Zhao Jingxing, he'd been restraining himself, trying not to be overwhelmed by passion, but Zhao Jingxing kept advancing. Zhao Jingxing pressed the elevator button again. Li Shua thought Li Chengxiu's existence was his safety lock. Now that safety lock was gone, there was nothing to hold back anymore. Thinking this, Li Shua pulled Zhao Jingxing close. After kissing passionately, Zhao Jingxing tugged at Li Shua's clothes, sweetly saying Uncle Li. So sweet, then the elevator door opened. The elevator had reached the basement level, unusually quiet. Unable to contain their passion anymore, Zhao Jingxing kicked Li Shua's fallen coat aside, then pressed Li Shua down, rubbing against his body with only heavy breathing heard. Li Shua lay on the ground, Zhao Jingxing's head buried deep in his chest, both fully enjoying this moment. After an intense moment, Zhao Jingxing called out, Uncle Li, saying he wasn't satisfied yet. Li Shua looked at Zhao Jingxing with hazy eyes. Zhao Jingxing knew he wasn't satisfied either, so he slipped his hand under Li Shua's clothes. While kissing him, he told Li Shua that his body hadn't been properly explored. If he'd trust himself to him, he'd show him that his past experiences were child's play. Zhao Jingxing wanted Li Shua to think about him every day. Li Shua propped himself up. With one move, he pinned Zhao Jingxing beneath him, then leaned down and told Zhao Jingxing it's a shame he wasn't in sales. Holding Li Shua's face, Zhao Jingxing said money couldn't compare to Li Shua's charm, and he knew Li Shua's resistance came from fear. Li Shua asked what fear he meant. Zhao Jingxing answered, fear that what he said was true. While caressing Zhao Jingxing's body, Li Shua admitted being a bit curious. He joked about whether he could claim compensation if Zhao Jingxing was bluffing. Zhao Jingxing replied he'd give himself as compensation, then said Li Shua could do anything to him if he didn't like it. Zhao Jingxing stuck out his tongue and licked Li Shua's hand, continuing to say if he liked it. Li Shua looked at Zhao Jingxing curiously, waiting to hear what came next. Sure enough, Zhao Jingxing's request was for Li Shua to be his. Li Shua moved closer, thinking the conditions benefited him either way. Zhao Jingxing believed he was worth Li Shua's pride. Li Shua gently kissed his forehead, telling Zhao Jingxing he was worth anyone's pride, then suddenly stood up, saying he wasn't easily fooled, but would consider it as a reward for Zhao Jingxing's performance today. Zhao Jingxing watched Li Shua, thinking someday he'd win him over completely. He pulled Li Shua into his arms, saying wait and see. Their hands clasped tightly, reluctant to part. Zhao Jingxing wanted Li Shua to stay the night, but was refused. He asked him to stay a bit longer. Later, when Li Shua got home, his mother asked if he was hungry. He said he'd eaten well with Jingxing. Sitting beside his mother, he curiously asked what book she was reading. Seeing her hesitate while looking at him, he asked what was wrong. His mother pointed at his neck, asking if he hadn't noticed. Li Shua was completely confused. Li Shua touched his neck, thinking how Jingxing had left marks. His mother asked if he'd broken up with his boyfriend from China. She had guessed from his mood changes since returning. She blamed herself for making Li Shua too handsome, causing endless romance but no stability, asking if it was her fault. Li Shua said he was puzzled too. Everything had been going well. Before he could finish, his mother interrupted, saying they should consult a fortune teller. Li Shua said not to be superstitious. Fortune tellers wouldn't deal with gay relationships. His mother said if he wouldn't go, he should give her a recently worn piece of clothing, saying it would be more accurate. Li Shua looked at his mother in shock. As he prepared to get clothes from his room, his mother reminded him to choose something intimate. Just then, Li Shua's phone rang. It was a message from Xiang Ning, saying there was no news about Chengxiu yet. They were still searching. He also mentioned some company matters. Li Shua thought Xiao Kun must be too busy to cause trouble now. He planned to return to China once things cleared up, only hoping for Chengxiu's safety. In the Innan Group's conference room, Li Shua asked President Zhao if there was anything else he wanted to understand better. President Zhao said the terms were fine, and they should proceed as planned. He praised how much was accomplished in such a short time, saying the younger generation was impressive. Li Shuo thanked him for his support, saying he and Jingxin would follow up on the contract details. Zhao Jingxin stared at Li Shuo. He quickly said he'd learn well from brother Li. Li Shuo nervously said he didn't deserve such praise, thinking this guy kept staring at him without restraint. President Zhao said there was nothing else and let them go. After leaving, Zhao Jingxin said this might be the fastest contract his father had ever negotiated, especially for a first collaboration. Li Shuo adjusted his tie, saying efficiency benefits everyone. Zhao Jingxin watched his movement. He reached behind Li Shuo, pulling him into the break room, asking if he was thirsty after talking so much. Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jingxin, wondering if he was planning something intimate in the break room again. Something embarrassing. While getting water, Zhao Jingxin said Li Shuo really surprised him today. Li Shuo looked around asking why. Zhao Jingxin explained his father was notoriously difficult in business, bringing the water over. He continued saying Li Shuo perfectly matched his father's temperament, something even he couldn't always manage. He handed the water to Li Shuo, then leaned in to ask what other sides of him hadn't he discovered yet. Li Shuo said it would be a waste of his years of experience if he couldn't handle basic negotiations. Leaning aside, he explained that Uncle Zhao saw him as a junior with family connections, naturally being lenient. So without principal issues, the contract negotiation was naturally quick. Hearing Li Shuo's explanation, Zhao Jingxin said he had underestimated himself. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. He told Li Shuo, who was drinking water, how much he wanted to strip off his suit during the serious negotiations. Hearing this, Li Shuo quickly put down his water, covering Zhao Jingxin's mouth with his hand. The break room door wasn't fully closed, with the busy office area right outside. They were clearly visible to anyone outside. Li Shuo covered Zhao Jingxin's mouth, saying he couldn't be serious for even 3 minutes. Zhao Jingxin playfully replied exactly, then stuck out his tongue, licking Li Shuo's hand covering his mouth. Li Shuo immediately blushed and quickly removed his hand. Zhao Jingxin teased that if he wasn't being serious, shouldn't he be punished? Covering his own mouth, he suggested an hour's punishment, not gently. Li Shuo didn't believe he could do it, so Zhao Jingxin proposed timing it, offering to pay Li Shuo 1 million for every minute under and get an extra kiss for every minute over. Li Shuo looked at this cunning tease, suddenly smiled, then whispered in Zhao Jingxin's ear, "Don't worry about steaming or braising before catching the fish." He kissed Zhao Jingxin's cheek and turned to leave. Started to walk away. Zhao Jingxin touched his cheek, lost in the moment, then asked where Li Shuo was going. Li Shuo said he hadn't exercised in a while and wanted to play squash. In the gym club's locker room, Li Shuo was about to change while Zhao Jingxin stood aside, sneaking glances. Li Shuo turned around and told Zhao Jingxin to look carefully if he wanted to see so badly. Li Shuo slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing perfect abs, then with a click, undid his belt. Zhao Jingxin's heart raced as he watched Li Shuo. He felt too shy to look. Li Shuo lifted his leg to remove his pants. Zhao Jingxin kept swallowing as he watched. As Li Shuo put on his sports shirt, Zhao Jingxin couldn't help calling out Uncle Li, then reached for Li Shuo's waist. He pulled Li Shuo into his embrace from behind. Looking at Li Shuo lovingly, he said he was quite naughty. Li Shuo replied this was punishment for the little demon Zhao Jingxin. Then Zhao Jingxin lifted Li Shuo up. Li Shuo's legs wrapped around Zhao Jingxin's waist. After some pushing, Li Shuo was pressed against the wall, calling Zhao Jingxin's name longingly. Zhao Jingxin told Li Shuo he really wanted him. Li Shuo felt this wasn't enough. He knew they needed something more intense, more primal, something more vulgar to ease their desire for each other. When he lowered his head to kiss Zhao Jingxin, he wondered if he should try being passive due to Zhao Jingxin's condition. As they were getting heated, 2 people suddenly appeared, looking at them in shock. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. The 2 people said to continue and quickly fled the scene. They picked up their rackets, acting casual as they prepared to play. Zhao Jingxin suddenly asked what happens if he loses or wins. Li Shuo chuckled, saying if he lost, he'd fulfill Zhao Jingxin's request. Zhao Jingxin didn't expect this response. He leaned in saying deal. Li Shuo felt uneasy, blaming himself for speaking without thinking because his mind was on these things. He felt Jingxin was taking it seriously. He told Jingxin he played at a professional level in college, saying Jingxin wouldn't win. Zhao Jingxing said they wouldn't know without trying. Li Shuo warmed up, saying he'd keep his word, then added that if Zhao Jingxing lost, he'd have to grant him any condition. Zhao Jingxing readily agreed. After one game, Zhao Jingxing sat down with his head lowered. Li Shuo asked if he accepted the loss. Seeing no response from Zhao Jingxing, Li Shuo anxiously asked if he was angry. He walked behind Zhao Jingxing, thinking he was tired, and said he should accept the loss, suggesting another round where he could play with his other hand. Zhao Jingxing stood up and softly said no need. Li Shuo looked at him, wondering if he was really angry, thinking this wasn't like his usual self, then worriedly called out Jingxing. Zhao Jingxing stood there silently, so he walked forward to comfort him. Just as his hand touched Zhao Jingxing's shoulder, he saw tears rolling down his cheeks. Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jingxing helplessly, confused about why he was acting this way. He gently wiped the tears from Zhao Jingxing's eyes, saying, "Baby, why are you crying?" He pressed his forehead against Zhao Jingxing's, comforting him, saying it was Uncle Li's fault, but didn't understand why he was crying, thinking he had hurt Zhao Jingxing's pride. Wondering if he had been too harsh, tears streamed down Zhao Jingxing's cheeks. It turned out Zhao Jingxing thought Li Shuo had been playing with him. Li Shuo straightened up, not understanding why he thought that. Zhao Jingxing thought about how he'd been chasing after Li Shuo, and asked if he looked stupid loving him without getting anything in return. Li Shuo heard his words and leaned forward. Hugging the crying Zhao Jingxing, he apologized and explained he never meant for him to think that way. He swore he wasn't playing games, but admitted he hadn't properly considered his feelings and felt guilty. Thinking back from when they met until now, it was true that Zhao Jingxing had been chasing him. He had always seen Zhao Jingxing as someone who could take it, especially while recovering from a previous relationship. He realized he had gone too far in enjoying this relationship while his emotions were unsettled. Li Shuo hugged Zhao Jingxing tightly, feeling remorseful. Zhao Jingxing called out Uncle Li and asked if he had any feelings for him at all. Li Shuo's heart told him he did. Zhao Jingxing looked up and said that was good. Li Shuo thought he wasn't ready for a serious relationship, and Zhao Jingxing's background, age, and personality were all concerns. But he knew he liked this young man. He thought separating now might be good, as he needed to think independently and calmly about their relationship. Li Shuo sat at his bedroom desk covered with documents, staring absent-mindedly at his phone beside the computer. He was wondering whether to call Zhao Jingxing, but didn't know what to say. He thought about not taking Jingxing home earlier, afraid of awkwardness on the way. Now Li Shuo felt it might be time to let go of the past and start anew. It wasn't fair to Zhao Jingxing if he kept thinking about Li Qingshou. He couldn't force anyone's feelings or keep dwelling on the past. Thinking about how Zhao Jingxing was 11 years younger, outgoing, seemingly not the faithful type, and their fathers being friends could make things awkward if the relationship went wrong. But then he thought he wasn't someone who compromised with social conventions. No matter how playful Jingxing was, if he was charming enough, he was confident he could keep him. Besides, his parents would understand since he hadn't done anything wrong. It's all up to human effort. What determines longevity isn't measurable conditions, but personality and love. When you want to date someone, just date them without overthinking. As Li Shuo was thinking, his mother called him to open the door. She had consulted a fortune teller for him, who was supposedly very accurate. After opening the door, Li Shuo asked his mother what the master said. His mother told him the master said he was destined for great wealth and nobility. This wasn't what Li Shuo wanted to know, so he just said, "Oh." His mother's focus was actually on marriage. The master said Li Shuo would find someone born in the year of the goat. Though there would be some relationship troubles, they would eventually live happily together. They would be 1 year older than Li Shuo. Li's father walked over and said they might also be 11 years younger. Li Shuo repeated 11 years emphatically. His mother thought to herself, wondering if all men preferred younger partners. Li Shuo turned his head, cleared his throat, and said such things should happen naturally. Then he thought about the 11-year gap, wondering if it really meant Zhao Jingxing. Could it be destined? The next day at Yunjing Gallery, Li Shuo thought about how 24 hours had passed since they parted, and Jingxing still hadn't contacted him. He thought he must have really hurt him. Just then, his father walked over and asked about these embroideries. He said they were great and expressed interest in collecting a piece featuring the goat zodiac, asking staff to take it down for him. His father asked why the sudden interest. Li Shuo explained that since his mother told him to take things seriously yesterday, he'd start by buying a goat. He then excused himself, saying he had a contract to handle. Li Shuo held his new collection piece, thinking about how it was the weekend. He had come to find Jingxing. Jingxing saw him through the security camera and said, "Why is Uncle Li here?" Li Shua greeted him, gesturing if he could come in. Before he could finish, Jingxing opened the door to let him in. Walking into the room, Li Shua smelled alcohol, wondering if he had been drinking yesterday or this morning. Just then, Zhao Jingxing asked why he came without calling first. Zhao Jingxing walked out barefoot. While drying his hair, he said he was a mess. Seeing him barefoot and shirtless, Li Shua closed the door while reminding him it was cold and he might catch a cold without shoes. Zhao Jingxing glumly said he wouldn't. Seeing his state, Li Shua thought yesterday's events weren't resolved yet. So he took out the prepared gift, saying he came to apologize. Zhao Jingxing walked over shirtless, saying there was nothing to apologize for. Li Shua approached him, whispering near his ear, explaining that he needed to apologize for making him sad. Zhao Jingxing stood there silently, glancing at Li Shua from the corner of his eye. He suddenly pulled Li Shua into his embrace, saying it was okay, and said it was all his own willing choice. Feeling Zhao Jingxing's warm embrace, Li Shua thought about how good he was in every way, wondering why he was still hesitating. His own concerns had hurt him, so he decided to start taking their relationship seriously from now on. Li Shua gently stroked Zhao Jingxing's head, caringly telling him to put on clothes before drying his hair to avoid catching a cold. Zhao Jingxing happily said he wanted to see the gift first, curious about what it might be. Li Shua told him to open it himself. Li Shua took the clothes and helped drape them over him. Zhao Jingxing joked, asking if it was a mermaid costume. After opening it, Zhao Jingxing exclaimed how beautiful it was. Li Shua explained that since his name contained the character for well, and he was born in the year of the goat, it was perfect for him. Zhao Jingxing felt Li Shua's thoughtfulness and expressed how much he liked it. As he was thinking where to hang it, Li Shua said they had plenty of time to consider that, and told him to dry his hair first. Zhao Jingxing leaned against Li Shua, asking Uncle Li to help dry his hair. Li Shua told him to put on clothes first, then went to get the hair dryer. Li Shua helped dry Zhao Jingxing's hair with the dryer, while Zhao Jingxing wrapped his arms around his waist, enjoying the feeling. Then a smile appeared on his lips. His hands unconsciously moved inside Li Shua's collar. While drying his hair, Li Shua gently said, "Don't mess around." Zhao Jingxing disobediently breathed inside his clothes, then said no. He became even bolder, moving his hand to Li Shua's belt area. Li Shua called him little troublemaker and asked if he could behave. Zhao Jingxing replied that being called that, it would be a waste to behave. Hearing his twisted logic, Li Shua told him to put his hands behind his back. Zhao Jingxing asked curiously what he'd get in return. Li Shua said affectionately that if he behaved, he'd cook something delicious for him. Zhao Jingxing quickly put his hands behind his back. At this moment, Zhao Jingxing's perfect upper body lines were exposed before Li Shua. Then he said Uncle Li must keep his promise. Li Shua nodded, thinking how these moments with Zhao Jingxing were exactly what he had hoped for before, and now they were suddenly real. While drying Zhao Jingxing's hair, he wondered how many more surprises Jingxing would bring him. As he thought this, he looked tenderly at Jingxing. Jingxing's leg kept rubbing against his. Li Shua put down the hairdryer, suddenly pushed Zhao Jingxing down onto the bed. They remained in this position, one above the other, when Zhao Jingxing suddenly said he'd call for help. Li Shua replied, "Let's see who comes to save you." They both burst into laughter, and Zhao Jingxing suddenly hugged Li Shua, saying he really liked Uncle Li. Li Shua's heart raced, and his face turned red again. Then they embraced and kissed. Li Shua hummed softly while his hands explored Jingxing's body. Their legs continuously rubbed against each other. Li Shua raised his head, face flushed, and called out Jingxing. While Zhao Jingxing was kissing his neck, he suddenly stopped upon hearing Li Shua call his name. Then he pushed Li Shua away and sat up. Li Shua asked what was wrong. Zhao Jingxing said they should stop, as it would make things harder. Li Shua hesitated before saying they didn't have to go all the way. Finally, Zhao Jingxing told Li Shua that he could, but he himself couldn't. Zhao Jingxing got up to drink water, while Li Shua remained stunned. Looking at Zhao Jingxing's back, Li Shua thought about this youth with perfect looks and physique, who had been circling around him with such passionate love. What more could he ask for? Then Zhao Jingxing said he was hungry and wanted to cook something. He asked if Li Shua wanted to try his cooking. Li Shua couldn't believe he could cook. After eating, they cuddled on the sofa. Zhao Jingxing asked if it was good, and Li Shua said it was great. Zhao Jingxing whispered in Li Shua's ear, explaining he wanted to give Li Shua one more reason to fall in love with him. As Zhao Jingxing's hand slowly moved along Li Shua's thigh, Li Shua grabbed his hand, telling him to just talk and keep his hand still. Zhao Jingxing smiled mischievously and said he wasn't misbehaving. As he tried to lean in to kiss Li Shua secretly held him tight. They remained in this standoff. Li Shua raised an eyebrow as if he had thought of something, then suddenly released his hands, pushing Jingxing. Jingxing, caught off guard, fell towards Li Shua. Li Shua flipped over and pinned Zhao Jingxing down, tickling his stomach while asking if he really wasn't misbehaving. Zhao Jingxing, pinned down and being tickled, laughed, saying Uncle Li was so mean. Li Shua threatened to ask if he would still misbehave. Zhao Jingxing said of course he would, then forcefully flipped over to pin Li Shua down and kissed him. After a series of kisses, Zhao Jingxing softly begged Uncle Li if they could. Li Shua's face turned red. A moment of hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxing said forget it, then prepared to get up. Li Shua propped himself up, looking at Zhao Jingxing's disappointed expression. Suddenly feeling helpless, thinking this was the second time today, Li Shua suddenly grabbed Zhao Jingxing's hand, saying he gave in, calling him such a persistent person. Zhao Jingxing happily called out Uncle Li. Li Shua looked firmly at Zhao Jingxing, saying let's do it. Zhao Jingxing pounced on Li Shua, pinning him down. Li Shua admitted defeat to his persistence, then after hesitating, decided to give Zhao Jingxing a chance to prove himself. Zhao Jingxing could no longer contain his passion, not even waiting for Li Shua to finish talking about punishment for poor technique. He said he wouldn't let Li Shua regret it, then leaned down to kiss him. They embraced intimately, Zhao Jingxing's hands exploring Li Shua's body. At this moment, Zhao Jingxing held Li Shua's tense hand, saying Uncle Li. After Li Shua relaxed slightly, Zhao Jingxing said to leave everything to him. Then their hands gripped tightly together. At the same time, it was as if a small fish could be heard jumping into the fish tank, then happily swimming through the rings in the tank in and out. After an intense moment, Zhao Jingxing looked at Li Shua pinned beneath him, his cheeks flushed red, and couldn't help praising how beautiful he looked. Li Shua called Zhao Jingxing's name, seemingly wanting more. Zhao Jingxing leaned down again to explore. Li Shua's hands gripped the sheets tightly, crying out no more, but Zhao Jingxing, consumed by passion, wouldn't listen. After some time, in the dark room, Li Shua lay alone in bed. Li Shua slowly opened his eyes, feeling waves of intense pain, thinking about Zhao's incredible stamina, which he couldn't handle. Though reluctant to admit it, Zhao Jingxing had kept his word. That unprecedented experience was shocking, but it felt too wild, because when he was Jingxing's age, he didn't have such stamina. It was terrifying. Thinking about this, Li Shua buried his face in the blanket in embarrassment. Zhao Jingxing came over wearing a robe. Seeing Uncle Li's condition and knowing he was uncomfortable, told him not to move and said he'd bring food to feed him. Li Shua stubbornly said it wasn't that dramatic, he just hadn't slept enough and was too lazy to get up. Zhao Jingxing flopped down beside him, asking if he really wasn't hungry. Li Shua forced himself to stay still and said he wasn't hungry. Zhao Jingxing had a mischievous smile on his face. He jumped onto the bed and slipped under Li Shua's blanket, saying he wanted to check the results. Zhao Jingxing lay on top of Li Shua, asking if he felt good last night. Li Shua blushed and said he never thought he'd be more suited to being passive, since he had always been good at being active before. Zhao Jingxing said it depends on who you're with, then stated Li Shua wasn't suited for being passive, but rather suited to be his person. Li Shua teased him about his big talk. Zhao Jingxing buried his head in Li Shua's shoulder, saying it was true, and told Li Shua not to find anyone else. Li Shua coughed lightly in response, speechless. Then Zhao Jingxing softly asked Li Shua if he knew how many times he climaxed yesterday. Li Shua thought for a moment and said he lost count, but it was many times. Zhao Jingxing affirmed he wasn't bragging, then said Li Shua's body was perfect, most suitable for being explored by a man. At this moment, they couldn't help but kiss each other again. Zhao Jingxing told Uncle Li to stop seducing him. Li Shua hummed in response, thinking if he could continue like this with Zhao Jingxing, it would be wonderful. Li Shua suddenly remembered he needed to return to China next month and told Zhao Jingxing. Zhao Jingxing immediately asked why. Li Shua didn't want to keep delaying his affairs and needed to handle them quickly. He asked Zhao Jingxing if he wanted to go back together. Zhao Jingxing suddenly sat up, saying it was good here, asking Li Shua not to go back. Li Shua was confused by Zhao Jingxing's attitude, saying he would handle things according to the situation, explaining he couldn't stay here forever. Then reminded Zhao Jingxing that the Beijing branch office should be running soon. Zhao Jingxing turned his head and said there was no rush, not so soon. Li Shua yawned, thinking Zhao Jingxing was under pressure, and that's why he didn't want to go back, comforting him not to be afraid, saying he would help him. Zhao Jingxing suddenly hugged Li Shua, explaining he didn't want to work, just wanted to be lazy and eat well with him every day. When Li Shua heard him mention food, he suddenly felt hungry and asked what there was to eat. So, Zhao Jingxing told Li Shua to rest while he would reheat the porridge he just made and bring it to feed him. Li Shua explained he wasn't sick and could get up himself, but Zhao Jingxing said he'd give him one chance. After speaking, he took his phone and left the room, saying he'd be back soon. At this time, he looked at his phone, which showed a successful message sent to Xiao Kun. Soon he brought the heated porridge for Li Shua to eat, but heard running water in the bathroom. He peeked his head toward the bathroom. Li Shua was standing naked in the bathroom, showering. He turned his head and noticed Zhao Jingxing outside. Zhao Jingxing was looking at Li Shua lovingly from the doorway. Li Shua said he was peeping, but Zhao Jingxing explained he wasn't peeping, just openly looking. Hearing this, Li Shua reached out to turn off the shower, took a towel to dry himself, then put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom, teasing Zhao Jingxing to keep looking. Zhao Jingxing complained pitifully that Uncle Li was bullying him. Li Shua comforted him, saying it's not like he hadn't seen before, then asked him to accompany him for dinner, saying he needed to go home afterward. Zhao Jingxing hugged Li Shua from behind, wanting him to stay and not go back. Li Shua looked at the clingy Zhao Jingxing, explaining he had already stayed for 2 days and 1 night. Zhao Jingxing said he would keep thinking about Li Shua when he couldn't see him, and again begged Li Shua to stay longer. Seeing his persistence, Li Shua rubbed his nose, saying, then just think about me, it might be interesting too. Zhao Jingxing pulled Li Shua into his arms again, refusing to let him go. Li Shua helplessly tried to push him aside, but Zhao Jingxing kept holding him and refused to let go, insisting he shouldn't leave. So Li Shua had to agree to this lovesick person's request to stay 1 more night. Just then, Li Shua's phone rang. Zhao Jingxing curiously glanced at it and asked who it was. Li Shua explained it was his partner and asked him to wait. It was Brother Xiang calling to tell him there were 2 pieces of news, one about him and one about Li Qingxiu. He asked Li Shua which one he wanted to hear first. Li Shua originally wanted to hear about Qingxiu, but seeing Zhao Jingxing behind him, he changed his mind and asked to hear his own news. Brother Xiang told him that Ben Hui's legal representative had changed their testimony, saying Li Shua wasn't involved in that incident. Zhao Jingxing seemed lost in thought nearby, as Li Shua happily exclaimed, "That's great." Then Li Shua angrily said he wondered how much money that bastard Xiao Kun paid to obstruct justice like this. Brother Xiang agreed while telling Li Shua he could return any time now. Li Shua said he'd handle the contract with Enin and return by early next month at the latest. Then he asked Brother Xiang about the other news. It turned out Brother Xiang discovered Xiao Kun had gone to Li Qingxiu's hometown because Li Qingxiu sent money every year to the person maintaining his mother's grave so they could track his whereabouts. Hearing this news, Li Shua thought Xiao Kun was still 1 step ahead of him. Brother Xiang comforted him not to worry, saying even if Qingxiu wanted to help him, they needed to find him first. After some pleasantries, they hung up. Then Zhao Jingxing asked what was going on. Li Shua explained they were both good news. One that he could return to China, and the other that there were leads on Li Qingxiu. After hearing Li Shua's explanation, Zhao Jingxing only said congratulations. Li Shua walked over and gently lifted Zhao Jingxing's chin, then bent down to look at Zhao Jingxing, thinking he was jealous. Zhao Jingxing turned his head away without speaking. Looking at Zhao Jingxing's expression, Li Shua seemed to understand his concerns. He stroked Zhao Jingxing's head, comforting him by saying if it weren't for what happened with Qingxiu, they wouldn't be together now. He explained he had never betrayed any relationship. He just felt responsible for Qingxiu and wanted to help him. Zhao Jingxing smiled and said he wasn't that petty. Li Shua understood Zhao Jingxing's meaning and affectionately rested his head against Zhao Jingxing's, saying Qingxiu was a really good person and he'd introduce them when there was a chance. Zhao Jingxing just responded with a sound, seeming lost in thought. Then he got up and pushed Li Shua against the wall, telling him to come find him after eating. Li Shua explained he needed to spend time with his parents too. So he touched Zhao Jingxin's nose and suggested going on a date tomorrow, asking where he wanted to go. Zhao Jingxin grabbed Li Shua's shoulders and said he wanted to do it. Li Shua was speechless at his answer, then fondly stroked his cheek, asking Little Ian where he wanted to do it. Zhao Jingxin said they'd go to the company first tomorrow. After finishing work, he'd take Li Shua to see Zhao Jingxin, being mysterious. Li Shua wanted a kiss before leaving. Zhao Jingxin held Li Shua's neck, asking if Uncle Li would miss him when he left. As Li Shua felt Zhao Jingxin's kisses, he explained he would definitely miss him. Zhao Jingxin asked if he really had to leave, and Li Shua confirmed he did. Zhao Jingxin hugged Li Shua tightly, again expressing his reluctance to part. Li Shua helplessly pushed away the clingy Zhao Jingxin, comforting him that he'd come to the company early tomorrow. Only then did they reluctantly say goodbye until tomorrow. Li Shua returned home and greeted his father. Seeing Li Shua's cheerful demeanor, his father asked if he was in love since Yunjin was given away so quickly. Li Shua explained that yes, it was given away, and as for love, they were still getting to know each other. Li Shua thought to himself that it would be fine to admit it if it were someone else, but with Jingxing it didn't feel right to explain, so he decided to wait a while before saying anything. After hearing Li Shua's words, his father began to worry about Li Shua's marriage prospects. Li Shua explained that he takes every relationship seriously. His father said Li Shua had no issues with his character or personality, and wondered why he always ended up breaking up. Li Shua said he couldn't explain it clearly either, but it definitely wasn't because of infidelity or cheating. He didn't understand it himself. The harder he tried to maintain a relationship, the faster it fell apart. So his father advised him to take control of his life, saying that above all, happiness was most important. Li Shua comforted his father, saying everything depends on fate. Just then, Li Shua's phone rang. As he prepared to answer it, his father asked him to come to the study afterward to discuss the ending contract. Li Shua answered the phone. It was Brother Xiang calling. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Shua asked how things were at the firm. Brother Xiang said everything was fine. Li Shua then asked if the firm had been affected. Brother Xiang admitted there was definitely an impact, explaining that financial professionals are very wary of damage to people's livelihoods. Even though the case would eventually be cleared, outsiders would still have doubts. Li Shua had thought about this issue too. He then asked if Brother Liang, the other partner, had any opinions. Brother Xiang suggested waiting until Li Shua returned to discuss it. After hanging up, Li Shua thought about how Brother Xiang was helping him by managing Brother Liang's concerns. He planned to give up more of the year-end bonus as compensation. But when thinking about the firm's reputation, Zhao Jingxin suddenly came to mind. After collecting himself, he wondered why he suddenly thought of him. He felt bewitched, unable to focus on important matters. He couldn't help but pick up his phone and text Zhao Jingxin, asking what he was doing. Zhao Jingxin immediately replied that he was thinking of him. Li Shua's heart fluttered at that moment. The next day, at Inn Group, Li Shua saw President Zhao and Jingxin and went forward to greet them. Zhao Jingxin turned around, hesitated, then said, "Good morning, Brother Li." President Zhao noticed Li Shua was particularly well-dressed and joked that their female employees' KPIs would surely skyrocket. Li Shua explained that helping improve performance at their Beijing branch would be just as good. After President Zhao left, Zhao Jingxin came over and questioned Li Shua about dressing so attractively while accusing him of being improper. Li Shua explained he was just wearing a new suit. Zhao Jingxin smirked mischievously. "The new clothes will have to come off anyway." Hearing Zhao Jingxin's comment about taking off the new clothes, Li Shua covered his mouth, telling him to mind his words in public, and reminded him about meeting the lawyer. Zhao Jingxin said seeing him made him not want to do anything except intimate things. Li Shua pushed him away, saying, "Don't fool around. Let's handle business first." Zhao Jingxin had to agree. In Zhao Jingxin's office, Li Shua held some documents and mentioned several points that needed revision. Then he looked at Zhao Jingxin, asking if young President Zhao thought it was feasible. Zhao Jingxin said there was no problem. They would revise as Mr. Li suggested. Then, pretending to be serious, he asked President Li if there were any other terms to modify. While Li Shua was saying they could sign once the revisions were done, he felt Zhao Jingxin's leg constantly rubbing against his under the table. Zhao Jingxin looked at Li Shua affectionately, praising him for being straightforward. Li Shua helplessly said President Zhao was exaggerating. The assistant said the new contract would be ready soon and asked them to wait a moment. Then suddenly asked President Zhao if President Xiao's investment funds had arrived. When he heard President Xiao mentioned, Li Shua turned his head toward the assistant in confusion. Zhao Jingxin casually said it should have arrived and that he would check later. He secretly glanced at Li Shua. Li Shua thoughtfully said it was rare to hear news about Xiao. What a coincidence. When the contract was ready, Li Shua politely said to Zhao Jingxin, President Zhao, it's a pleasure working with you. Zhao Jingxin extended his hand and said likewise. The two shook hands amicably. Zhao Jingxin suddenly pulled hard, drawing Li Shua into his arms. Li Shua then said now that work was done, he asked Zhao Jingxin where he wanted to go for their date. Zhao Jingxin said he'd take him somewhere he'd like. Li Shua wondered curiously where they would go. Then Zhao Jingxin reached out and locked the door with a click. He looked at Li Shua lovingly and said, right here in the office. Li Shua remarked that he was quite daring. Zhao Jingxin lifted Li Shua up, saying mischievously that he was daring in every way. They embraced each other at that moment. Zhao Jingxin carried Li Shua and placed him on the office desk. Then he reached out to remove Li Shua's pants. With one forceful movement, Li Shua let out a muffled cry, and Zhao Jingxin asked if Uncle Li liked it. Li Shua's hands gripped the nearby blinds tightly, repeatedly calling out Jingxin, followed by another low growl. After their passionate encounter, Zhao Jingxin held Li Shua on his lap and asked if he was satisfied. He then asked if Li Shua was tired and wanted a rest, but Li Shua said he wasn't tired and asked where they would go next. Seeing Li Shua could still walk, Zhao Jingxin thought he wasn't satisfied and reached out again, but Li Shua quickly stopped him, saying no more. After Zhao Jingxin laughed heartily, Li Shua mentioned that it was Zhao Jingxin's mother's birthday at the end of the month and wanted Zhao Jingxin to accompany him to an art exhibition. Understanding Li Shua's intention, Zhao Jingxin praised him. At Mrs. Zhao's 50th birthday celebration at the end of the month, Li Shua wished Annie Zhao happy birthday while presenting his gift. Zhao Jingxin said he witnessed brother Li's thoughtfulness. Mrs. Zhao quickly said Li Shua was too kind. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxin suggested to Li Shua that as thanks, they should share a dance. Li Shua awkwardly told him to stop joking. Zhao Jingxin cheerfully said it didn't matter. He pulled Li Shua onto the stage while apologizing to the elders below for their amateur performance. The piano music began to play. Standing center stage, Li Shua said it was a good chance to test Zhao Jingxin's dancing skills. They danced elegantly, showing remarkable chemistry. The audience exchanged glances, thinking they looked like a couple. Under the lights, their dance moves were especially dazzling, becoming the focus of the banquet. Zhao Jingxin asked Li Shua how it felt, and Li Shua replied it wasn't bad. Then Zhao Jingxin playfully suggested they should dance naked somewhere outdoors next time. Li Shua helplessly said he could twist anything into something suggestive. The MC announced they had received a gift from the furthest part of the country. He introduced it as a painting by Buddhist master Zhao Huai, a Buddhist gift respectfully presented by Mrs. Zhao's nephew, Xiao Kun. Li Shua frowned, realizing Xiao Kun was Mrs. Zhao's nephew, but he wondered if it could be someone with the same name. Zhao Jingxin watched Li Shua's expression, thinking, oh no. Li Shua thought such a coincidence was unlikely, then nearly stumbled. Zhao Jingxin quickly reached out to steady him. Sensing Zhao Jingxin's intention, Li Shua violently pushed away the hand supporting him. Looking at this young man he had undoubtedly loved, who turned out to be the cousin of the person he despised most, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. Thinking about their journey from meeting to falling in love, what did it all mean now? Realizing that Zhao Jingxin had investigated him and heard him mention Xiao Kun's name multiple times on the phone, the man before him couldn't have been ignorant of everything. So these cousins had been working together from the start, just playing with him. Thinking this, Li Shua pushed away the man he both loved and hated. Zhao Jingxin stood there helplessly. He hadn't expected his relationship with Xiao Kun to be exposed when he was completely unprepared. Mrs. Li noticed Li Shua's distress, but thought he was just tired from dancing. Li Shua explained he was just feeling the effects of alcohol, so Mrs. Li suggested he get some fresh air. Zhao Jingxin offered to accompany Brother Li in front of Mrs. Li. Li Shua turned to look at Zhao Jingxin, amazingly feeling that in just 2 minutes, this man he had been intimate with had become so unfamiliar, even to the point of being repulsive. Li Shua excused himself before Zhao Jingxin could follow. On the terrace outside the banquet hall, Zhao Jingxin called out to Li Shua. Leaning on the railing, without turning around, Li Shua asked if Xiao Kun was his cousin. Zhao Jingxin's answer was naturally yes. Then Li Shua asked if Xiao Kun had instructed him to approach him because of Li Qingxiu. The answer was also yes. Li Shua turned around and swung his fist at Zhao Jingxin. But Zhao Jingxin didn't dodge. With a loud bang, Li Shua's fist hit the wall beside Zhao Jingxin. Zhao Jingxin remorsefully called out Uncle Li. Li Shua gritted his teeth as he stared at Zhao Jingxin, wondering if everything had been a setup from the beginning. His feelings for him were just a cruel joke. After all, that free-spirited, lovable, mischievous Zhao Jingxin with all his different faces might have all been an act. Li Shua's eyes showed despair and anger as he demanded to know how Zhao Jingxin dared to play him like this. Zhao Jingxin grabbed Li Shua's hand, wanting to tend to it. Li Shua violently pulled away his bleeding hand, refusing help. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxin hurriedly explained that while he initially approached him because of Xiao Kun, he had genuinely fallen in love with him. He looked up and called Uncle Li, saying he wanted to talk properly. But Li Shua turned away, saying he didn't want to see him now, and prepared to leave. Li Shua wondered with what mocking attitude they had watched him being manipulated step by step. He suddenly felt incredibly stupid. He never expected Zhao Jingxin and Xiao Kun to be so cruel. Zhao Jingxin wanted to chase after him, but stopped, watching Li Shua's retreating figure, thinking, damn it. Then he raised his hand and punched the wall with a bang. The next morning, Li Shua sat dazed on his bed, realizing it was morning and he had been sitting there all night. He thought about how many years it had been since he'd felt so wretched, yet even now he couldn't distinguish between heartbreak and humiliation. Which one caused him more pain? Thinking about how Zhao Jingxin had been playing with him, he got up, deciding he couldn't go on like this. He opened the curtains, trying to lift his spirits and get through this difficult time. In his heart, this difficulty was falling in love with Zhao Jingxin. Li Shua turned to leave the room, believing that with time, everything would fade away. His phone rang, and he saw several apologetic messages from Zhao Jingxin. Thinking about how Zhao Jingxin had changed from being playful to serious, approaching him with ulterior motives from the start, he tossed his phone onto the bed. Li Shua felt Zhao Jingxin had been adjusting his strategy based on his reactions. He couldn't understand what deep scheme Zhao Jingxin had while pursuing their romance. But the contract wasn't signed yet, and there were still series of collaborations to discuss back in Beijing. The thought of continuing negotiations with him gave Li Shua a headache. After getting ready, Li Shua asked Uncle Guang to drive him to Chinatown to meet a friend. But Uncle Guang said Zhao Jingxin was waiting downstairs, asking if they should go together. Li Shua thought about how thick-skinned Zhao Jingxin was to show up at his house so boldly, but said to wait 10 minutes. Uncle Guang went down and told the waiting Zhao Jingxin that Xiao Shua would be down soon, asking him to wait a bit longer. Li Shua came downstairs dressed, feigning composure as he greeted Jingxin. He told Zhao Jingxin there was no need to worry. He was just drunk and thanked him for coming specially. Zhao Jingxin looked at Li Shua, wondering why he seemed so cheerful. He asked if Li Shua was going out, and Li Shua explained he had plans with a friend. He turned to Zhao Jingxin, suggesting he call ahead next time, as he might be busy and unable to entertain him. Hearing this, Zhao Jingxin felt indescribably uncomfortable. He asked Li Shua to find a place to talk properly, promising not to take too much time. Li Shua apologized, saying he was running late and his friend was picky, mentioning he'd spent half a day finding a perfume his friend liked. Zhao Jingxin asked angrily which friend, then grabbed Li Shua's arm. As Li Shua tried to break free, he gripped harder, offering to drive him, saying they could talk in the car without delaying his appointment. Li Shua helplessly asked if Zhao Jingxin knew where he was going. Zhao Jingxin said he didn't, but anywhere would be on his way. Li Shua pulled his arm away, sarcastically saying, "Then thank you, young Master Zhao." They got in the car, the door closing with a bang. Zhao Jingxin immediately pinned Li Shua down, demanding to know who he was dressed up to meet. Li Shua told him to let go. Pretending not to hear, Zhao Jingxin caressed Li Shua's cheek. Before Li Shua could react, he suddenly kissed him. After struggling ineffectively, Li Shua bit Zhao Jingxin's lip hard. Zhao Jingxin drew in a sharp breath and let go. Li Shua apologized and asked if it hurt. Licking his lips, Zhao Jingxin said, "Uncle Li, you're so cruel." Li Shua checked the time, telling him to say what he needed to quickly, as he was really in a hurry. Zhao Jingxin apologized for approaching him with ulterior motives and hiding his relationship with Xiao Kun. Li Shuo looked out the car window, saying he accepted the apology, then asked if he could leave. Zhao Jingxin continued explaining that he truly liked him and they were really happy together. Li Shuo agreed they were happy, but said everything related to Xiao Kun disgusted him, especially collaborating with Xiao Kun to play such underhanded tricks. He grabbed Zhao Jingxin's hand, thanking him for his companionship and telling him he could go back to report to Xiao Kun now. They looked at each other, and Li Shuo said, "Let's end it here." Zhao Jingxin reluctantly asked if they could forget about his brother, then brought up Li Qingxiu, saying they weren't suitable for each other. Li Shuo angrily told Zhao Jingxin that it was between them and none of his business. He then questioned what Zhao Jingxin was doing when his reputation was damaged, and he was caught up in lawsuits because of Xiao Kun. Zhao Jingxin claimed he never lied to Li Shuo, saying he wanted Li Shuo to give up Li Qingxiu and be with him, so he could return to China. He was helping Li Shuo. Li Shuo looked at him angrily, amazed at his claim of never lying. Zhao Jingxin hugged Li Shuo, explaining he shouldn't interfere with Xiao Kun and Li Qingxiu's relationship, reminding him he was just an outsider, then saying they were good together now. Li Shuo pushed Zhao Jingxin away. He said he too was just an outsider and could tolerate many things from Zhao Jingxin, but knowing he was playing him from the start crossed his line. This was something he couldn't tolerate, as no one had ever dared to play him like this. Zhao Jingxin was the first and would be the last. After saying this, Li Shuo told Zhao Jingxin to either drive or let him get out. Looking out the window, Li Shuo thought about how they went from being intimate to strangers. It turned out it could be so quick and simple. After reaching their destination, Li Shuo got out. Zhao Jingxin called out, "Baby." Li Shuo turned back angrily to look at him. Zhao Jingxin said, "Have fun." Li Shuo walked into the crowd with his back to Zhao Jingxin, thinking this was for the best, making a clean break before things got uglier. Li Shuo arrived at the restaurant where he was meeting his friend. Seeing Cheng Sheng waiting, he quickly greeted him. "Long time no see." They fist-bumped in friendship. Cheng Sheng teased that it had been almost 2 years, and he finally remembered to contact him after being back for so long. Li Shuo gave a string of excuses. Cheng Sheng noticed Li Shuo didn't look well and asked how things were going and if he needed help. It turned out Cheng Sheng was Li Shuo's university classmate and industry friend. Li Shuo explained he just had some drinks yesterday and was fine, saying things were mostly resolved and he'd return next month. Cheng Sheng said he'd also be returning to China on business next month, suggesting they meet in Jincheng. Just as Li Shuo said great, suddenly someone put their hand on his shoulder. Li Shuo turned to find it was Zhao Jingxin, who said parking was hard to find here. Cheng Sheng asked, puzzled, who this was. Li Shuo removed Zhao Jingxin's hand from his shoulder while explaining he brought a friend, forgot to mention it, then introduced them to each other. Zhao Jingxin quickly expressed his pleasure to meet. Then Zhao Jingxin grabbed Li Shuo's drink, brazenly questioning why he was drinking something cold when he wasn't feeling well yesterday. He said he'd asked for hot tea instead. Li Shuo kept containing his anger. Zhao Jingxin continued asking what he wanted to eat, suggesting something light if his stomach was upset. Li Shuo, looking at the thick-skinned Zhao Jingxin, maintained his composure and said he was fine, anything would do. Zhao Jingxin asked if Brother Cheng wanted to add anything. After Cheng Sheng declined, Zhao Jingxin went to order. Cheng Sheng asked Li Shuo, confused why he was involved with Zhao Jingxin. Li Shuo was curious how Cheng Sheng knew him. Cheng Sheng explained everyone in the Chinese circle knew him, though he didn't know Cheng Sheng. Li Shuo thought Zhao Jingxin was famous because he was rich. Cheng Sheng leaned back on the sofa, explaining it was because he was good-looking and rich, but most importantly, he had liked dating older people since he was a teenager. He continued saying that someone like Li Shuo, in his early 30s, handsome, elegant, and refined, was 100% his type. Li Shuo picked up his cup to drink, hiding his embarrassment while admitting he had fallen for it too. Seeing Li Shuo still smiling, Cheng Sheng reminded him that Zhao Jingxin was quite a player and told him to be clear-headed. Li Shuo calmly explained that Cheng Sheng underestimated him, saying they were just together for fun and there was nothing to be unclear about. Cheng Sheng felt relieved and reminded Li Shuo to maintain the right mindset to avoid getting hurt. He couldn't help but praise Zhao Jingxin's looks, saying he was indeed attractive. Li Shuo clenched his fists in anger. Zhao Jingxin returned and sat beside Li Shuo, explaining they didn't have his favorite tea, so he chose another flavor for him to try. Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jingxin, wondering how much he really knew about him. Besides being Xiao Kun's cousin, what other unfamiliar sides might he have? Zhao Jingxin cut a piece of steak. He turned and offered it to Li Shuo. Noticing Cheng Sheng's curiosity, he took Li Shuo's hand and explained that his hand was injured. Thinking about Li Shuo's injury from hitting the wall yesterday, Zhao Jingxin held his hand with concern. Li Shuo pulled his hand away, saying it was just a scratch. Zhao Jingxin mentioned how Li Shuo had taken care of him when his hand was injured, then urged Li Shuo to eat, saying they could come back if he liked it. Li Shuo reluctantly said thanks and forced himself to eat, thinking he would never again be fooled by Zhao Jingxin's gentle trap. Zhao Jingxin asked Cheng Sheng how he knew Li Shuo, and Cheng Sheng explained they were university classmates. Zhao Jingxin stood up, saying he needed to use the bathroom. Seeing how attentive Zhao Jingxin was to Li Shuo, Cheng Sheng couldn't see any ulterior motives. Then, noticing how Zhao Jingxin kept asking about Li Shuo's university days, he asked if Li Shuo hadn't discussed it with him. Li Shuo said when he was in university, Zhao Jingxin was just a kid, so there wasn't much to talk about. Cheng Sheng said if it weren't for Zhao Jingxin's reputation, he'd think he was in love with Li Shuo. Li Shuo just laughed awkwardly. A hint of bitterness showed on his face, because until yesterday, he had thought the same. But then he realized Zhao Jingxin initially just wanted to help his cousin deal with a love rival, and later found him to his taste and went along with it. His claims of love were probably genuine. After all, they were perfectly compatible in bed. So Li Shuo believed this love would be real until Zhao Jingxin got bored. Cheng Sheng seemed to notice something. To ease the awkwardness, he mentioned running into someone at a bidding conference and asked Li Shuo to guess who it was. Li Shuo said playing guessing games was childish and asked him to just say who it was. It turned out to be Han Fei. Li Shuo was shocked to hear this name. Cheng Sheng said he wanted to mention it earlier, but held back when he saw Zhao Jingxin. Li Shuo was surprised to hear news about him and asked if he was doing well. Cheng Sheng said that poor boy was now quite presentable and mentioned that he had asked about Li Shuo when they met. Li Shuo was curious about what he had asked. Cheng Sheng said it wasn't anything important, but thought he should tell Li Shuo in case he wanted to reconnect. Li Shuo recalled some past memories and admitted he had never forgotten him. But he said feelings that are gone can't come back, so he told Cheng Sheng to pretend he hadn't mentioned it. Zhao Jingxin returned, curious about what they were discussing. Cheng Sheng suddenly noticed Zhao Jingxin's swollen lip and asked what happened. While wiping his lip, Zhao Jingxin proudly explained that Li Shuo had bitten him. Li Shuo was embarrassed and told him to stop joking around. Seeing this, Cheng Sheng teased that they were quite the loving couple. He made an excuse about being single and having work to do, so he needed to leave. Li Shuo quickly said they'd keep in touch. Li Shuo, thinking about his meeting with his friend, immediately confronted Zhao Jingxin about why he had to join them. Zhao Jingxin defended himself, saying he didn't know Li Shuo was really meeting a friend and came because he was worried Li Shuo might be dating someone else. Li Shuo angrily stood up and told Zhao Jingxin that him dating others would happen sooner or later, and it wasn't his concern. As they walked out of the restaurant, Zhao Jingxin asked if Cheng Sheng was also gay and if he had ever pursued Li Shuo. Seeing Li Shuo not answering, he continued, saying that Cheng Sheng wasn't Li Shuo's type anyway. Li Shuo retorted that Zhao Jingxin wasn't his type either. Suddenly, Zhao Jingxin grabbed Li Shuo's hand. He said he knew Li Shuo liked him, then asked if Li Shuo enjoyed doing intimate things with him, expressing that he liked doing them too. He then cupped Li Shuo's face, asking him not to reject him and wanting to know what he could do to make Li Shuo happy. Li Shuo was angry that Zhao Jingxin only thought about sex. He felt disgusted that Zhao Jingxin had teamed up with someone who falsely accused and persecuted him, yet expected him to act like nothing happened. He pushed Zhao Jingxin away and turned around, telling him if he really had feelings for him, he should stop harassing him. Let them keep good memories of each other and part ways peacefully. Zhao Jingxin quickly apologized to Li Shuo, saying he didn't just want sex with him. He hugged Li Shuo from behind, explaining that he truly liked him, and if he could start over, he would never have agreed to help Xiao Kun deal with him. Then he called him Uncle Li affectionately, asking for forgiveness and hoping they could return to how they were before. Seeing Li Shuo's silence, Zhao Jingxin continued explaining that from the first time he saw Li Shuo, he approached him not for anyone else's sake, but because he couldn't help wanting to be close to him. Li Shuo felt that everything about this person was fake, and all that he had fallen for was just an illusion. There was no reason to stay together. He was human, not an animal, and couldn't be together just for mating. Zhao Jingxin still desperately begged for Li Shuo's forgiveness, insisting that he hadn't lied and truly liked him. Li Shua turned around and looked at Zhao Jingxin with angry eyes. Hearing Zhao Jingxin repeatedly saying he liked him and hadn't lied, he angrily pushed Zhao Jingxin away, saying he despised him and his lies. Zhao Jingxin explained with a hurt expression that he hadn't lied. Li Shua didn't want to hear his explanations. While opening the car door, he said after signing the contract, he would assign a liaison at the firm and all future communication would go through them. Before Zhao Jingxin could react, the car door was closed. Li Shua told the driver to go, leaving Zhao Jingxin standing alone in the crowd. Zhao Jingxin wiped the corner of his mouth, feeling indignant inside. When Li Shua got home, his father called out to him, saying he heard from Guang that Jingxin had come to look for him in the afternoon. Li Shua explained that he wasn't feeling well yesterday, so Zhao Jingxin just came to check on him. His father put down his book and looked Li Shua up and down. Li Shua nervously asked what was wrong. Unexpectedly, his father asked if he had feelings for Zhao Jingxin. He told his father not to overthink it. His father explained that they'd been spending a lot of time together lately, and they even danced together yesterday, which made him think. Lin Wu suddenly remembered Zhao Jingxin's horoscope, but Li Shua objected, telling his mother not to be superstitious. His parents began arguing back and forth about their son's future. Seeing this, Li Shua told them to argue slowly and get some rest, preparing to leave. His mother came over, saying she would support her son's choice no matter what. Li Shua gently patted his mother's head, saying he would tell them when he found someone he liked. A few days later, Li Shua was talking on the phone with Brother Ning at the gym. Concerned about the contract, Brother Ning said he would urge the lawyer, then hung up. As Li Shua was wiping his sweat, his phone rang again. It was Zhao Jingxin messaging, saying Li Shua's phone was always busy and if he didn't answer, he'd come to his house. Li Shua hesitated for a moment looking at his phone, but he ended up calling Zhao Jingxin. While changing clothes, he told Zhao Jingxin not to come to his house as his parents would misunderstand. Zhao Jingxin replied there was no misunderstanding since they were indeed together, but Li Shua said there were nothing now. As he spoke, he threw his changed clothes into the storage basket. Then, remembering there had been no news about the contract for several days, he asked Zhao Jingxin about it. Zhao Jingxin explained the finance department had raised objections. It was still under internal discussion. He asked if Li Shua was anxious. Why hadn't he called? Li Shua explained that if he cared, he would push things forward without being urged, but if Zhao Jingxin wanted to delay deliberately, nothing he said would matter. Zhao Jingxin explained it would matter, saying if Uncle Li said something nice, work efficiency would multiply. So Li Shua said, then I'll trouble the young and capable Mr. Zhao to take care of it. As Li Shua was about to hang up, Zhao Jingxin quickly stopped him, saying he wanted to see him. Li Shua said there was no reason to meet except for signing the contract. Zhao Jingxin said he'd visit his house for a meal, sure that his uncle and aunt would welcome him. Li Shua helplessly said he'd been clear enough. Zhao Jingxin replied he was also being clear. He wouldn't give up their relationship just because Li Shua was angry. Li Shua said if he truly wanted forgiveness, he should have Xiao Kun personally bow and apologize to compensate for the damage to his reputation. Seeing Zhao Jingxin's silence, Li Shua mocked him for being one with Xiao Kun, saying he needn't harm their brotherhood for his sake, then suggested enjoying the nice weather outside to change his mood. Before Zhao Jingxin could say more, Li Shua hung up. Li Shua took a deep breath, thinking he almost softened again. Just as Li's mother called him for dinner and he was about to go, the doorbell rang, so he hurried to answer it. He saw Zhao Jingxin standing outside. When Li's father saw it was Zhao Jingxin, Li Shua had to let him in. He explained to Li Qing that Zhao Jingxin came to discuss contract issues, mentioning finance department objections. Li Fu wondered why this wasn't discussed with him. Li Shua said since his father was busy with another big project, he planned to handle it himself. Li Fu understood and invited Zhao Jingxin to stay for dinner before discussing. Li Shua pushed Zhao Jingxin towards the study, saying he had other matters and would leave after their discussion. His father looked confused. In the study, Li Shua told Zhao Jingxin not to go too far. Zhao Jingxin said he missed Li Shua after not seeing him for days. Li Shua pushed away Zhao Jingxin's hand, asking if he had any shame. Zhao Jingxin looked at Li Shua disappointedly. Li Shua turned away, saying Zhao Jingxin conspired with someone he hated most yet acted like nothing happened. He advised Zhao Jingxin not to exhaust what little good feeling he had left for him. Zhao Jingxin explained he couldn't change what happened, but would try his best to make it up to Li Shua. believing Li Shuo couldn't forget him so quickly. Li Shuo coldly said he would eventually forget, telling him not to think too highly of himself. Zhao Jingxin moved closer, saying at least he hadn't forgotten yet. They stared at each other, with Zhao Jingxin thinking at least Li Shuo still thought about him, still remembering how he begged him, reaching their peak together. Li Shuo pushed Zhao Jingxin away and stepped back, feeling that unfamiliar sensation again. Unsure how much overlap there was between the Zhao Jingxin he knew and the real one. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxin pulled Li Shuo back into his arms. Zhao Jingxin gently hooked his foot. He pushed Li Shuo down onto the desk, pinning him underneath. Li Shuo angrily demanded to know what Zhao Jingxin was doing. Zhao Jingxin leaned down and explained he had been missing him, then said Uncle Li was such a tease, so he had to take responsibility. Zhao Jingxin wanted Li Shuo to take responsibility, but Li Shuo dodged him, asking why he should be responsible for his one-sided feelings. But Zhao Jingxin shamelessly asked Li Shuo if he enjoyed making love with him, while licking Li Shuo's fingers. Then continued saying Uncle surely never got excited multiple times before or showed such satisfied expressions, claiming only he could satisfy Li Shuo. Zhao Jingxin pressed down hard on Li Shuo, making it impossible for him to push away. Zhao Jingxin became more unrestrained, asking Li Shuo to tell him if it felt good. Li Shuo turned his head away, saying being with this hypocritical liar was only good for sex. Zhao Jingxin then suggested they just have sex, saying he really missed him and kissed Li Shuo's mouth. No matter how Li Shuo struggled, Zhao Jingxin continued his shameless actions, saying since they both enjoyed it, why not continue? He even offered to increase the commission by half as compensation for Li Shuo's recent losses, asking him not to be angry anymore. Li Shuo pushed hard against Zhao Jingxin, thinking this aggressive version was his true self. Wondering if the cute and handsome young man he had liked was just a facade, Li Shuo forcefully pushed Zhao Jingxin away, telling him to get out of his house and pretend they never knew each other. Hearing this, Zhao Jingxin lowered his head without speaking, then looked up and said sorry, sadly saying he really didn't know what to do anymore. He buried his head in Li Shuo's shoulder, but Li Shuo turned away, saying go back. Zhao Jingxin was unusually calm, only responding with a grunt. He turned and left Li Shuo's room. Left alone, Li Shuo couldn't understand which was the real Zhao Jingxin. Days later, Li Shuo and his father were heading to the company, but got stuck in traffic. His father asked if they had reserved enough time for signing the contract. Li Shuo assured him he had prepared thoroughly. Then Li Shuo's phone rang. It was Zhao Jingxin asking where they were. Li Shuo explained they were stuck on 7th Avenue. Zhao Jingxin said he would wait for them. Just then, Li Shuo looked out the window and suddenly heard a boom, not knowing what happened. An explosion had occurred on 7th Avenue, where they were. Hearing the sound, Zhao Jingxin shouted Li Shuo's name loudly. There was no response from Li Shuo's phone. In his seat, he could clearly hear Zhao Jingxin anxiously calling his name. Then another huge explosion occurred near Li Shuo's car. In the car, Li Shuo hugged his father while asking where the medicine was. Uncle Guang quickly took out the medicine, which Li Shuo gave to his unconscious father. He quickly asked Uncle Guang to help carry his father out of the car for CPR. After getting out, Uncle Guang anxiously tried calling emergency services but got no answer. Li Shuo knelt on the ground, desperately performing CPR on his father. Looking at his unconscious father, Li Shuo kept praying for him to wake up. Li Shuo gave artificial respiration again and again. With all his might, he continued CPR repeatedly. Li Fu finally opened his eyes. Uncle Guang happily called out seeing Mr. Li wake up, but still couldn't get through to emergency services. Li Shuo held his weakened father, realizing the car was completely unusable. The nearest hospital was 2 blocks away, and being close to the explosion site, emergency resources would surely be overwhelmed. So he decided to carry his father to the hospital on his back. Just as they were about to leave, 2 robbers suddenly rushed over with weapons, ordering them to stop. They demanded Li Shuo and the other's hand over their wallets. Uncle Guang angrily told them to get lost, but the robbers were intent on taking advantage of the situation. Suddenly, there was a swooshing sound, followed by a yelp as one robber fell to the ground. Li Shuo stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. It was Zhao Jingxin, who had leaped through the air and kicked the robber flying, then landed steadily on the ground. Uncle Guang and Li Shuo looked at Zhao Jingxin in shock. Li Shuo felt an indescribable gratitude. Zhao Jingxin saw Li Shua carrying his father. He rushed forward in one swift move, as if determined to reach Li Shua no matter how difficult. Zhao Jingxin's eyes were filled with determination. He ran to Li Shua's side, gently embraced him, saying thank goodness he was all right. Li Shua looked up and asked why Zhao Jingxin was here. Without explaining, Zhao Jingxin took Uncle Li from Li Shua's back, saying they should get him to the hospital first. Li Shua said he and Uncle Guang would lead the way. As Uncle Guang led the way, Li Shua looked back at Zhao Jingxin and his father on his back. He offered to take over carrying his father, but Zhao Jingxin said they were almost there. No need to switch. Li Shua could only look gratefully at Zhao Jingxin. At the hospital, Zhao Jingxin rushed to the emergency room carrying Li Fu. Medical staff reminded Zhao Jingxin to put him down gently. Li Shua anxiously told his father not to sleep now that they'd reached the hospital. The medical staff instructed someone to handle admission while others followed to emergency. Uncle Guang said he'd handle admission while Li Shua watched over his father. As the emergency room doors closed, Li Shua looked worriedly at Zhao Jingxin. Zhao Jingxin sat on the floor, completely exhausted, yet still saying he was fine. When the doctor called Li Shua to follow quickly, he looked uncertainly at the exhausted Zhao Jingxin. Zhao Jingxin raised his head, waving him off and telling him to go quickly. Li Shua clenched his fists. As he turned to go, he looked back telling Zhao Jingxin he'd return for him later. Zhao Jingxin gazed at Li Shua with deep affection. Li Shua hurried into the emergency room. Sitting on the floor, Zhao Jingxin thought thankfully that Li Shua was safe. Uncle Guang came over anxiously, saying admission was done, asking about the surgery while taking out his phone to answer a call. Li Shua replied they'd just gone in and took out his phone. Seeing it was Madam calling, Li Shua told Uncle Guang to let him answer. His mother had heard about the explosion on 7th Avenue and couldn't reach either Li Shua or Li Fu by phone. She anxiously asked where they were. Li Shua explained he'd been in a meeting and advised his mother to stay home as it wasn't safe outside. After concealing the truth and hanging up, Uncle Guang asked Li Shua if it was really okay not to tell Madam. Li Shua leaned against the wall, explaining he feared his mother would come if she knew, and the streets weren't safe now, so he'd wait until after the surgery to tell her. Li Shua thought about how helpless he would have been if something had gone wrong earlier. If not for Jingxin, they probably wouldn't have gotten his father to the hospital yet. Suddenly remembering Jingxin, he asked Uncle Guang to keep watch at the door while he went to find him. Uncle Guang nodded, urging him to go quickly, saying they owed Jingxin their thanks. Li Shua hurriedly walked outside. He saw Zhao Jingxin still sitting there on the phone. Zhao Jingxin was asking someone on the phone to arrange something quickly. After hanging up, Li Shua walked over, crouched down, and asked concernedly if Zhao Jingxin was all right. Zhao Jingxin immediately embraced Li Shua, saying he had been scared to death. Li Shua gratefully hugged Zhao Jingxin back, thanking him. Zhao Jingxin gently stroked Li Shua's back, comforting him that everything was fine now. He said Uncle would be okay too, explaining that his father had arranged for a cardiac specialist from a nearby hospital to come by helicopter within 5 minutes, and if Uncle's condition allowed, they could transfer him directly. Li Shua never imagined that in his most vulnerable, desperate moment when he needed help the most, Zhao Jingxin would appear like a divine savior pulling him from the abyss. No one had ever moved him so deeply before. As he thanked Zhao Jingxin again, Zhao Jingxin caressed his face, saying he'd never seen Uncle Li looking so pitiful before. Then he added that if Li Shua asked him to pluck the moon right now, he might just agree. Li Shua looked at Zhao Jingxin with deep emotion. Zhao Jingxin gently kissed Li Shua's forehead, telling him not to be afraid. Li Shua helped Zhao Jingxin up, putting his arm around his shoulders, asking if he could walk. Zhao Jingxin explained his legs hurt, his arms hurt, everything hurt. Seeing Zhao Jingxin's pained expression, Li Shua wanted to carry him, but Zhao Jingxin refused, saying it was enough just to support him. Uncle Guang saw them coming and said the heart specialist had arrived, so they could relax a bit. Zhao Jingxin sat down saying that was good, hoping everything would be fine. Li Shua turned to look at the operating room light, which was still on. He asked Zhao Jingxin if he knew what caused the explosion. Zhao Jingxin took Li Shua's hand. According to what he knew, it was a terrorist attack using a car bomb. He told Li Shua the explosion site was just over a kilometer from his car. Zhao Jingxin held Li Shua's hand while looking at him. Li Shua explained his father had been watching his diet and exercise all these years, appearing very healthy, but today's shock was too sudden and severe, causing his condition. He said if Zhao Jingxin hadn't appeared in time, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Zhao Jingxin held his hand, saying it was all over now and not to blame himself. Just then, the operating room light went out. The surgery was over. When the doctor came out, before Li Shuo could ask about his father, the doctor explained that the CPR had been very effective, and thanks to getting to the hospital in time, everything was fine now. Li Shuo wept with joy as Zhao Jingxin patted his shoulder comfortingly, then turned and hugged Li Shuo, saying everything would be all right. Li Shuo buried his head in Zhao Jingxin's shoulder, crying like a child, then gently pushed away from Zhao Jingxin. Zhao Jingxin playfully expressed his willingness to serve Li Shuo. Then Li Shuo quickly had Uncle Guang notify his mother. When his mother received the news, Li Shuo comforted her, saying his father was fine and the surgery was successful, telling her not to worry. When Li's mother arrived at the hospital wanting to stay and care for his father, Li Shuo said he would handle it and asked her to go home and rest. She reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, in the tea room, Zhao Jingxin sat in a chair, lost in thought, then let out a long sigh. Li Shuo came and sat beside him, thinking Zhao Jingxin had already left with his visiting uncle and aunt, surprised to find him still here. Zhao Jingxin said he wanted to stay with him. When Li Shuo was about to suggest getting food, Zhao Jingxin quickly pressed his shoulder, saying it was fine. He wasn't hungry yet, and said he had just discussed his father's condition with the professor. He assured Li Shuo that his father had taken good care of himself and would recover well. Li Shuo lowered his head shamefully, saying his father had always seemed healthy. All these years, he had pursued his career and freedom, leaving his parents abroad. Zhao Jingxin stroked Li Shuo's head, comforting him not to think that way, adding that they would be proud of him for carving out his own path. Li Shuo saw Zhao Jingxin's sincerity and said thank you. Li Shuo remembered Zhao Jingxin was also an only child and asked if Uncle Zhao missed him when sending him back to China. Zhao Jingxin said of course, but he felt the distance made them closer. He explained that though he wasn't often in America, he frequently returned home for reunions. He continued telling Li Shuo that his parents' overprotection during his childhood had made him very rebellious. He always wanted to prove he could escape danger unscathed. He told Li Shuo that his rebellious phase actually made his parents loosen their control, which he understood. He turned to Li Shuo, telling him not to feel guilty about past decisions, as some distance and longing could make relationships more harmonious and tolerant. Li Shuo looked at this puzzling man before him, wondering what kind of person he really was, whether he hid his true self behind masks or if every side was genuine. Seeing Li Shuo staring so intently, Zhao Jingxin teased if he thought he looked handsome today. Li Shuo quickly turned away, responding that he indeed looked very handsome. Li Shuo continued, saying he didn't know how to thank him. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jingxin said, though it might seem like taking advantage of the situation, then he suddenly turned around. While kissing Li Shuo's mouth, he suggested offering himself as payment. Li Shuo agreed to Zhao Jingxin's request, but Zhao Jingxin said he was just joking. Li Shuo said he knew Zhao Jingxin was serious, not joking. He added that since Zhao Jingxin saved his father today, no repayment would be too much. Furthermore, from now on, he wouldn't mention the matter of Zhao Jingxin and Xiao Kun's deception. Li Shuo moved closer to Zhao Jingxin, who seemed to avoid him, unable to believe Li Shuo really wanted to repay him this way. Li Shuo said being with him was indeed comfortable and wouldn't be a sacrifice, unless Zhao Jingxin had other requests. Zhao Jingxin seemed somewhat disappointed, thinking Li Shuo believed everything he did today was just to coerce him into bed. Li Shuo explained that Zhao Jingxin saved people out of compassion, but he wanted this, and it was all he could give him. As they drew closer, Zhao Jingxin suddenly said he wanted more than just this. He gently caressed Li Shuo's face. Li Shuo held his hand and looked up at him, suggesting they should get to know each other again. Rebuild trust. Li Shuo felt this incident could be an opportunity to break past barriers and start anew, return to how they were initially. Perhaps their fate was meant to bind them longer and further. Hearing this, Zhao Jingxin froze for a moment. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Li Shuo watched the laughing Zhao Jingxin, confused. Zhao Jingxin called out Uncle Li, saying he really admired him because no one had ever dared treat him this way, then expressed that he really liked Li Shuo's proposal. At this moment, Zhao Jingxin reached out to touch Li Shuo's waist, then suddenly embraced him. Before Li Shuo could react, he passionately kissed his lips. At this moment, they responded to each other's kisses. Then, Zhao Jingxin slowly pressed Li Shua down onto the sofa. He smoothly removed Li Shua's shirt, instantly exposing his snow-white shoulders. Then came another gasp. Li Shua told Zhao Jingxin not here, but Zhao Jingxin ignored him, continuing to explore Li Shua's body. Li Shua pushed him away forcefully, explaining there were security cameras here. Zhao Jingxin lowered his head without speaking. Li Shua adjusted his clothes while looking at Jingxin puzzledly. Zhao Jingxin held Li Shua's caressing hand tightly. He found Uncle Li too tempting, saying he couldn't control himself. Li Shua tied his tie while telling him to stop fooling around, explaining there were cameras everywhere in the hospital. So Zhao Jingxin said, fine, at least let's rest for a while. Li Shua sat on the sofa while Zhao Jingxin lay across his legs. As Li Shua stroked Zhao Jingxin's head, he wondered if he had made the right decision about their relationship this time, thinking about all the complicated relationships between himself and Zhao Jingxin. Perhaps this was truly the only way out. The next day at the hospital, Li Shua answered Brother Xiang's call, explaining that due to his father's condition, his return date would be delayed. Brother Xiang understood but still wanted him to spare 2 days to return. Li Shua asked what happened. Brother Xiang explained that Director Liang was very dissatisfied with Li Shua. He had been helping defend him all this time. Due to the negative impact of Li Shua's lawsuit, the firm's business volume had dropped by half this quarter. Brother Xiang felt he couldn't fight anymore. Li Shua apologized shamefully to Brother Xiang for causing trouble. Brother Xiang, remembering how Li Shua had helped him without hesitation in difficult times, said they shouldn't speak of such things between them, but Director Liang's concerns were reasonable. Li Shua said he completely understood Director Liang and was willing to apologize, while looking back at his father in bed, explaining he was really needed here now. Li Shua decided again not to return for now. Then he clenched his fist, deciding to keep only the original shares of Ershi, selling the remaining shares to Brother Xiang and Director Liang at 70% of market price, stating he would no longer participate in the firm's operations, as an apology and compensation to Brother Xiang for this period. Hearing this, Brother Xiang explained they weren't trying to force him out. Li Shua, thinking about everything that had happened recently and not having properly cared for his parents, said he didn't want to go anywhere, just wanted to stay with them. Then continued, saying the impact of personal reputation on the firm made him unqualified as both owner and partner. This decision was good for everyone. Brother Xiang explained this wasn't their intention at all. Li Shua continued, saying the Danning contract should still be signed under the firm's name, with him solely responsible for the inside project. This would sound better both internally and externally. Then he thanked Brother Xiang for his years of help. Li Shua hadn't expected to sell his years of career work so simply and quickly. He thought this was good, having enough time to accompany his parents and sort out his thoughts. Just then, someone opened the door. Seeing it was Jingxin, Li Shua asked why he had come. Jingxin explained he came to see Uncle, praising that Uncle Li looked better. Then asked if he could help pour some tea for Uncle Li. Li's father said he didn't want to trouble Jingxin and asked Li Shua to go instead. Jingxin suggested they go together. The two came to the tea room. Zhao Jingxin took something out from the cabinet. Li Shua, curious why he wasn't pouring tea, asked what he took out. Zhao Jingxin explained it was an antique Italian coffee machine. He had brought Mondoling from home for Li Shua to try. Li Shua wondered how he discovered it. Zhao Jingxin explained the hospital director told him privately. Zhao Jingxin brewed a cup for Li Shua to taste, watching him expectantly, asking how it was. Li Shua drank it while saying it was great, expressing his desire to find and buy the same coffee machine. Then he thought about Xiang Ning's situation, wondering if Director Liang could be convinced. Zhao Jingxin noticed Li Shua's unease and said he didn't look well today. Li Shua said it was nothing. Zhao Jingxin asked if Li Shua didn't want to tell him. Then, touching Li Shua's face, he asked if their new relationship didn't include sharing worries and joys. Li Shua explained some troubles weren't necessary to share with others. Looking at Zhao Jingxin, he thought about how the one who forced him to sell the firm was also his father's lifesaver, and himself. What else could he say? Zhao Jingxin resignedly said okay, then put the cup on the table. Embracing Li Shua's neck, he said although Li Shua didn't want to share his troubles, he had a way to make him temporarily forget them. Li Shua curiously asked how. Zhao Jingxin whispered in Li Shua's ear, making love. Li Shua teased Zhao Jingxin. In his eyes, could everything be solved with making love? Zhao Jingxin said, of course. Why else would humans and animals be so passionate about it, playing for millions of years without getting bored? Walking to the door, he asked Li Shua if he knew what else the director told him besides about the coffee machine. Li Shua curiously asked what else. The director had told him the security guard's name, and that for just one pack of cigarettes, he would temporarily turn off the tea room surveillance. Then he locked the tea room door. Li Shua's face was already red with embarrassment. Zhao Jingxin said, after treating Li Shua to such good coffee, how should he repay him? Li Shua asked how Zhao Jingxin wanted to be repaid. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jingxin said he wanted to watch Li Shua undress himself. Li Shua blushed, not expecting this request from Zhao Jingxin. So he began unbuttoning his clothes. Li Shua's entire body was flushed, hormones permeating the air. Zhao Jingxin looked at the delectable Li Shua. Unable to hold back anymore, he suddenly pushed him down on the sofa, one hand gripping the sofa tightly to put more effort into his movements. The room was filled with their moans. Li Shua reminded Zhao Jingxin to be quieter. They might be heard. They continued exploring each other's bodies, like coffee overflowing from the cup. A week later at the hospital, Li Fu had recovered and was preparing to leave the hospital. While walking, he asked Li Shua if Jingxin would come again. Li Fu wanted to drink Zhao Jingxin's coffee again. Li Shua explained he was busy and couldn't come, saying they'd have coffee next time. Li Fu was somewhat disappointed and asked Li Shua to return to the ward after completing the paperwork. Li Shua acknowledged and entered the elevator. Suddenly a voice said, "Please wait." Li Shua looked up, feeling the voice was familiar. Someone opened the elevator door, then stood there somewhat surprised. Li Shua was also shocked to recognize the man before him. It was Han Fei. Han Fei called out Xiao Shua. They both stood stunned at the elevator entrance, staring at each other. Li Shua squeezed out of the elevator. He almost fell from unsteadiness. Han Fei quickly grabbed him, warning him to be careful. Li Shua looked at Han Fei before him, saying he didn't expect to meet him here. While exchanging pleasantries, Han Fei asked curiously why Li Shua was here. Li Shua explained his father was hospitalized, but was fine now. He then asked why Han Fei was here. Han Fei explained his mother had fallen, but it wasn't serious. They fell into an awkward silence. Then they suddenly both mentioned Cheng Sheng at the same time, and both laughed. Li Shua mentioned hearing from Cheng Sheng that they had met, then said his father was being discharged today, and they were having a gathering, asking if Han Fei would like to have dinner another day. Han Fei readily agreed, and was about to give Li Shua his phone number, but Li Shua recited it from memory. Han Fei was surprised Li Shua still remembered. Li Shua said Han Fei hadn't changed his number, then softly added that he hadn't changed his either. Han Fei said somewhat reluctantly that they'd be in touch another day, then turned to enter the elevator. Suddenly, he turned back to ask if Li Shua was doing well. After a moment's hesitation, Li Shua said yes, then asked Han Fei the same. Han Fei looked at Li Shua tenderly and said he was doing very well too. The elevator doors were about to close. Li Shua watched Han Fei, thinking how unexpected it was to meet him again. If asked who was the man Li Shua loved most in his life, he would unhesitatingly say Han Fei's name. He once believed their souls were highly compatible and had prepared to spend his life with him, but they still separated. Han Fei not only influenced Li Shua with his calm, unhurried personality, but also affected his aesthetic taste, making every person Li Shua liked afterwards somewhat resemble Zhao Fei. Only Zhao Jingxin was different. Li Shua suddenly came back to his senses, wondering why he thought of Zhao Jingxin at this moment. His phone rang. It was his mother calling after Li Shua told her the discharge was complete, saying she would come now. Several days later, in Enden Group's meeting room, Li Shua sat before a computer looking at contracts. He suddenly sighed helplessly. He felt that signing this name gave him the sensation of being stripped of a layer of skin. He never imagined selling the business he had built with such effort would feel like this. Zhao Jingxin walked up behind him and placed his hand on Li Shua's shoulder. He bent down for a passionate kiss. Then Zhao Jingxin asked if he planned to sign the contract today. Li Shua pushed him away, saying he came at the right time. Li Shua stood up explaining that before signing, there was something Zhao Jingxin and Uncle Zhao needed to know. Afterward, they could decide whether to continue cooperating with the firm. Zhao Jingxin unhappily stated the contracts were already processed, asking what reason there could be not to cooperate. Li Shuo adjusted his tie while explaining he had sold his shares in the firm, keeping only some original shares, and would no longer participate in the firm's operations. Zhao Jingxin looked shocked. Li Shuo continued, saying Zhao Jingxin could find better partners, but if they still wanted to cooperate with his firm, he would serve as a consultant, specifically coordinating Enin's projects, guaranteeing the service quality wouldn't decline at all. Zhao Jingxin apologized to Li Shuo with self-reproach. Zhao Jingxin apologized. Li Shuo, holding documents, said without looking up, "Discuss it with your uncle. Whatever the result, I'll respect your decision. I can also recommend my friend's firm." Zhao Jingxin continued dejectedly. "I never meant to affect your career. You interfered with my brother and Li Qingxiu's relationship. I just wanted to help my brother." Li Shuo asked, "Is that what he told you?" Zhao Jingxin stared with innocent eyes. "Isn't it true?" Li Shuo hesitated, then said, "Forget it. Let's not discuss this now." Zhao Jingxin's expression changed. "Let's talk about it. Isn't it painful keeping it inside?" Li Shuo replied expressionlessly. "What's the use of talking about it?" Holding the equity transfer agreement with trembling hands, he said, "Will talking make me feel better? Will it change anything?" Zhao Jingxin pulled him back to his seat, softly comforting. "I know you have many grievances. Let them out. I brought it up so it doesn't count as breaking your word." "Okay." Li Shuo turned away, quietly saying no need, his eyes showing infinite sadness. Zhao Jingxin sat beside him, continuing, "My brother said you pursued Li Qingxiu while they were doing well, taking advantage during their relationship crisis. Was he lying?" Li Shuo blurted out, "No." Zhao Jingxin pressed on, "So what you did isn't essentially different from what I did." Li Shuo stood up emotionally. "Do you know what kind of beast Xiao Kun is? Do you know how he treated Qingxiu? I wasn't stealing love. I was saving a good person from insult and harm." Zhao Jingxin sighed. "My brother has a bad temper, domineering and impulsive, but he's never liked someone like that. And Li Qingxiu, does he like you?" "He likes my brother. They're dealing with their own issues. Why interfere?" Li Shuo's face darkened. "What do you understand?" Displeased, Li Shuo turned to leave. "If you can't talk business, I'll leave." Hearing this, Zhao Jingxin immediately rose to follow. He rushed to Li Shuo's side, pressing down on his hand, reaching for the door. His grip tightened as the door was pushed back. Li Shuo turned away silently. Suddenly, he turned to Zhao Jingxin. "Jingxin, I didn't come here to argue. Our positions are different. Arguing right and wrong is meaningless." Suddenly, Zhao Jingxin cupped his face, saying, "I'm not arguing right and wrong. I just want you to vent. I know my brother's a jerk. I can't make him apologize, so I'm apologizing for him." Covering Li Shuo's mouth, he said, "I'm sorry. I apologize for your career, for hiding my identity, but I won't apologize for ruining your relationship with Li Qingxiu. You weren't honorable there either." Then he whispered in his ear, "And you know what? I've said before, from the first time I saw you, everything I did wasn't just for my brother." Li Shuo's hands trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Jingxin said, "Even if you belonged to the emperor himself, I'd make you mine." Li Shuo relaxed at these words. Li Shuo leaned on his shoulder, exhaling deeply. He gently pushed him away, head lowered, saying softly, "Let's say I've vented. Don't mention it again." Zhao Jingxin embraced Li Shuo, saying, "Now that you've vented, isn't it my turn?" Li Shuo stared at his eyes. "Is there anything else in your mind besides this?" Unexpectedly, he kissed Li Shuo directly on the lips, saying, "I'm not neglecting work or life." "What's wrong with that?" Li Shuo tried to refuse, saying he had things to do today. At that moment, he inadvertently dropped the contract in his hand. He angrily pushed the other shoulder. Zhao Jingxin asked, "What's so urgent that can't wait for our time together?" Just then, Li Shuo's phone rang in his pocket. He pushed Zhao Jingxin away. "I really have something to do." Li Shuo answered the phone, softly asking, "Is that Fian?" Zhao Jingxin's expression turned sour, seeing him take the call. Li Shuo asked, "The usual place?" "Okay, the usual place." Pointing at Zhao Jingxin, he said, "I'll go first. Let me know after you discuss with your uncle." Zhao Jingxin leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Baby, are you going on a date?" Li Shuo calmly replied, "Just meeting an old friend." Zhao Jingxin became very sad. "An old friend with a usual place? Could it be your ex-boyfriend?" Li Shuo blurted out, "That's right." Zhao Jingxin said sadly, "Why? You won't even try to comfort me?" Li Shuo replied, "I don't like lying. There's no need for that." Zhao Jingxin lowered his head dejectedly, slowly moving closer. What if I don't let you go? He pressed tightly against Li Shua's body. Li Shua suddenly felt very nervous, gulping. Zhao Jingxin stared intently into his eyes. Li Shua returned the same gaze. What reason do you have to stop me? Zhao Jingxin lowered his head. I guess I really don't have any reason to stop you. After all, I'm nothing to you. I was even a liar before. Zhao Jingxin's gaze suddenly turned very serious. He quickly raised his right hand. He pressed it against Li Shua's face. What was he going to do? He directly kissed Li Shua's neck, and Li Shua couldn't refuse. He thought Zhao Jingxin must be deliberately leaving a kiss mark. At this moment, Li Shua became very firm and pushed Zhao Jingxin away. Touching his neck with his left hand, he looked at Zhao Jingxin with caring eyes. Can't you be more mature? Zhao Jingxin's heart was in turmoil, and he could only helplessly let him go. Zhao Jingxin smiled slightly, raising his eyebrows at Li Shua. How should I be mature? Can Uncle Li teach me? Li Shua touched his forcefully kissed neck. Unhappily, he said to Zhao Jingxin, weren't you the one who agreed to our relationship in the hospital? Now you're deliberately leaving kiss marks to ruin my date. What game are you playing? Li Shua disappointedly said to Zhao Jingxin behind him, take care of yourself. When I want to leave, no one can stop me. Zhao Jingxin silently watched him push the door open and leave, helpless. Li Shua slammed the door shut. Zhao Jingxin smiled and said, take care of myself? Who cares about your take care? Go to hell. Li Shua was now driving to his date. Looking at himself in the rearview mirror, only a scarf could hide these kiss marks. But wearing a scarf in this weather would be more suspicious. Should I use makeup to cover it? He lowered his head, thinking, but why should I hide it? Why cover it up? Han Fian and I broke up 12 years ago. He raised his head, thoughtful. But that doesn't mean anything will happen with Han Fian. This anticipation in my heart, is it nostalgia for youth, or am I actually attracted to the present Han Fian? Never mind, I'll know once I see him. He opened the door, wearing an immaculate suit, graceful and poised, truly a talented figure. Not bad. The man reading ahead was indeed Han Fei. Time seemed to have left no marks on his face. As he was reading, the sunlight reflected dazzlingly. Just then, he noticed the person he had invited. His old flame Li Shua, unseen for many years. He looked up, his gaze soft, smiled slightly, and complained to Li Shua, hey, you're late again. Li Shua arrived tardily and smiled awkwardly. Ah, sorry to keep you waiting. The other replied, I just got here too. Have a seat. Having not met for so long, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Han Fei sat down and initiated conversation. This place hasn't changed much. Even after all these years, Li Shua replied, looking down. Yes, but the furniture has been updated quite a bit. Han Fei's fingers lightly rested on a book. Li Shua added, and people too. Han Fei continued, time flies. 12 years have passed. You've changed quite a bit, looking so steady and elegant now, but still as gentle as ever. Li Shua said plainly, you don't seem to have changed much. Hearing this, Han Fei didn't know what to say. Then he suddenly noticed the kiss mark on Li Shua's neck and asked surprisingly, what's that? A mosquito bite? Li Shua lowered his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry, this seems a bit foolish. I didn't want to come out like this, but it happened suddenly. Unexpectedly, Han Fei changed the subject casually. What kind of person is he? Li Shua covered his neck, quite shy. He's a playful person. Han Fei stared intently at him, seeming very interested in the answer. Is he your boyfriend, or what? Li Shua suddenly became nervous. He took a sip of coffee and looked away. Not my boyfriend. Han Fei said nothing in response, just softly said, oh. The atmosphere instantly became awkward, and they fell into silence. Li Shua turned his head, seeming to think of a topic. He asked Han Fei where he worked now. Han Fei proudly answered, I changed jobs last year. An AI technology company. I'm the financial director. We raised $2.2 billion in our latest funding round, planning to go public within 2 years. Li Shua raised his coffee cup. Congratulations. We shouldn't be in a copyright today. We should have some drinks to celebrate. Han Fei smiled happily. Here's fine. What matters is the people and the sentiment, not what we drink. They clinked their coffee cups together. Li Shua said, really, congratulations. Han Fei lowered his head, mumbling, Our company's products are in medical AI. Last year, with investor donations, we donated equipment worth $5 million to Africa. At this moment, Li Shua was staring at his reflection in the coffee cup. Han Fei continued. The donation ceremony that day was grand. Our boss went, and I went too. Li Shua turned to Han Fei. Han Fei said gently, after all these years, I still went to Africa and provided some help there. Just too late. During that time, I kept thinking about you. Li Shua suddenly became very sad and said, Fei, I've always wanted to apologize. I was so immature back then, I didn't understand your difficulties. Han Fei continued, I wanted to apologize too. You know, my parents came to America illegally. I really couldn't refuse that $50,000 annual salary back then, but I broke our promise. The two began to open up to each other. Li Shua continued, Fian, I'm sorry this apology is 12 years late. I hope you dash, Han Fian interrupted. Xiao Shao, no one owes anyone anything. We were just too young then. At that time, I thought if you loved me, why couldn't you stay for me? You thought if I loved you, why couldn't I go with you? Actually, when I was with you, I never stopped feeling inferior. Going our separate ways was inevitable. Li Shua immediately comforted him. Fian, you have no reason to feel inferior. You were perfect to me. Han Fei paused slightly at his words, then said, Xiao Shua, you're the one who's truly perfect. You never know how others see you. Probably much better than you imagine. Li Shua listened to his words. He politely replied, Thank you. I was handsome when I was young. Now at 30, you've become even more charming. I'm not like that. Han Fei touched his cheeks. These years I've focused solely on work, turning into an old man. Li Shua said to Han Fei, Seems you've been too busy these years. No time to look in the mirror. We're all ordinary people, but you haven't changed much, still the same as before. Han Fei smiled. You're still so good with words. Time flies too fast. Next year will be my zodiac year. Hearing this, Li Shua showed surprise. You're also Year of the Goat? The other replied, Yes. Did you forget? I'm 1 year older than you. Li Shua scratched his head, embarrassedly saying, Haven't forgotten. He thought about how there were 2 goat years, one 11 years younger than him, who he'd spent the night with 2 days ago, and one a year older sitting in front of him reminiscing about the past. He seemed lost in thought for a while, not speaking, until the other called his name, and he finally looked up. Xiao Shua. Li Shua stood up, curiously walking towards him. Han Fei finally gathered courage. These years, actually, I've always... Before he could finish, Li Shua's phone buzzed with a picture of a naked man. Han Fei happened to see this. Li Shua nervously said, Sorry, I need to take this call. Han Fei could only cough to hide his embarrassment. Li Shua picked up the phone. Hello, what's wrong? He heard Uncle Li from the other end. My power's out. You dash. Before he could finish, Li Shua interrupted. I have something to do. Zhao Jingxin said. I'm scared, dash. Li Shua angrily cut in. How old are you to be afraid? Zhao Jingxin replied. Can adults be afraid of the dark? Uncle Li, will you come keep me company? Li Shua thought, is this kid trying to trick me? But what if he's really afraid? Seeing the situation, Han Fei turned to him and said, If you really have something to do, go ahead. Today was just a casual chat anyway. Li Shua thought. Fian probably saw the caller's photo just now. It's a good time to leave and ease the awkwardness. So he said into the phone, Wait a moment. He hung up and looked up at the other person. Fian, I'm really sorry. Let's keep in touch, okay? Fian reluctantly agreed. Han Fian's eyes showed a trace of sadness. Li Shua raised his hand and patted the other's head. I'm very, very happy to see you doing well. Han Fei replied, Me too. At this time, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Li Shua knocked on the door, bang, bang, bang. With a click, the person inside opened it. Zhao Jingxin immediately hugged Li Shua, calling out Uncle Li. They embraced at the doorway. The man held his little darling tightly. Almost ran a red light. Was I not quick enough? But he stared intently at Uncle Li. How was your date? Did you have fun? How do you feel seeing your old friend doing well? When did you change my caller ID picture? That's too reckless. What if my parents saw it? Zhao Jingxin looked at him affectionately. I want you to think of me all the time. Did it affect your reunion with your ex-boyfriend? Uncle Li warned him not to act up, saying he would get angry. After all, it had nothing to do with who he was meeting. It was impolite to meet anyone with such a mark, but he didn't care about these opinions. He directly pulled open his collar wide. Then give me one too. We'll be even. She watched as the man came very close and had to reluctantly push him away. After all, I'm not as childish as you. Li Shua looked up at the emergency light. It's bright enough, isn't it? The man held on to him, not letting go. It's not enough. I want you to stay with me. So he had to go cook for him. But this person was like a clingy spirit, following wherever he went, holding Zhao Jingxin tight, greedily taking in his scent. What kind of person is your ex? Uncle Li immediately replied, a very good person. This unintentionally made him extremely jealous and unhappy. But this person seemed unaware and actually listed Fei's merits endlessly. How could such a good man become an ex? Li Shua had to explain again. After college graduation, I went to teach in Africa. We split up because he didn't go. He even thought his ex had difficulties, but Zhao Jingxin didn't think so. What difficulties could he have? Those are all excuses. Fei came from a poor family and had just found a job. I didn't care about money, but that doesn't mean he didn't have to care. If your ex really cared about money, he shouldn't have broken up with you. Being with you, would he ever lack money in this life? This time, Uncle Li frowned. This is our relationship. You don't need to analyze it casually. After all, what's past is past. No matter how regretful or sad, it's over. I have no intention of rekindling anything. Zhao Jingxin looked at him suspiciously. Are you telling the truth? I don't believe it. You couldn't have gotten over him. Unexpectedly, he raised an explosive question. What if he still likes you? What if he wants to reconcile with you? What would you do? Li Shuo lowered his head dejectedly, indicating that after these 12 years, he didn't know if their thoughts, views, and principles still matched. He looked at the man's approaching face. He explained softly, I can't predict future events, but shouldn't there be boundaries between us? Zhao Jingxin seemed to hear a joke. There was indeed no point in discussing this. After all, no one knows what the future holds. So the room fell silent for a moment. He wanted to confirm if he had crossed the line today. Uncle Li reminded him affirmatively. Yes, don't let it happen again. Uncle Li, you really are heartless. I suddenly understand why you have an ex-boyfriend. Li Shuo made no comment on this. I have feelings for everyone. I treat everyone sincerely. If we can't be together, it's just that the fate isn't right. He suddenly raised his head upon hearing this. You always act like some great romantic. My brother turned his life upside down for Li Qingshou. But you, have you ever truly been heartbroken? Li Shuo felt a surge of anger inside. You think acting foolishly equals deep love? Well, I'm not a kid like you. He hit the man with a direct blow. You played around all over North America, gained quite a reputation. I'm called cold-hearted, but does that make you deeply passionate? Your past belongs to you. My past belongs to me. We have no right to question or blame each other. That's what I mean by boundaries. Who I date, whether I'm passionate or cold-hearted, who I'll end up with, that's my freedom. Can we stop this topic now? Zhao Jingxin tightly gripped his arm, the strong anger inside, making him uncomfortable. After they both fell silent for a moment, he was the first to break the tense atmosphere. I was wrong. I crossed the line. Uncle Li, please don't be angry with me. But our Uncle Li wouldn't hear it today. We're not suitable for interaction and communication. Just as he was about to open the door, the sulking person suddenly embraced him. Zhao Jingxin acted as if nothing happened and whined. I won't let you go. I'm afraid of the dark. Can you stay for me? Then I hope you can respect each other in the future. Don't question my life and feelings anymore. I'm serious. You must do this. Zhao Jingxin leaned forward and gently kissed his cheek. Looks like we're better off just communicating in bed. So a few days later, Li Shua attended a wine party. A few days ago, he had met with Fian, but had to leave early due to something urgent. Today, he specially invited her to make amends. However, his friend seemed to misunderstand something. I didn't actively contact Han Fian. We just happened to meet at the hospital. Li Shua said he was very happy that he was doing well, even happier than if he himself was doing well. His friend expressed complete confusion. Sometimes you really radiate this competitive aura, making a cross gesture on his body. Do you still have feelings for him? Li Shuo responded that too much time had passed to have feelings, but he still admired him. However, speaking about such things isn't always genuine. After all, feelings have nothing to do with age. It's about fate. But Li Shuo still asked his friend to keep an eye on Han Fei. If any unreliable people in the circle approach him, you must warn him not to trust the wrong person. His friend responded with dissatisfaction. He's been working on Wall Street for years and is about to become a shareholder in a public company. Do you still see him as a poor boy? Their conversation hadn't ended when the subject himself arrived at the scene, well-dressed and cheerfully waving at the two, completely unaware. After meeting, their eyes seemed to only see each other, frustrating their friend who shouted, "Am I invisible? At least compliment my recent fitness results." Li Shua pointed to the rows of wine opposite them. Today's private wine tasting allows orders. Your stocks have dropped recently. Better drink more while you can. Fei looked at him supportively. I can order wine for the company. Xiao Shua, come recommend some to me. The fitness enthusiast friend standing between them sighed. Who would have thought after all these years, they still look so good together? His friend sat down nearby, seriously tasting the wine. Han Fei wanted to talk to him privately, so he suggested, Xiao Shua, let's go rest. Li Shua led him to taste some pastries. They gradually shed the unfamiliarity of meeting again, and the atmosphere became somewhat unusual. But beautiful moments are always interrupted. A hand suddenly pressed down on the man's shoulder. Unexpectedly, it was Zhao Jingxin who had arrived at the scene. A hand patted the other person's shoulder and intimately called out Uncle Li. He seemed to feel an intense gaze and instantly turned to look at this man. Then he confidently and calmly extended his hand. Hello, I'm Zhao Jingxin. What's your name? After politely greeting everyone, he sat down right next to Li Shua, pressing close, and then suddenly took his wine glass. As if claiming ownership, he took Uncle Li's wine glass and took a small sip. Li Shua was very confused about why he came back. The man seemed to read his mind and explained, I was bored and wanted to find you, so I asked Uncle Guang where you were. Since we're all here together, let me formally introduce everyone. But before he could finish, young Mr. Zhao interrupted. No need for introductions. Ex-boyfriend, right? I know. So how do you plan to introduce me? Li Shua pointed at him very casually. Fian, this is my friend. The man unhappily shouted. That's it. Li Shua was a bit afraid of this loudmouth. He didn't want to cause a scene in public with any shocking statements. Then he suddenly leaned forward to examine the man. Uncle Li, is wearing bow ties on dates your personal fetish? You really are adorable. Uncle Li, being teased again, turned his head away reservedly, stubbornly claiming it was just casual wear. Zhao Jingxin didn't believe his excuse. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had guessed their secret. The two people opposite slightly lowered their heads, showing some shyness on their faces. There was indeed a feeling that belonged uniquely to them. You two planned to wear bow ties together, right? But Brother Fei, why do you look so serious? I believe this is our first meeting. Fei directly denied knowing him, but he started talking to himself. I wouldn't forget meeting such a handsome man as Brother Fei. Li Shua felt a bit jealous hearing this. Zhao Jingxin's eager expression was just like when they first met on the plane. Suddenly, he didn't want to stay anymore. Fei, let's go get something to eat. You seem a bit drunk. Han Fei was confused about how Xiao Shu knew him. The man seemed somewhat unhappy but still explained, he's my father's friend's son. So they went to the dining table. As rivals naturally eye each other with hostility, Zhao Jingxin suddenly shouted, Brother Fei doesn't seem to handle alcohol well. After saying this, he picked up a fork and quickly speared fruit from a delicious small cake. He wanted to give the fruit to Li Shua, saying there was only one piece for him. Li Shua felt awkward, expressing he didn't want to experience such a dramatic scene again. But he still took the fork. After tasting it, Zhao Jingxin suddenly shouted, so sweet, then turned to look at Han Fei's position. Do you like sweets? Just as Fei said he was okay with them, a plate of small cakes was pushed in front of him. The person explained he hadn't tried these ones yet. Li Shua looked at him puzzled. What was this guy doing? He couldn't have really taken a liking to Han Fei, could he? This guy was still deliberately teasing. Why do I feel Brother Fei doesn't like me much? Have I offended him before? Li Shua wouldn't allow others to talk like this. He quickly answered, what are you saying? Fei is just naturally shy. At this point, Fei wiped his mouth and warned Mr. Zhao with a cold gaze. Remember Fei Le Chant? Should be someone you dated, right? The man immediately shook his head vigorously. Brother Fei, you can eat carelessly, but shouldn't speak carelessly. I've never dated anyone. Li Shua quietly lowered his head, utterly disappointed. So in Zhao Jingxin's heart, we were never considered dating? Just that one phrase, I've never dated anyone, had such devastating power, even overshadowing the fact that Xiao Kun was his cousin. Should I be relieved? Everything is just as I expected. However, Zhao Jingxin knew clearly who this person was, but he had already made things clear with him. It was all consensual. Han Fei disagreed with this statement. So you're saying you're completely innocent? I thought you were a playboy before. Zhao Jingxin waved dismissively. I never abandoned him, and I hope he won't belittle himself. Li Shua sat beside them feeling very lost. He suggested to the man, let's go. The man immediately turned to Uncle Li. Will you come with me? After reaching the underground parking garage, the two shared an intense gaze. This seemed to be their chance to talk. My Uncle Li, are you angry? Then he lowered his head, muttering to himself. What do you have to be angry about? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Li Shua was indeed a meticulous person. Fei was already very uncomfortable then, and this man couldn't have missed it. Zhao Jingxin wanted to explain about that man. Li Shua directly interrupted him, hesitating. You don't need to explain who that person is. That's your freedom. It's the boundary between us. Little Xingxing nodded in acknowledgement. You're so open-minded. I'm relieved. Uncle Li said, you can rest assured. I won't become that person to you. But Fei's accusations might not be groundless. Not everyone in this world is like you, with your level of understanding, so you don't plan to date anyone, unless everything is crystal clear. And don't act like you really like someone if you're just playing with them. Is it interesting to you? Zhao Jingxin squinted his eyes in disbelief. Your fiend says a few casual words, and you immediately believe them? He wouldn't judge right or wrong. He wasn't involved, and it had nothing to do with him. So he turned to leave. But Zhao Jingxin suddenly stopped him. Actually, I had something important to discuss with you today. Why don't you listen before leaving? Li Shua took a deep breath and turned around. The man said his father still hoped he would come. The work contract was already signed and in his car. Uncle Li had composed himself, showing a very relaxed expression. He squinted and said, that's great. As Zhao Jingxin went to get the contract, several images suddenly appeared in his mind. On the day of the explosion, when I was most desperate and scared, we locked eyes in the chaos just like now. At that time, my heart was full of gratitude and salvation. But our current relationship is indescribable. If I had to use one word to describe it, he just finds it absurd. Unable to understand, this made his chest feel very tight. But pride prevented him from showing it, so he quickly turned and left first. Li Shua's gaze was somewhat stunned. This was the first time Zhao Jingxin hadn't acted cute or pitiful. But let it be this way. This is the best ending. The more Zhao Jingxin pushes, the more tense I feel. Stopping here is good for both of us. In an exceptionally luxurious villa, there was a shadow by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, seemingly holding an unspeakable secret. It turned out to be a call to his ex, Han Fei. The man said today was really discourteous, leaving early last time, and now another accident happened. Actually, the person who was wronged by Jingxin was Fei's colleague and friend. He was depressed for a while because of this incident, but Zhao Jingxin's credibility was too low, and he didn't want Shua to get hurt. The man told him not to worry, saying he was just a young kid. After a moment of silence from the other end of the phone, Shua, we're all at the age of settling down. Do you still want to play around? Li Shua didn't know how to answer. Matters of the heart depend on fate. If one party isn't willing, you can't force it. Fei nodded. But I've always wanted to talk with you. Both times there wasn't much chance. Li Shua was about to say he felt the same way. The man directly asked him to choose a time. Whenever he's free, he would be available. Li Shua had so many words bottled up inside, but in reality, he just replied plainly with a good night. Lying in bed with one hand against his forehead, he kept reflecting. Too many things had happened lately. He seemed to have done many unwise things just because he met that person in his life. Even he had become unlike himself. He fell asleep amid his scattered thoughts, but a phone ring woke him up. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingxin called at this hour. He quickly sat up, wondering if something had happened. On the other end, little Xingxing spoke in a very aggrieved tone. I had a fight with you. I can't sleep. Li Shua relaxed, leaning helplessly against the headboard. When did we fight? And how did you tell I was angry? The man felt his headache intensifying. The person on the phone quietly probed, because I ruined your date. Li Shua slightly curved his lips in a bitter smile, his hopes instantly plummeting. Let's say that's the reason then. Zhao Jingxin directly stated he didn't want to apologize. I have my reasons for doing that, but I want to see you. Right now, he responded faintly. Whatever, get some rest. When hearing he wanted to see him, he was stunned. Don't mess around. I'm really tired. But little Zhao didn't give him a chance to refuse. His next words instantly woke him up. So, I came to find you. I'm downstairs right now. Disregarding his good upbringing, he shouted, what's wrong with him? But he still quietly walked to the window and opened the curtains. Sure enough, there was a figure downstairs, looking dejected. The phone still carried the man's pitiful voice. Uncle Li, I'm really cold. He didn't hold any hopes for Jingxing, so he slowly lowered the curtain, telling him to go back. But little Zhao persisted, looking up. I'm about to catch a cold down here. Come down and hug me. Li Shua irritably rubbed his forehead. I really can't do anything about this person. So he quickly left the room and gave him a precise response. Give me 30 seconds. I'll come get you. The poor thing on the other side counted numbers rapidly, giving Uncle Li no time to react while going downstairs. The man said he needed another 10 seconds. Zhao Jingxin readily agreed, but he had conditions. He must get 10 more kisses. As he counted the last second, the door burst open. Li Shuo ran to him, panting. He immediately hugged his beloved man, while Uncle Li thoughtfully put a coat over him. He decisively gave him a gentle kiss. Now they were cuddling by the bed. His strong hands forcefully turned Uncle Li around, then gazed at him with expectant eyes. Since their relationship had progressed further, they needed an easy pet name. This should be thought up by Uncle Li himself. Li Shuo begged to be spared. Zhao Jingxin said he'd stop teasing him. Tell me when you think of one, but don't reject me again. The phone showed it was already 8 a.m. He usually woke up around this time anyway. Looking back at the well-behaved man, he couldn't help stroking the man's hair. We have breakfast at 8:15 at my house. I'll have them bring it to the room. Later I'll take you out, away from here. Little Zhao showed an impatient expression. I'll leave after your parents go out. Does this make us look like we're having an affair? Uncle Guang brought up 2 breakfast portions with confusion. Having double portions today? Is work pressure high? Take care of your health. Let me know if you need more. He hurriedly took the breakfast from Uncle Guang's hands and nodded with satisfaction. It's enough. Thank you, Uncle Guang. At this moment, Zhao Jingxin peeked his head out slightly and suggested, I should hide naked in the closet. That would make this affair more realistic, right? So they sat by the sunlit window, enjoying their respective portions of breakfast. Little Zhao picked up his meal and remarked thoughtfully, it feels nice to have breakfast with someone. Li Shuo suddenly lifted his head. After all, he had imagined this in his heart for a long time. He observed this man bathed in sunlight, not knowing when he had already walked into his heart. Seize the day. Why worry about the past and future? Enjoying the moment is the best way to not waste precious time. That's what he thought, and that's what he did. He gently reached out his hand and touched little Zhao's soft lips. His slender fingers casually caressed them, then wiped away the jam from the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, after withdrawing his fingers, he lightly licked them. This subtle gesture was truly alluring. Obviously, Zhao Jingxin gulped, staring intently at the man with a dazed expression. You're teasing me early in the morning. Face the consequences. Surprisingly, Li Shuo showed no fear. You're in my territory now. Watch yourself. He stared deeply at the man before him, suddenly feeling the small bread in his hand lost its appeal. Seeing his expression, Li Shuo laughed heartily, pleasantly patting his shoulder. All right, just eat properly. The man expressed that he was no fun, leaving conversations unfinished. So irresponsible. Let's just stay like this. He didn't elaborate on these words, just sighed slightly, undoubtedly leaving room for imagination. Looking at Li Shuo, his thoughts secretly stirred. What did he mean by stay like this? Did this kid even understand such things? But now wasn't the time to think about that. He directly pushed the man away mercilessly. While my parents are out, you should leave too. Don't be so reckless next time. Watching Jingxin's departing figure, he lowered his head slightly. Suddenly his wrist was firmly grabbed. Zhao Jingxin leaned down slightly and swiftly kissed the man's thin lips. For a moment, both were reluctant to part, exchanging a meaningful glance. The man understood instantly, then helplessly waved him away. Whatever you have to say, save it for next time. Zhao Jingxin indicated he'd take that as agreement, then contentedly closed the door and left. Li Shuo surveyed his empty room. It would be nice if there was another master here. As that person's image gradually flashed through his mind, his phone buzzed. It was news about the missing Li Qingxiu. The man felt relieved. It's great that Qingxiu is okay, but you still need to investigate quickly. We must find him before Xiao Kun. If you find Li Qingxiu, hide him. My father's condition has stabilized these days. I'll go back for a while. Li Shuo hung up the phone, feeling somewhat dejected. Having news of Li Qingxiu was good, but Xiao Kun would likely find him first. Wouldn't that bring everything back to square one? So he secretly decided to plan. Once his father recovered more, he must return immediately. The previous 2 meetings with Fei were interrupted by Zhao Jingxin. Taking advantage of today's free time, he should properly apologize to Fei. So he sat in the car waiting for Fei's message. He didn't expect the man to tell him to look up. Had he arrived so quickly? But he still obediently looked up, scanning the bustling street in all directions. At this moment, Han Fian came running from afar, indicating for him to come to the coffee shop behind. Fei remarked, I didn't expect so many places from back then are still open. They've stood the test of time, proving our taste wasn't bad. Han Fei looked around vigilantly. This time there shouldn't be anyone else interrupting us, or any other matters disturbing us, right? Li Shuo nodded affirmatively, guaranteeing there wouldn't be. While we still have time, let's talk. Fei rested his chin, watching him. Do you remember what I like to eat? If you do, then you order smoked salmon, cream seafood soup, beef lasagna, and wine brownie for dessert. His expression became somewhat dazed. I didn't expect you'd remember everything. Li Shua smiled casually. You've always eaten like this. You don't like trying new dishes. When you find something you like, you order it repeatedly. But Han Fei suddenly looked up, speaking seriously. I think that's normal. He felt the man's intense gaze. Unable to bear it, he lowered his head. Though Li Shua felt similarly in his heart, he raised his glass. Let's toast to our past and future. Fian approvingly repeated it, adding, speaking of the past, it brings back many memories. They discussed various topics. Li Shua hadn't chatted like this in a long time. Or rather, hadn't met him in a long time. I understand Han Fei's hobbies, his principles, beliefs, just as Han Fei understands me. This feeling is truly nostalgic. But time slowly passed, and it was closing time. They even thought about continuing their chat in the car. Since they were outside and the area was rough, Li Shua offered to drive him over. Han Fei rubbed his round belly. The man exclaimed, "You're so thin. You haven't gotten sick, have you? You should have more bird's nest soup to nourish yourself. I have some in my car. Come get it later." Han Fei thanked him gratefully. "I haven't been sick, just busy with work. Too lazy to eat," he sighed as usual. "Looks like you need someone to keep you company." Though he agreed with the observation, their eyes suddenly met, and time seemed to stand still. Han Fei stood before him first, testing with his familiar voice. "Do we still have a chance?" "Fei, I don't know. It's been 12 years. We've both changed a lot, and my heart is truly confused. After all, the person I'm thinking of probably has someone else in their heart. Why should I make things difficult for myself?" Fei had already guessed his answer. Actually, he wasn't sure either if they still had a chance. But since we're both single, and we still get along so well and admire each other, I want to try. After turning 30, Li Shua began looking for a partner suitable for family life. Searching and searching. At this age, he started playing around again, completely departing from his original intention. As Han Fian said, "I really want to have a family. After all, the word home is so moving." So he lowered his head dejectedly, but agreed with his words. "Yes, I want that too." Han Fian suddenly confessed, "You don't need to answer me now. I hope we can just interact like friends. After all, you still make my heart flutter." Perhaps Zhao Jingxin was just a passerby. Perhaps Han Fei was the destination. Perhaps after all these years of wandering, it was all to meet the right person in the end. Outside, the night grew deeper, but his home was brightly lit. His parents were waiting in the living room. Their friends wanted to invest in a hotel. No management needed, just revenue sharing. They asked if he wanted to discuss it. Li Shua agreed immediately. "When father's health improves, I plan to return home to handle some matters." His mother suddenly remembered Han Fian, whom she saw at the bank that day, and that child was quite fond of him then. His mother suddenly became energetic, while his father looked helpless. "You really worry our son won't find a wife." They suddenly engaged in an intense discussion. At this moment, Li Shua's phone vibrated several times. It was a message from Zhao Jingxin. Seems he hasn't given up, actually planning to ask him out for dinner. After pondering for a moment, he retorted to his mother, "Am I lacking in masculinity?" Then he turned and went upstairs to rest. His mother kept sighing. "This child always leaves conversations half-finished." As Fei said, at this age, having experienced everything worth experiencing, now he just wants a stable family. "I desperately hope for someone who can share my joys and sorrows." But who would that person be? So early the next morning, a well-dressed figure arrived at the restaurant. Our little Jingxin arrived at the scene. He praised from the side. "You look so handsome today. Did you dress up specially?" He nodded confidently. "Didn't you say this is standard for dates?" "So for our date, it couldn't be missing." Zhao Jingxin narrowed his eyes slightly. "But no matter what you wear, I just want to strip you bare." The man laughed softly, making the day seem brighter. "Mom's been keeping me so busy these days. When are you going back home?" "My dad's urging me to take up my position. I can go back with you." Li Shua said he'd return after finding Li Qingshou, but someone keeps interfering. He suddenly looked to the side, then pretended nothing happened. "I'm not too sure about this. You and Li Qingshou have broken up. Why are you still looking for him? My brother will treat him well if he finds him." Li Shua said he's keeping his promise not to discuss it, asking Xiao Kun not to bring up this topic again. He readily agreed. "Today is our date day. What does my little sweetheart want to eat?" "There's a food street near where I live. There are many deliveries even at 3 to 4 a.m. I really live there, and it's not far from your company. So will you move in with me? Li Shuo finally asked what was on his mind. Zhao Jingxin seemed somewhat shocked, internally struggling with how to refuse. Sure enough, he lowered his eyes, no longer looking at him. My brother has prepared a house for me. Wouldn't meeting be troublesome then? You don't know how congested Beijing is. Let Uncle Li take care of you. But he still didn't want to live together. I studied there for 3 years. I can handle these things. Li Shuo suddenly propped his chin and looked straight at him. Don't you want to have breakfast with me every day? Don't you want to be with me? Zhao Jingxin, I'm trying one last time. You won't even agree to live together? He said he certainly wanted to, but he's a late sleeper, and his place is within walking distance to the company, more convenient than living at yours. It seems he won't even agree to live together. His previous thoughts were really laughable. I've already torn up and thrown away my pride like paying war reparations. I won't say anything excessive anymore. Their dishes arrived quickly. At this moment, he acted as if nothing had happened, looking at him expectantly. We still have something we haven't done. Li Shuo instantly hid his disappointment. What else do we have to do? I remember every detail. I said I wanted to go swimming with you, while enjoying the beautiful views of the seaside park. Indeed, things have come to this point. What am I still hoping for? When will you fulfill my wish? But he secretly clenched his fist, not responding quickly to this matter. He composed himself, then looked up at him seriously. I'm sorry, but I can't fulfill this. Zhao Jingxin didn't sense anything wrong. Do you particularly dislike being in water? Li Shuo maintained his gentlemanly appearance. You've misunderstood my meaning. I don't think we'll be in love again. He instantly became upset. What do you mean? You're rejecting everything you promised me. I don't want to continue this relationship. Zhao Jingxin, let's go back to being just partners. He shouted suddenly. Weren't we fine just now? This isn't funny anymore. They looked at the delicious food on the table. After their big argument, neither could eat. He suddenly thought of Han Fei. But Li Shuo had already turned away, not looking at him. After all, it was only partly his reason. But he didn't believe it at all. He narrowed his eyes, secretly observing him. Only partly? In Li Shuo's heart, it felt like his heart was frozen, struggling to breathe. It was unbearable. Fei said he wants to try with me. I think it's worth it. Try. Zhao Jingxin trembled with anger. What's there to try? Did he abandon your 3 years of relationship for work? What does our relationship have to do with you? Though we plan to be friends, I don't want any more involvement with you. He completely lost control of his temper and punched the small dining table. Young Master Zhao has always been the one dumping others. This must be the first time being dumped. You should cherish such a fresh experience. Young Master Zhao struggled to control his anger. Have I ever mistreated you? Are you serious? What's wrong with us being together? After Uncle Li understood this point, he no longer hesitated. You never mistreated me. It was happy and serious. He lowered his head and smiled self-mockingly. Since you put it that way, isn't it too hurtful? You did nothing wrong. No need to apologize, but I still feel regretful. You're too delicious. I really hate to give you up. Zhao Jingxing appeared calm on the surface, but had already clenched his fist. He stood up, bent slightly, and slowly moved closer to the man's left cheek. He whispered baby softly, then bit his ear hard. Li Shuo sharply drew in a breath. This guy really bit hard, until there was a bang. The door was slammed shut heavily. No matter how hysterical others were during breakups, I maintained dignity and respect. This time was particularly suppressing. That ball game with Zhao Jingxin back then, who really won? Although Zhao Jingxin lost the game, he achieved his goal. While I won the game, but got no reward. And perhaps there would never be a chance to redeem it. After that night, we never contacted each other again. Fian held the camera happily and leaned forward. What are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought. If I'd known you had something on your mind, I wouldn't have asked you to accompany me. Li Shuo casually replied, just some trivial matters. You've always liked photography. You really haven't changed much. Fian looked at him. He had indeed matured a lot, but I've been focused on my career these past few years. My mind wasn't on relationships. He lowered his head dejectedly. Before 30, I had serious boyfriends, but none of them considered the long term. Now, I suddenly want to settle down. Then, like a sad puppy, he explained his love life. I've dated a few people too. As you've seen, he quickly adjusted his mood and looked at the stock exchange that Fei pointed out. The company will go public in a few months. I thought long and hard about starting the business. After all, I'm not a risk taker, but I agreed later. Do you know why? Before he could answer, Fei said he thought of him. When I was young, I wasn't brave enough for love. I regretted it for many years. He looked up at his refined ex-boyfriend. If I hesitate again now, how many more years will I regret? At this age, breaking stability for breakthrough requires much more strength than in our 20s. So you'll definitely succeed. Little Shua, standing beside you now, I finally don't feel inferior. I'll work hard to recover our relationship, but this time, with our mentalities being more equal, perhaps we can be together again. After opening up that day, my meetings with Faye became more ordinary, but there wasn't much progress. Faye was reserved and not proactive. I'd always been the initiator in relationships, but now I couldn't take further action. There was no follow-up on Li Qingshuo's news. Perhaps Xiao Kun interfered again. Better return home to investigate. His father told him to decide for himself. As he was about to explain more, his phone buzzed. He had planned to meet Han Fei, but something came up at his company, so they couldn't meet today. Fei had wanted to see him off. Now they couldn't meet before he left. Li Shua could only comfort him softly. I won't be gone long. I might be back next month. Drive carefully. His father was curious. I see you've been in frequent contact. Are you getting back together? Father said his health was fine. Just do what you want to do. Be careful on your way back. Someone shouted brotherly. The familiar voice made him turn around. Could it be who he thought it was? Sure enough, it was the kid Zhao Jingxin. He was also pulling a suitcase, dressed as casually as ever. Li Shua's heart softened a bit. Why is he here? Is he going back to China too? Zhao Jingxin hugged his arm, acting normal. Brotherly, you came so early. But our sharp-minded Shua turned away. I forgot to tell you, I'm going back to China. The poor thing frowned, looking hurt. Brotherly is so heartless. Isn't this change of attitude too sudden? They hadn't contacted since last time. What was he doing following him to the airport? He secretly smiled mischievously. You had your fun and kicked me aside. Is that right? Before Li Shua could explain, his mother interrupted. Why didn't you say Jingxing was going back too? There are too many things I forgot. You should head back first. I'll return after finishing my business. The two quickly arrived at the VIP lounge. Aren't you a member here? If not, you can use my card. There are many rooms here. Zhao Jingxing shrugged indifferently. We can share one room. That way we won't waste space. Li Shua's anger instantly flared up. Wasn't I clear enough that night? And I don't need your permission. His heart was restless as he suddenly reached out to hold him. We haven't seen each other for 2 weeks. I miss you. Uncle Li, don't you miss your baby? Uncle Li acts so proper in public, but becomes a different person when we're together. This contrast is so adorable. Li Shua's face turned red. Mind your behavior. This is a public place. Don't make things ugly. Clearly, he didn't want to keep their agreement. After all, I know better than you what ugly really means. He suddenly leaned forward and embraced him tightly. Li Shua's steps were obviously flustered, but he kept advancing, until a click sounded as the VIP room door was forcefully closed. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingxin proved stronger, backing him against the door with nowhere to retreat. Then he bent down slightly to kiss the corner of his mouth. It was his first time experiencing such excitement, but he really couldn't love him. He tried to push him away. More surprisingly, he forcefully stepped on Li Shua's leather shoes, then reached out his hand and forced his face straight, quickly bending down to kiss him again, giving the man no chance to resist. Time passed second by second until he finally pulled away reluctantly. Li Shua came to his senses and wiped his lips vigorously. What will this change? He explained casually. I just wanted to kiss you. The room suddenly fell silent. He slowly raised his head to look at him. Just then, he held his hand and leaned forward, rubbing against his clothes. Did you sleep with Han Fei? Li Shua couldn't break free from his restraint and could only shout angrily, "Let go of me first!" But he got no answer and wasn't released. His eyes grew hazy as his lips moved to his ear. Answer me first, then I'll let go. Li Shua struggled to control himself. I don't want to fight you. Don't force me. He suddenly sneered. Uncle Li is so cute. I wouldn't dare hurt you. Answer my question. Did you sleep together? Li Shua's expression was filled with sadness, but he obediently answered, "It's not what you think." Hearing this, he immediately relaxed. If that had really happened, I would have gone crazy. He held the man's hand tightly, but it was forcefully pulled away. Looks like you're moving slowly. I thought old flames would rekindle immediately. I guess you must be really afraid. Li Shua's deep, magnetic voice responded, "Don't overthink it. What would I be afraid of?" You're afraid of Han Fian, afraid of being intimate with him, afraid it won't be as satisfying as with me. He straightened his back. Jingxing, scoring cheap points with words is the lowest. If you think a few sarcastic remarks can change anything, then you're overestimating yourself. Zhao Jingxing licked his lips. Uncle Li is mature, steady, and graceful. I'm young and foolish. Please understand. His mind began to get confused. Zhao Jingxing wants to provoke me today. He must be upset about being dumped. Too bad. I'm not responsible for saving face. You're being childish and unreasonable today. We have no need to communicate, so please leave quickly. He expressed that he really missed him. He was too heartless. As soon as an old flame appeared, he immediately dumped him. Do you really think choosing him is right? Zhao Jingxing said with a serious face. You'll definitely regret it. At this moment, an announcement echoed through the airport. Your flight is now open for check-in. Unexpectedly, they met again. Who knew whose clever plan arranged such seating? Zhao Jingxing sat obediently beside him, but his eyes were fixed intently on him. Do you remember our first meeting? It was the same scene, same position. When I got on the plane, I saw you getting something from the overhead compartment when you were turned sideways towards me. That pose made but looked particularly perky. Your waist so slim and legs so long. I wanted to strip you naked right then. What did you think when you first saw me? Lin Shuo pretended to be calm. You look good. Zhao Jingxin showed a hurt expression. You should have at least thought about me. He responded with a bitter smile. Zhao Jingxin isn't my usual dating type, so I didn't think much of him at first sight. The plane was taking off. Life is full of unexpected moments. For the next few hours, he would have to face Zhao Jingxin. He rested his chin while watching Uncle Li, his lips moving as he said, "Will you kiss me?" The man told him to stop fooling around, but he wouldn't listen. Kiss me once, and I'll punish you less. I'm actually very angry. I just can't bear to yell at you. That's why I'm holding back from punishing you. He whined while shaking the man's arm. Just kiss me once. I want you to kiss me on your own. Li Shuo closed his book with a snap and looked at him seriously. Jingxin, I told you I want to end this. Whether you understand or not, please stop doing these things. They shared an intense gaze, but their eyes were filled only with anger. Zhao Jingxin's expression changed several times, his heart filled with anger, but he didn't show it outwardly. Fine, I'm really angry now. Although you've angered me, because I like you, I still did you a small favor. Don't you want to rekindle things with Han Fei? I also hope you can find happiness. So I hope Han Fei can make you happy. This nonsense about Han Fei's happiness made Li Shuo dizzy. What exactly are you trying to say? He said that to ensure his happiness, he decided to test Han Fei. Han Fei abandoned you for work back then. I'm worried he might do the same when faced with benefits. So I created some obstacles for them. This is just a test for him. If he would abandon you again for benefits, is such a person worth your cherishing? Li Shuo's face twisted. What exactly did Zhao Jingxin want to do? He gently stroked his palm. Don't worry, I'm doing this for your own good. I won't do anything to your old flame. Li Shuo could no longer contain his anger. He frantically raised his fist and grabbed his collar, but couldn't bring himself to strike him. He released his collar and just muttered some curses under his breath. Zhao Jingxin looked at him pathologically. I'm not interested in that weakling. I'm just doing this for your own good. Aren't you curious about how he'll choose? How could he be so malicious? Xiao Kun and Zhao Jingxin are truly from the same family. They're all self-centered, twisted men. Constantly reflecting on this relationship, he wondered why he would like such a jerk and why he hadn't noticed earlier. Zhao Jingxin kept rambling. If you had kissed me earlier, I would have waited until we landed to tell you. It seems this bastard did it on purpose, taking revenge for being dumped. But the plane still has 12 hours before landing. When Fei needs help the most, I can't do anything. He struggled to control his inner fear, maintaining a calm exterior as he looked up. What exactly do you want? If you really care about me, you should respect my choices. I don't need you to test anyone. This method is despicable, and I'm not curious about his choice. This isn't a multiple-choice question. No one has the right to force him to choose. Zhao Jingxin glanced at him sideways. Then let's just say I'm curious. What's the point of doing this? It only makes me look down on you. If you don't stop this behavior, I'll hate you. He was shocked for a moment, constantly thinking of a counter-strategy. I'm doing this because I don't want you to get hurt. But Li Shuo disagreed. You're doing this for revenge. Don't insult my intelligence. Zhao Jingxin admitted he was angry. But I still care about you. I don't want you to choose someone who doesn't love you. Even if you make choices for me, you can't interfere with my friendships. Let's not make our relationship too tense, okay? His mood changes were too quick. This made him even less trustworthy. But now wasn't the time to provoke him further. but he thought he was doing good. Han Fei isn't worthy of you. Once you see his true nature, you'll thank me. Li Shua's hand suddenly tightened. I don't need you to teach me how to judge people, especially not with such despicable methods. He suddenly frowned with a bitter smile. When did I become the bad guy to you? Was Zhao Jingxin really bad? Since they met, though Xiao Kun deceived him, he had also saved his father. You don't understand my actions. I can't understand your thinking either. How can you trust someone who abandoned you? But you're seeing the past events one-sided. I made many mistakes too. I can't explain the details to you, because that's between me and Fei. Hurting others only damages your own karma. Stop being childish. Zhao Jingxin explained pitifully. I wasn't planning to do anything to him. Just wanted to scare him a bit. This made Li Shua struggle internally. Was he really looking out for him, even if his methods were extreme? If you really just care about me, then I appreciate your intentions. Whatever you've done, fix it after we land. Zhao Jingxin turned his head away and snorted coldly, indicating he couldn't hear. He had to turn his face back. Did you hear me? I won't hit you. The man insisted he couldn't hear. Are you really going to hit me? But you can't change anything. Even if you get angry, I have to make you see clearly. What were Han Fian and Zhao Jingxin thinking? Rejecting me while being ambiguous. Better keep distance from him. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has begun its descent. He quickly pulled out his phone, completely missing Jingxin's gaze, who was also staring intently at the screen. He was paused on Fei's interface, but he hesitated. He suddenly stood up, only to be mocked by others. Why don't you dare to hit? Are you afraid? You say you don't care, but you're actually afraid of history repeating itself, aren't you? Li Shua indicated he didn't want to see him now. Stop following me. He carried his suitcase alone out of the cabin, his thin silhouette appearing more lonely. After getting off, he immediately made a call. Why wouldn't Fei answer? Was it because he didn't trust him? He dialed Fei's number, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Only after he got into the car did he seem to come to his senses. Driver, take me home now. This incident left him physically and mentally exhausted. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. However, even the sweetest dreams can be interrupted. Knocking sounds kept coming from the room, so he had to get up and open the door. Surprisingly, Zhao Jingxin had ordered food for him. After placing the takeout on the dining table, he stared blankly at the food. It wasn't surprising that Zhao Jingxin could find out his flight and home address. His stomach was completely empty. Fei still hadn't returned his calls. It seems this time it wasn't Han Fei, but his ex, Zhao Jingxin. His tone was stiff. Whatever you did to Fei, can you stop now? Zhao Jingxin didn't answer directly. Did you call him? Everything is as I expected. Now your so-called test is over. Stop troubling Fei. You're just wasting time now, but you have no right to speak about him. From today on, don't contact me. Someone else will handle all future business with you. Zhao Jingxin, you're so inconsiderate. You really make me disappointed. But unexpectedly, he dropped a bombshell. What if I could take you to see Li Qingxiu? My brother has already found Li Qingxiu. I can take you to see him. Li Shua immediately shouted. Take him there? But his condition was touching. He just hoped he wouldn't be angry with him anymore. You never think you're wrong, whether it's about this or about Xiao Kun. Taking you to see Li Qingxiu will be my compensation. Can we get along like before? Li Shua inevitably pondered. Taking him to see Qingxiu as compensation. What kind of person was he really? His every move, every word, were they sincere or fake? Those terrible or heartwarming things he did, what were the true intentions behind them? Zhao Jingxin told him to think it through and call him back when he decided. Li Shua stared down at his phone. I really don't want to deal with him, but Li Qingxiu has Xiao Kun's interference. Brother Xiang hasn't found him for so long. I'm desperate to find Li Qingxiu. No, now wasn't the time for despair. There was someone who could help him. Why hadn't he thought of it before? That person had more persuasive power over Xiao Kun, and they had dealt with each other before. That person's actions were also extreme. So he hurriedly made the call, suddenly full of confidence. Hello, this is Li Shua. Li Shua was now waiting at the airport. Soon, a luxury car arrived. The driver got out and greeted him politely, then opened the door. A powerful businesswoman slowly emerged, seeming to have everything under control. The driver bowed politely and respectfully. This woman who walked with an aura was Xiao Kun's elder sister, Xiao Wen. The man wanted to thank her for her help, but Xiao Wen apologized instead. I apologize for my brother Xiao Kun. Just then, a loud bang came from behind, making him turn involuntarily. Surprisingly, it was Zhao Jingxin again, standing obediently beside the elder sister. Hello, Brother Li. What did he come for? To remind me how they once deceived me? but he couldn't speak his inner thoughts. With old Miss Xiao taking me to see Qingxiu, no need to return to the hotel. Let's go now. As soon as he got in the car, he sighed, finally going to see Qingxiu. Li Shuo didn't know which building it was, but surprisingly, neither did Miss Xiao. Just as she was about to make a call, he couldn't help but look ahead, then rejected the elder sister's suggestion. Seems he had discovered something, so he quickly opened the car door, eager to get out. But he ran so fast that he didn't hear any sounds behind him. It turned out he had spotted Qingxiu. His expression flashed with panic. Indeed, Li Qingxiu was there, along with an impatient-looking Xiao Kun, seemingly trying hard to suppress his anger. Zhao Jingxin and his brother were alike, their expressions surprisingly identical. Li Shuo strode forward and hugged Li Qingxiu. I'm glad you're okay. The weight lifted from his heart. However, that despicable Xiao Kun, he wanted to punch him flat. Zhao Jingxin hurried over to mediate, firmly holding the man's shoulders. It's hot today, don't get so worked up. As Xiao Kun started cursing, he had to explain his innocence. I came with your sister, he said, standing between them, suddenly extending his hand politely to Li Qingxiu. Hello, you look quite delectable. Li Qingxiu quietly dodged away. Lu Xiaoxingxing was very embarrassed and slowly withdrew his extended hand. Just then, Xiao Kun received a slap. You introduced everyone else. Won't you introduce your sister? The previously defiant Zhao Jingxing hid away. Xiao Kun, holding his cheek, shouted, Elder sister, why are you here? Obviously, outside wasn't a good place to talk. The group had to turn back. They headed to Li Qingxiu's home. Li Qingxiu opened the door and stepped aside. Brother Li, please come in and sit. Xiao Kun unhappily tried to block him, but Li Shuo explained cheerfully. We used to live together. What's wrong with entering his house? Aren't you a Zhao Jingxin? Why act devoted in front of Qingxiu? It's disgusting. Li Qingxiu didn't respond to this. The handsome young man silently lowered his head. Zhao Jingxing had already broken up with him. Brother's words clearly dampened his mood. However, our protagonist Li Shuo's face grew increasingly dark, yet he couldn't find words to refute. The man was criticized as a beast. Was this moral decay, or the mischief of shared suffering? Xiao Kun clenched his fists tightly, uncontrollably shouting, You fucking deserve it. I should have let you rot abroad. But what happened next made the high and mighty young master fall from grace. Dear Li Qingxiu wouldn't let her in. The delicate-looking man invited her, while the fierce little wolf dog behind stared at her intently. Surprisingly, our brother Li was very brave. Ignoring everyone's strange looks, he went to her room alone, constantly looking around. Though they once shared intimate moments, now they were like strangers. I probably never truly enter her heart. He poured a glass of water and sat beside Brother Li. How have you been lately? I'm doing all right. Finally found a job. But Li Shuo had many questions. Why didn't you come to America back then? What happened? He hung his head like a sad puppy. Brother Li, you know, I brought you trouble. I just didn't dare go. Li Shuo could only gently comfort the puppy. I'm not blaming you. I understand. I know you don't like me, but that's okay. You're still someone I admire. If you agree, I'll help you get away from Xiao Kun. However, the puppy shook his head, politely thanked him, and declined. Though I expected this outcome, if you change your mind or need help, will you call Brother Li? Li Qingxiu's fingers were almost raw from fidgeting. Brother Li, I'm not worthy of you. Your firm's closure was partly my fault. Brother Li tried his best to comfort the youth. Don't blame yourself for this. It's not entirely your fault. He gazed deeply at the youth. Don't shoulder everything alone. What can your small frame handle? His heartfelt words fell on deaf ears, so he had to stand up to leave. Contact me if anything comes up. When I was in America, Xiao Kun had his cousin approach me, but then he closed his mouth as the youth seemed distracted. Li Shuo took on the big brother role, wanting to give more advice, but his mouth opened and closed without words. This isn't that important. I'll go now. Let's stay in touch. Getting the youth's response, he decisively left. Others saw Li Shuo walk out expressionlessly. Zhao Jingxin was very curious. What did you talk about? Xiao Kun didn't care about details, grabbing his collar first. His brother had to stand between them again to mediate. But his brother had lost his head, pushing away his brother's arm. Who the fuck are you helping? It wasn't enough for Xiao Kun to falsely accuse me. As long as I'm breathing, I'll make you regret it for life. Seeing the situation tense up again, Zhao Jingxin helplessly turned away, shouting, Can you say less? The man certainly said no. Little Zhao used his trump card. From now on, for each word you say, I'll kiss you once. Xiao Kun grew angrier. All of you fucking get lost. Li Shuo stopped looking at them. But regardless of their threats, he would do what he wanted to do. Finding it meaningless, he slipped away, leaving poor Zhao Jingxin behind. Uncle Li, I'll share a taxi with you. Xiao Kun lived here for Li Qingxiu, so he truly liked him. But that didn't conflict with him being a beast. Little Zhao said they couldn't separate. Brother Li immediately mocked. You're truly Xiao Kun's cousin. Since you don't understand, it's none of your business. Zhao Jingxin backed down. Let's not talk about them. At least we still need to cooperate, right? But Li Shuo cared even less. We have nothing to discuss. He quickly got into the car, saying to give his assistant's number. The assistant would discuss cooperation on Monday. Li Shuo watched the man in the rearview mirror, seeing his dejected expression, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He had told everyone then that he would make Xiao Kun pay. As a domineering CEO, he wouldn't go back on his word. He took something from his pocket, as if he could see through everyone's hearts with it. The next day, at Li Shuo's home in the domestic city, sunlight shone through the glass. He took out a USB drive and inserted it into a confidential device. The displayed footage was actually everything that happened yesterday. He had secretly recorded video. Lawyer Wang, I have a recording. Though he didn't directly admit it, there are statements about false testimony and framing. I know this evidence isn't strong enough, so you must make that person talk. No matter the cost, I'm willing to pay. This video will have quite an impact on Xiao Kun. It should help recover some reputation damage. While he was thinking, someone suddenly called. It was Cheng Sheng's good friend. He couldn't help but ask how Fei was doing abroad. The person excitedly shouted, "How is he? Eating and drinking well. Mood seems good too. Looks quite fine." In that instant, Li Shuo seemed to go deaf. Why hadn't Fei returned his calls? After all, he had asked Cheng Sheng to check on him, even specifically reminded Fian to call. Years of feelings still couldn't compete with work, but this call was strange. Li Shuo stared at the screen, feeling uneasy. So he quickly called Fian, but again there was no answer. There must be some misunderstanding. He decided to handle company matters first, properly apologize to Director Liang, and thank Brother Xiang for his previous help. Going through work arrangements, apologizing would probably involve a lot of drinking. The assistant thoughtfully reported, Director Xiang asked me to learn from you. I bought some hangover medicine on the way. You might drink too much. Though he indeed looked unwell, he still pushed open the door for the meeting. The two people inside looked at each other, then turned to the door when hearing movement outside. Zhao Jingxin couldn't sit still. Why are you drinking again? Li Shuo stepped back, creating distance. Hello, Director Zhao. This is my assistant, Little Lu. The domineering Director Zhao reached out concernedly. Brother Li said it's fine. Shouldn't affect business discussion. The two super CEOs sat facing each other, but Li Shuo was in poor condition, not commenting on anything. He struggled to support his increasingly dizzy head. Did I drink fake alcohol yesterday? Zhao Jingxin was clearly watching him. Seeing the man's poor state, he gently tapped the table. Li Shuo, are you really okay? Brother Li stood up quickly at his words. Maybe it's the renovation smell. I'll get some air by the window. He either overestimated his physical condition or underestimated his state. After standing, he was clearly more unstable. Sure enough, he fell back helplessly, but fortunately Zhao Jingxin quickly caught his slim waist. Little Director Zhao gently patted his back, only realizing how thin he was when touching him. He decisively stated, "Meeting's over now. Don't you know you have a fever?" Then he crouched down slightly, carefully observing the man. Your eyes are bloodshot. Aren't you uncomfortable? Li Shuo responded hazily. Maybe a little. He'd wrongly blamed the restaurant. He shouldn't have slept on the couch for half the night, so he really was sick. He frustratedly ran his hands through his hair. How could he make such a big mistake during business talks? But in front of him, there was always someone looking at him with concern. Li Shuo slightly parted his sensual thin lips. I'm really sorry today, but our little director, Zhao, didn't care. He couldn't help but kiss him. After all, Brother Li was sick and couldn't push him away. Uncle Li looked so delicious like this. I really couldn't help myself, he explained pitifully on the side. Li Shuo struggled internally, but after a moment slowly sat up. I'll go to the hospital now. Zhao Jingxin pressed down on his shoulder. Don't move. I promise not to tease you. You don't even know you're sick. At least let me take care of you. Even if it's just a small cold, it pains my heart. Uncle Li, why won't you let me stay by your side? Uncle Li's face grew redder, but he maintained his gentlemanly thoughts. You can't give me what I want. Little Zhao was like an unstoppable cockroach. Even while unconscious, he had to explain, if I can't give it, then no one else can. Zhao Jingxin took advantage of his illness, starting to touch from his lips to his chest. Look, you're in my hands now. Then he climbed on top of the man, placing a kiss on his forehead. You'll feel better after sleeping. Let's treat it as a dream. He's still by my side. We can naturally embrace. In dreams, we can be a bit more unrestrained. Until early the next morning, Li Shuo slowly regained consciousness. Is this home? I fell asleep with fever in Zhao Jingxin's office. How did I get home? I have no memory at all. But his head was even more dizzy. Before he could think clearly, the room door was pushed open forcefully. The figure before him was none other than Zhao Jingxin. Li Shuo couldn't even complain, as his throat was extremely dry. He could only softly ask for water. Though Zhao Jingxin was younger, he was excellent at taking care of others. He quickly brought warm water. Seeing Uncle Li's shy appearance, his fingers unconsciously reached out, caressing his delicate cheeks. Who else could have brought you back if not me? You're much lighter than Uncle, Zhao Jingxin explained with a tough exterior but soft heart. Brother Li, tough on the outside but soft inside. Imagine being carried by the man, his face growing redder as he thanked him. Little director Zhao waved dismissively. What's there to thank for? But you are better, not so hot anymore. Then he took out a thermometer. Li Shuo obediently put it in his mouth, looking like a shy young bride. Indeed, our big pervert Zhao Jingxin's heart started racing. But now he had urgent matters. He checked the thermometer, finding the temperature had indeed dropped somewhat. Jingxin, thank you for today. Go rest now. I can take care of myself. Little director Zhao immediately turned around. Do you really want me to leave? Li Shuo nodded without hesitation. There's no need to trouble you. Who wants to be alone when sick? This might be my only chance to indulge, to enjoy the company of someone I like. But I can't do that. Zhao Jingxin stroked his hair. You're sick and haven't recovered. How could I bear to let you struggle alone? Stop being so stubborn, okay? Don't think about anything now. We'll talk when you're better. I'm not leaving now anyway. But Uncle Li's blushing face made him swallow hard. He leaned down close. Uncle Li, if you keep looking at me like that, I really won't be able to control myself. As he spoke, he slowly moved closer. Their breaths mingled. My Uncle Li, what are you thinking about? I heard that place is especially hot when you have a fever. I also heard exercise helps with sweating. You'll get better faster. Want to try? Zhao Jingxin nuzzled his ear, then bit down hard. But I really want to try. You'll definitely be more sensitive than usual. You might even cry. Li Shuo wanted to resist, but had no strength. This kid isn't really going to get wild, is he? The man called this kid stared at him. Don't be afraid. I'm just teasing you. I'm a gentleman. Though he didn't want to admit it, he was truly grateful to have someone by his side, especially that it was Zhao Jingxin. The doctor soon finished the diagnosis. He's fine now, just needs to change his clothes. So Li Shuo obediently took off his shirt. Little director Zhao stared at him intently. It's easy to catch a cold while bathing now. Let me help wipe you down. He didn't give the man a chance to react, carefully wiping him with a towel. The warm sensation gradually spread throughout his body. Li Shuo's expression became increasingly confused. His hand felt like it carried electricity, but something wasn't quite right. Why was this hand shamelessly pulling down his pants? The instigator Zhao Jingxin looked up innocently. The doctor said to change clothes. You've sweated a lot. You'll catch a cold if you don't change. Even if you had the strength, I want to change them for you. And you happen to have no strength to resist. Our director Li suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Are you a gentleman or a scoundrel? His fingertips slid down along his chest muscles, declaring that in front of him, he would become a gentlemanly scoundrel. He always lived as he pleased, doing whatever he wanted. So he pressed down on director Li's shoulders. Our director Li's body jolted in surprise, then shyly covered his mouth, softly trying to stop his actions. The mischievous Xingxing held him tight. Maybe doing this will help expel the virus. This feeling was like entering warm water, with the man's muffled groans in his ears. So hot, so interesting. Li Shuo felt his mind was in a haze, seemingly left with only bodily instincts. He might have gone crazy. Zhao Jingxin satisfiedly licked his fingers. Looks like Uncle Li has been good lately. My darling, did you miss this? He immediately bent down to kiss again. In Zhao Jingxin's words, it wasn't enough, could never be enough. He has the ability to turn me into a completely different person. And I don't hate this version of myself. I even enjoy it. That's the scariest part. But he paused for a moment. Uncle Li thinks I'm taking advantage? How could you think that? I know you love it desperately. Your stubborn act is cute too. Zhao Jingxin's playboy lines slowly emerged. So he pulled the man's blanket tight. Sleep if you're tired. Your fever should break by tomorrow. Zhao Jingxin knew clearly in his heart that once his illness was cured, he would likely be sent away. By now, daylight had broken, and Uncle Li was the first to wake. He rubbed his messy hair. Last night's events were really helpless. He let out a light sigh. Just as he sat up, the little capsule behind him whimpered, "Uncle Li, I'm still very sleepy." But he wouldn't miss any opportunity, grabbing Li Shua's slim waist. "Uncle Li, can you not leave? I accompanied you sleeping for so long. Accompany me a bit longer?" Uncle Li immediately shook off this clingy person, walked to the wardrobe, found pajamas, planning to take his temperature again. While dressing, he explained that his throat was still a bit hoarse, but much better than yesterday. The big pervert Zhao Jingxin stared at him intently, watching his alluring figure, inevitably swallowing. He wagged his tail like a hungry wolf, eyes sparkling with little hearts as he looked at the man's legs. "Uncle Li's legs are so beautiful," he teased while licking his lips, as if wanting another taste. This isn't what a gentleman should say. But if one can't even give sincere compliments, such a gentleman would be too hypocritical. Li Shua carefully observed the thermometer. "Thank you for your meticulous care. As you predicted, the fever's gone. So my dear Uncle Li, are you going to send me away now? You're good at discarding people after using them. I'm very grateful to you. But that doesn't change anything. I'm not being cold, I just have no strength." Li Shua reiterated that he wasn't being heartless. "After all, I didn't ask you to do that." Zhao Jingxin couldn't figure this man out. Was he passionate or cold? Why did he always hurt people for no reason? This has nothing to do with being passionate or cold. I've made my decision and told you. How many times do I have to say it? We'll only be partners in the future. Little director Zhao slightly raised his head. "No matter how many times you say it, I don't understand. Han Fei has already given up on you. Are you still thinking about him?" Li Shua disagreed with his statement. "Don't forget what you've done. Testing people in this way, you have no right to judge others." Zhao Jixin got up unhappily and walked over. "Whether I have the right or not doesn't matter. What matters is you, and you should break it off. Can we go back to how we were before? No one will be more suitable for you than me. We were happy together. Why change that? If life becomes very happy, doesn't that prove the saying, isn't life just about finding happiness?" Their eyes inevitably met, but Li Shua's emotions dared not show. He seemed to be afraid of something. Zhao Jingxing simply wanted to prove that neither Han Fei nor Li Qingxiu could compare to him. Setting everything else aside, Zhao Jingxing was indeed the perfect lover. But those other things included what Zhao Jingxing never intended to give me, and I would never demand. So he put on his cold face again. "I told you I'm done playing. Stop pestering me." Being repeatedly rejected, Zhao Jingxing's inner anger gradually rose. "Uncle Li, you're really making me angry. When I'm angry, I don't want to argue with you. I can only take it out on others, like Han Fei. Don't think I wouldn't dare like you mocked me before. I am Shao Kun's cousin after all. Now I get angry just thinking about Han Fei. We were happy together, then he appeared, and we separated. How can I not blame him?" Li Shua angrily pointed at the door. "I thought you were mature, but you're just a kid. Get out of my house now." Zhao Jingxing wanted to confirm once more. "No matter what I do, you won't be with me again?" What responded to him was silence. Uncle Li just slightly frowned, without refuting or explaining. Sometimes he wondered if this person was playing hard to get with him. Li Shua lowered his eyes and sighed softly. "You're overthinking it. Thank you for your kindness." Zhao Jingxing leaned to his ear and warned, "This isn't over between us." The rest of the explanation remained unsaid. So he left alone, never looking back once. Thus he didn't see Li Shua's expression. He thought of all the happy things, but his heart was still in unprecedented pain. 2 days later in a bar, Li Shua drank alone. Since Fei wouldn't contact him, the attitude was very clear. He's made his choice, so I can't force it anymore. Xiao Hui also looked reproachful. "We finally meet once. Why are you spacing out while talking? How's Qingxiu? Have you seen him?" Xiao Kun used some despicable means. "Those two will probably be entangled forever now. You used to analyze my feelings, saying I wasn't invested enough. Whether it's Xiao Kun or you all, it seems full of madness and obsession. I just can't understand. Why can't things be handled calmly? Why must it be such a mess?" Xiao Hui said, "People are just perverse. What makes you laugh, you quickly forget. What hurts you, you remember for a long time. I just want to have a relationship based on equality and respect. If one day, for whatever reason, we can part ways amicably. But loving someone makes you lose control. How much control you lose depends on how much you love them. If what Xiao Hui said was true, at least I can still control myself now." Cutting off these thoughts at this moment was truly a wise decision. But Brother Li, don't overthink it. Be carefree. Let the past be past. Li Shuo said he wasn't thinking about these things. Besides, he had a boyfriend now. He suddenly realized he'd made a mistake bragging, but couldn't take it back now, so he had to go along with it. He flipped through his album and showed a photo of Zhao Jingxin's abs. Sure enough, Xiao Hui started cheering about how handsome he was. But this doesn't match your usual taste. Don't you like feminine types like me and Qingxiu? Xiao Hui might have misunderstood about Jingxin. After all, that photo was quite provocative, though they looked just like friends. Better end this topic quickly. We haven't met for so long. Any interesting stories? Their pleasant conversation didn't last long. Xiao Hui's driver had come to pick him up, and he had to leave immediately. Xiao Hui had people worried about him at home, but what was I rushing for? He suddenly remembered his cold hadn't gotten better. Whatever, might as well drink to the fullest this once. After drinking for a while, he lowered his head. A voice came from above. Sir, are you all right? Do you need help? The dizzy Li Shuo looked up, trying to see clearly through his drunken haze who was speaking. What was this person saying? He was inevitably surprised. This man touching him seemed very familiar. It was Zhao Jingxing who had just been sent away. But he was drunk now, probably just seeing things. Li Shuo sensed a comforting scent from the man, so he gently leaned against him. Zhao Jingxing, quite the domineering CEO, glanced at the bottles on the table. He had drunk so much. The waiter explained. He was drinking with a gentleman called Ajin, very good-looking, just a bit feminine. Our little Xingxing was displeased. What did they do? Tell me everything clearly. The waiter reported submissively. They didn't seem to do anything, just chatting and drinking. The domineering Young So stroked his shoulder, softly murmuring that name. He quickly took him to the room. Li Shuo mumbled hazily, thinking this was his dream. Couldn't he do whatever he wanted? Zhao Jingxin warned in a low voice. A man sleeping drunk alone in a bar? Aren't you afraid of bad people taking advantage? Just as the drunk Uncle Li was about to speak, his lips were sealed by the other's thin ones. He quickly removed the bothersome coat, positioned himself above Uncle Li, then leaned forward slightly, his captivating eyes deep and passionate. The man slowly unbuttoned his shirt, then whispered in his ear, I am a bad person after all. Li Shuo thought, since this was a dream, he might as well indulge. He hadn't realized how much he missed him. He felt like a hungry wolf was biting his neck, the restlessness spreading throughout his body, making them both lose their thoughts for a moment. After their intimate encounter, the man lay contentedly on top of him. Only weak breathing remained in the room. After their vigorous activity, their bodies were sticky all over. Zhao Jingxin held his beloved man. I really couldn't help myself. You can't blame me, Uncle Li. But Uncle Li had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Only then did he have the opportunity, gently laying him on the bed. As he was about to kiss the man's forehead, the phone by the pillow suddenly rang, making him more alert. The person mentioned at the bar was Adrian, clearly not this name. Who could this person be? While he was thinking seriously, a new message quickly popped up. That person still wouldn't speak up, possibly under threat. Were Li Shuo and this person trying to make someone speak up to explain something important? His thoughts wandered uncontrollably, but in his heart he understood. So he called his cousin Xiao Kun. Li Shuo's people might be making contact. Xue Tao, for my sake, don't touch him. Handle your own problems. Leave Li Shuo's matters to me. After handling a series of matters, he finally hung up and gazed at the exhausted sleeping man. Harsh sunlight pierced through the curtains. Li Shuo slowly opened his eyes. What happened? Felt like dying. His lower body seemed numb. Sure enough, he wasn't wrong. That wasn't a dream. It really happened because Zhao Jingxin was walking over. You went drinking while still having a cold. Fortunately, you didn't get a fever. I originally wanted to meet you for work, but the bar staff answered the phone. Li Shuo probed if he was that kind of person, but Zhao Jingxin responded frankly, with determined eyes, Who told you to keep seducing me? He wanted to get up and curse, but his good upbringing and sore waist made his scolding sound like whining. Looks like little darling is easy to hook. You lying drunk on the bed was deliberately seducing me. Li Shuo shook off his shameless hand and angrily shouted, Who would think of seducing you? His temper was so impulsive that he started coughing violently. He immediately regretted this action. Zhao Jingxin quickly patted his back. All right, don't be angry. I know you've held back for a long time. Yesterday you cooperated so obediently. You must have missed me too. Don't rush to deny it. I won't believe otherwise. Li Shuo pushed him away with his aching body. You took advantage of me. How dare you? And now you're spouting nonsense. He suddenly pounced into the man's arms. Is Uncle Li shy? Can't even admit it to yourself. Such a tsundere uncle is so cute. He lifted his head somewhat morbidly, staring intently at the man before him. I really want to eat you again. Li Shuo sat up straight. Push away. I can't reason with you, you rascal. Stop bothering me. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs were too weak and sore to stand steady. At this moment, a slender hand reached out, wrapping around the man's waist, easily pulling him into an embrace. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Your cold isn't fully better yet. Rest well. Just consider me being foolish. I just want to take care of you, okay? Uncle Li, don't be angry. I apologize, okay? I'm sorry for taking advantage of you, for losing control last night. Always like this. How can there be such a rascal? Jingxin, don't make things too awkward. Despite being a CEO with good manners, Li Shuo couldn't help but burst out when being princess carried out of the bedroom. What the fuck are you doing now? Little Jingxin didn't answer. With a hint of anticipation in his heart, he made him look up at the scene in the room. Unexpectedly, his eyes met a sea of red. Fresh red roses arranged neatly, seemingly foreshadowing what was to come. Zhao Jingxin said he arranged it overnight. These mini roses are expensive. Uncle Li, won't you smile for me? Of course, he couldn't wait for a reaction, directly carrying him into the sea of flowers. Li Shuo couldn't help but shout, Are you crazy? You think you can fool me with these things? Am I a 16-year-old girl? You're really underestimating me. Zhao Jingxin's eyes were determined and sincere. These aren't meant to fool you. They're to give me courage. Seeing Uncle Li's confused look, he burst out laughing. Are you silly? Of course it's a romantic confession under roses. Uncle Li didn't know how to respond, his expression becoming even more blank. Zhao Jingxin's deep, magnetic voice rang out. Li Shuo, I like you. I want to date you. Li Shuo felt a hint of sweetness in his heart. Zhao Jingxin was formally confessing to him. Seeing how nervous he was, he suddenly felt full yet incredulous. Why would he confess so suddenly? Young CEO Zhao was the first to object. What do you mean sudden? I've said I like you countless times, but you never took it seriously. Zhao Jingxin was right, but this wasn't my fault. He was the one who didn't take things seriously. I've always liked you, been so good to you. But you're with Li Qingxiu one moment, Hanfi in the next, and yesterday, drinking with who knows who. Is it because we have too many misunderstandings? Making you think I don't care about you? But actually, we have mutual feelings. If what he said was true, then wasn't I too harsh? But refusing to live together, avoiding rebuilding trust, wasn't that him too? I know we have many misunderstandings, but you're the first person who made my heart flutter. I was inevitably at a loss. But the past doesn't matter. I just want to confirm one thing. Uncle Li, do you like me? Li Shuo's cheeks were being caressed, his heart suddenly losing control. He suddenly pushed him away, his beautiful eyebrows furrowed, seeming hesitant to speak. Sure enough, he began to hesitate, stammering, taking forever to respond. The impatient Zhao Jingxin quickly embraced the man's shoulders again. Say something. Do you like me? Do you like me or not? Is that even a question? I know you like me too. Why won't you admit it? What are you doing now? If you don't like me, look me in the eyes and say it. Li Shuo had a small thought. When have I ever been such a coward? Can't even admit to liking someone. He quickly understood this point and answered Jingxin word by word. I really like you. Zhao Jingxin didn't give him a chance to argue, directly kissing his thin lips swiftly and decisively. If you like me, you're mine now. I knew you liked me. Zhao Jingxin repeated, but we have misunderstandings. We should clear things up before talking about liking each other. Young CEO Zhao didn't understand what else needed to be cleared up. Baby, why are you being so fussy? Who else have you ever told I like you? I want to hear you say you like me again, because you seem to have never said it before. Sometimes thinking you don't like me makes me feel particularly awful, but those words are enough. You're mine now. Zhao Jingxin's person. Don't casually get drunk outside anymore. Li Shuo remained unconcerned. What danger could there be for a grown man? Maybe it's because my cold isn't better, making it easy to get tipsy. Zhao Jingxin strongly disagreed. Don't you know what dangers exist? Seems you don't have a deep understanding. Do you know how delicious you look when you're drunk? He pushed away the man's hands, saying, What do you mean delicious? Jingxin, I do like you. He sat among the flowers, thinking about how to begin. I don't understand your past behavior. I must get this clear. Zhao Jingxin showed great respect, his long legs slowly standing up. What is it? Tell me why you refused to live together back then. He expressed his nervousness, saying he was a bit dazed when it was suddenly brought up. Is living together that important? I think having some distance between two people is better. Being together all day might affect our relationship. Living together was just a test. If you really cared about me, you wouldn't have refused with such a ridiculous reason. Li Shuo admitted he was right and immediately withdrew his hand again. Zhao Jingxin gently embraced his shoulders. Just being by your side makes me happy. You can't push me away anymore. I'm going to stick with you. Jingxin, listen carefully to every word I'm about to say. These are my heartfelt words. You're too unpredictable and changeable. I once said we could let bygones be bygones. But I lost trust in you, especially after discovering so many things later. I don't want to give up the chance to be with you, but I have many doubts about you in my heart. Before he could finish, Zhao Jingxin suddenly interrupted and suggested to Uncle Li, let's rebuild trust. I understand your concerns, so let's start over. But I don't want to be friends. I want to be your man. Li Shuo was conflicted inside. Isn't this what I wanted? Why am I hesitating? Being so indecisive? Why have I become such a coward? Zhao Jingxin held him tightly, warning him not to refuse. If you dare refuse again, I'll keep pestering you. I know you like being with me, like doing anything with me. You're just angry at me. I won't make you angry anymore, okay? Let's be together properly, like before. At the beginning, we were always so compatible. Li Shuo found it amusing. They had gone in such a big circle, caused so much chaos, only to return to the starting point. But amusing as it was, he suddenly looked up at him. I accept rebuilding trust. Zhao Jingxin, like a child, was so happy with Uncle Li's agreement that he hugged him and spun around. Since they had mutual feelings, they should work hard to keep him close, make him unable to leave. That's what a real man does. You made such a mess with these petals at home. You must clean it up. He suddenly put the man down, controlling his emotions, saying, don't rush. We haven't played in the rose sea yet. After all, I can't resist when I see you. Who told you to seduce me all day? Whoever seduces must take responsibility. Just standing in front of me is seduction. Uncle Li is so bad, so irresponsible. Zhao Jingxin pouted pitifully. Li Shuo made an excuse about having a headache to escape this soul-searching question. He even gave him a massage for it. Just as he started feeling comfortable, the man's voice drifted over. Now that you're not hurting, I'll start my interrogation. Who did you drink with yesterday? Li Shuo explained casually. Just a regular friend. That answer gets 0 points. If you don't answer honestly, I'll take advantage of you. Li Shuo laughed out loud. He has a boyfriend. Clearly, what he cared about was whether that man was good looking. Unexpectedly, Uncle Li immediately said he was. At that moment, Zhao Jingxin's expression became very serious. Did you two have something? Li Shuo lowered his head somewhat guiltily. Though he didn't explain, it said everything. Zhao Jingxin immediately felt deep resentment. He helplessly explained softly, we just dated a few times. Later found we weren't suitable and didn't get together. Along with a clear sigh, aren't you asking too many questions? Little Zhao unhappily put his hands on his hips. Not as many as your ex-boyfriends. You don't have ex-boyfriends. Who knows how many you've had? Zhao Jingxin hurriedly explained. It's not as exaggerated as you think. His panicked appearance was quite funny. He immediately secretly expressed that he had no interest in digging up old stories. I only ask that from now on. You're 100% serious about me. Zhao Jingxin lovingly grabbed his wrist, absorbing the warmth from his hand, and softly whispered, as you command. Like newly dating couples, they were absolutely inseparable, wanting to stick together every day. Zhao Jingxin looked at the incoming call display with confusion. Is this the man you drank with? Li Shuo strode forward to take the phone, but he deliberately held it high with one hand, keeping it out of Uncle Li's reach. Promise me one condition, and I'll give you the phone. It's just a phone call. Don't be so childish. Obviously, the childish one ignored him completely, just waiting for him to agree to the condition. If you don't agree, I'll answer the call, he shouted, calling him a rascal. Give me the phone, you rascal. He kept swinging the phone left and right. Will you agree to the condition or not? Seeing the call was about to end, Li Shuo had no choice but to nod in agreement. Zhao Jingxin was very satisfied and handed him the phone, saying a promise made cannot be taken back. This guy could really do it. I have a steady, business-like image in front of Xiaohui. How could I let him destroy it so easily? Just as he answered the call, the other person shouted an apology. Brother Li, I'm so sorry. I was too drunk last night. and passed out. While the other person was still rambling, young Mr. Zhao suddenly stood behind him, a strong hand gradually moving downward. Xiao Hui on the phone was completely unaware, while Li Shuo was clearly stimulated by this behavior, his face flushing red. Just as his hand was about to reach down, he finally reacted and hurriedly stopped it. Xiao Hui, noticing the silence, asked with concern from the other end if everything was okay, if the signal was bad. Li Shuo involuntarily let out a moan, wanting to hang up immediately. He had to find a convincing reason, so he suggested treating Xiao Hui to a big meal. After hanging up, Uncle Li shouted dissatisfied, "You're really messing around." What if he heard? The man kissed him tenderly again. If you don't make a sound, you won't be discovered. In the evening, the two cuddled by the floor-to-ceiling window. Li Shuo mentioned he needed to go to Sanya. Zhao Jingxin was shocked to hear about the Sanya site inspection. Am I going to be left here alone? After pondering for a while, he looked up and said, I'll go with you for the inspection. Li Shuo understood his thoughts perfectly and gave in during their subsequent eye contact, his expression full of helplessness. He seductively leaned closer. Public pools and hot springs aren't clean. I only accept the sea. Zhao Jingxin immediately gave him a satisfied kiss. You're teasing me now. Now all I can think about is you. As they flirted, Uncle Li was pushed down again. He had to shout to stop. Stop it, shouting will come. He lay in Uncle Li's arms, his eyebrows floating up in comfort. When are you having dinner with that Xiao Hui? Li Shuo said any time would do. I'll take you along then, to prevent you from overthinking and getting jealous. He pretended to stretch, actually wanting to wrap his arms around the man's neck, but it was misinterpreted as acting cute. Perhaps Jingxin had known about my feelings for him long ago, but he deliberately played dumb in front of me. That's why he brought up my previous suggestion. Let's rebuild trust between us. I hope today's sudden confession is real, and I hope he puts aside his playful nature rather than anything else. This time I'm betting my heart as a wager to see if I can tame this untamed little beast. So they spent several happy days at home. Zhao Jingxin was taking forever to change clothes, so Li Shuo had to knock again to remind him. Then a large hand easily opened the door, accompanied by the man's response. They had arranged to have a big meal with Xiao Hui. He had been getting ready for almost 20 minutes. Li Shuo turned his head disapprovingly. Unexpectedly, his darling looked so handsome. The casual outfit made him look very youthful, his alluring eyes staring straight at him. But the moment he spoke, the spell was broken. Uncle Li, the way you're looking at me, do you still want to go out today? Li Shuo fake coughed twice and lowered his head. You look really handsome in casual wear. He had become mesmerized for a moment. The man narcissistically leaned closer. I know I'm handsome. Which part do you like? You can touch wherever you want. Why don't we stay home today? Let you touch all you want? He patted little Star's bottom. I'll have plenty of chances to touch later. Let's go now. Uncle Li, I really don't want you meeting other men. The man warned him, stop making a fuss. He's just a friend. That's why I'm taking you along. He grumbled dissatisfiedly. Even though it's unreasonable, but can't you just not meet him? But seeing Uncle Li's oblivious expression, he directly reminded, shouldn't you be comforting me? Li Shuo nodded indulgently and cooperatively. When we get home, I'll comfort you. He held his boyfriend's big hand, happily taking a bite. Promise you won't go back on your word. Xiao Hui arrived at the restaurant early to wait, but he took out his phone to take photos and immediately reported to his boyfriend. Just as Li Shuo and company arrived at the restaurant, he put down his phone, greeted them both friendlily, and reminded them not to call him Xiao Hui. He should be called ADR. Unexpectedly, Li Shuo brought a man, standing intimately together while making introductions to Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui's eyes immediately turned to hearts. Brother Li's man is so handsome. No wonder he picked this male model. After some thought, he decisively gave up, slowly reaching his hands towards Jingxing. Handsome, can I touch your chest? This Zhao Jingxing was like a living Buddha. He obediently opened his arms and reminded the man with a smile. Come on, if you don't stop Xiao Hui's playful nature, he might ask Jingxing to do a striptease right here. So he decided to announce their relationship. In an instant, he got Xiao Hui's attention. Don't take advantage of my boyfriend like that. Zhao Jingxin's heart was filled with love, extremely happy that Uncle Li acknowledged their relationship in public. Xiao Hui waved his hands apologetically. Okay, I'm satisfied. It would be impolite to touch more. But he was still waiting for someone to arrive, so they hadn't ordered yet. Xiao Hui had to find a waiter himself. Li Shuo explained thoughtfully beside him. That's just his personality. He's very lovable. Don't mind the oysters, peonies, shrimp, sea cucumber, and other supplements. Xiao Hui reminded them while ordering, don't just sit there spacing out. See if you want to order anything else. He secretly looked at Li Shua. These are all aphrodisiacs. Li Shua found it amusing and raised his head. Aren't you going to eat? When can your luai be discharged? He must be recovering well. He helplessly explained for his husband. He could have been discharged earlier. He's just making trouble for himself, so I'm letting him stay a few more days. Such good times, let's not talk about that. How did you two meet? They exchanged glances, both seeing the affection in each other's eyes. We met on a plane. Xiao Hui immediately sighed. Why haven't I met any handsome guys on planes? Must be because I was too poor before to afford first class. Our little star couldn't sit still anymore. Who could resist showing off their love in front of male friends? Zhao Jingxing expressed that his heart only had room for him. Uncle Li was clearly moved and couldn't help wanting to kiss him. Xiao Hui, the 1,000-watt light bulb, suddenly felt a chill. You two are so sickeningly sweet, but seeing you two together makes me really happy. Let's have a toast to your happiness. The two were indeed newly in love, exchanging sickeningly sweet glances before raising their glasses together. They seemed to have reached some agreement, happily and blissfully toasting. Since you're in your honeymoon phase, you must be making love every night. Why not send me a half-naked photo together for me to cherish? Li Shua snorted and smacked his hand with chopsticks. You're really quite naughty. Xiao Hui pleaded pitifully. Just one photo, please? Let me keep just one, preferably with chest muscles showing. Zhao Jingxin came to his rescue. I'll send you one privately later. Your brother Li is quite shy. I'll cover his face. One was good at talking, the other was truly flirtatious. The two of them chatted quite pleasantly together. But if Xiao Hui knew I was the bottom, where would I put my face? It seemed Jingxin avoided the topic and didn't reveal who was top or bottom. How thoughtful, saving my face. So he quietly reached out his palm, interlocking fingers with Zhao Jingxin's large hand. As night fell, they realized how much time had passed. Xiao Hui needed to meet his boyfriend, so he had to leave first. Zhao Jingxin turned slightly, eyes full of tenderness, lifting their joined hands. Uncle Li, shall we go home too? Li Shua, being relatively older, thought perhaps young people's romance should be this clingy. Just as he was about to open the car door, Li Shua whispered, how was it? Xiao Hui is cute, right? Zhao Jingxin agreed completely. He is quite cute. Good looking too, just as you said. But he turned his head to look out the window. Li Shua looked at him curiously. Are you still jealous? To make the man face him, he forcefully turned him around. Uncle Li suddenly became proactive, leaning forward to kiss him. Don't be jealous. I only have eyes for you. Clearly, little star was very sensitive. Uncle Li's kisses on his neck made him moan involuntarily. Li Shua seemed to feel this wasn't enough, quietly bending down, lowering his head. This moment made Zhao Jingxin increasingly startled. Though he didn't show much reaction, his hand gripping the car door trembled slightly. The wonderful pleasure stopped there. Little Star's emotions seemed ready to explode. During that time, they were almost inseparable. When Zhao Jingxin worked, he would visit, only focusing on work 80% of the time. Li Shua felt dazed, regretting his indulgence, yet unable to resist falling deeper. No one has ever made me feel this way. Zhao Jingxin is an almost perfect lover. I hope this decision is right. A few days later at noon, in Li Shua's room full of warmth, there was suddenly a knock at the door. They were still lazily lying in bed. Zhao Jingxin, being the top, naturally went to open the door. Li Shua suddenly felt something was wrong. Voices from outside faintly reached inside. You're not welcome here. Leave quickly. He rubbed his eyes groggily, walking to the door. Jingxin, what's happening? Unexpectedly, the man outside couldn't get through on the phone. It was Han Fei, the man he had long since forgotten. This moment was like a world-class drama. Standing opposite was his ex-boyfriend. Beside him was his current boyfriend. He wanted Jingxin to change out of his robe, but he refused, saying, we're all men. What's there to change? Han Fei ignored this shameless man, turning to his beloved Xiao Shua. Can we talk privately? Just as Li Shua was about to agree, Zhao Jingxin completely refused. I'm his boyfriend. It's not appropriate to exclude me. Li Shua actually nodded in agreement, shocking his ex-boyfriend. It was the first time seeing him so obedient. Han Fei's sudden appearance, even coming to his doorstep, must have some major hidden reason behind it. I fear this whole situation is completely different from what I understood. Just as he was about to ask Jingxin to leave, Han Fei interrupted directly, saying there's no need to leave, as there are things Zhao Jingxin needs to hear too. Xiao Shua, even if you have a new boyfriend, that's no reason to not answer my calls. These words were like a bolt from the blue. He knew each word separately, but together they made no sense. Han Fei wore an as expected expression. You didn't receive my calls and didn't know I tried to contact you. Zhao Jingxin threatened me with company matters. I wasn't scared by that. I believed you would understand. After I handled everything, I couldn't reach you anymore. I thought you were angry and wanted to give you time to cool down. I wouldn't give you up for the company, but I thought you might think that way again. I was depressed for days. Then Cheng Sheng came to find me. Li Shuo raised a timely question. Then you should know clearly I was trying to contact you. Han Fei looked toward Zhao Jingxin's position. Our communication channel must have had some problem. I thought about calling you from someone else's phone, but I decided to come find you in person. I got your address from Cheng Sheng, but I still came too late. Li Shuo suddenly turned and demanded loudly, Jingxin, won't you explain? Did you tamper with our phones? Zhao Jingxin calmly admitted, yes, but this person is my love rival. What's wrong with dealing with a rival? Li Shuo's voice immediately rose 10 degrees. You're completely unreasonable. Xiao Shua, I've always wanted you to be happy, even if not with me. But this person, I don't think he has a heart. Zhao Jingxin clearly displeased. How would you know if I have a heart or not? Han Fei dealt another blow. How you treat those who've shared your bed, you probably know better than I do. Zhao Jingxin slightly closed his narrow eyes, then softly retorted he couldn't handle the game. If he couldn't handle it, why did he agree to play? Wasn't it his own choice? Li Shuo felt a stab in his heart hearing this. This is what it means to be heartless. How will someone like you treat Xiao Shua? Zhao Jingxin grew more exasperated. Stop calling him so intimately. Their argument didn't last long. Li Shuo's eyes were blazing with anger. Zhao Jingxin had apologized to Fei. The man showed no guilt or shame about driving a wedge between him and his friend. Just when he wanted to trust him, he reverted to his true nature in minutes. At this moment, the young master truly put aside his pride and apologetically addressed Han Fei. Li Shuo originally had no hope at all. Zhao Jingxin's expression was very sincere. I used some underhanded methods against you, because I couldn't possibly give him up to you. I'm very sorry. Li Shuo rubbed his brow. I need to talk to Fei alone. Go back to the room now. After he obediently returned to the room, only then did he step aside to let Fei in. Li Shuo expressed deep regret, but Han Fei didn't want to accept it. He just reluctantly wanted to be with him. Though Li Shuo was very angry, after so many years without meeting, what's past is past regarding feelings. I originally came back wanting to try again, but now regardless of what kind of person Zhao Jingxin is, I hope you can tame him. But Zhao Jingxin sometimes showed maturity beyond his years, and sometimes acted like a mischievous child. Could such a person be tamed? Their conversation didn't last long. Han Fian soon left, and Zhao Jingxin quietly came out. His eyes gazed into the distance. Only after this person appeared did he gradually become aware of his own heart. Jingxin, go home first. This time he didn't want to leave, so he forcefully turned the man around. If you're angry, just scold me. Why do you keep asking me to leave? Zhao Jingxin looked at him pitifully. Li Shuo really didn't know what to do, even less how to communicate. He needed to cool down alone for a couple of days. Zhao Jingxin stated that even if he was wrong, it was because he liked him. Should he just watch Han Fei steal his person? They were already in love. What business was it of his? Actually, Lin Shuo wasn't worried about that. He feared that phrase couldn't handle it. He probably understood that person's feelings better than anyone. Obviously, Zhao Jingxin wasn't a fool. He quickly noticed his expression. I won't treat you like I treated that person. Though he knew Jingxin's character, how could he guarantee he wouldn't be the next person who couldn't handle it? Should I be kind and humble to my love rival? You were also hostile when meeting my brother. Essentially, there's no difference. After all, rivals are enemies. Nothing happened, and you don't like him anymore anyway. Isn't everyone happy with the current outcome? Zhao Jingxin expressed his lack of understanding and respect, wondering why he was still being asked to leave. He almost forgot. Li Shuo wanted revenge on him. Cousin, if you ask me to be tolerant of rivals, can you be tolerant of my cousin, dear Uncle Li? From his expression, clearly not. His cousin had ruined his 10-year career. Why should he give up? Zhao Jingxin showed no surprise. But what if I say it's for me? Would Uncle Li give up for me? The man hesitated, his expression changing several times. I'm really tired. Please go. He no longer insisted on staying, so he took a few steps forward, then placed a kiss on his forehead, quick as a dragonfly touching water. They didn't speak during this time. He picked up the keys from the table and left quietly. Li Shua slumped onto the sofa. Although he was very angry today, it wasn't worth falling out over. Zhao Jingxin's "what if it's for me" left him at a complete loss. I hate Xiao Kun. They're brothers. If I really go after Xiao Kun, what about Jingxing? 2 days later, Xiao Hui's phone call interrupted his peaceful days. Xiao Kun and Cheng Xiu got into a fight. Xiao Kun wasn't in life-threatening danger, but Cheng Xiu's voice sounded particularly pitiful. Since he was now with Jingxing, he should keep his distance from past relationships, especially those considered sensitive. So despite his internal concern for Li Qingxiu, he decided not to get involved. However, he still repeatedly warned Xiao Hui not to cause trouble, especially not with Xiao Jia's people. Li Qingxiu was weak when Xiao Hui impulsive. Without Xiao Kun around, how could they not make things difficult for the weak Li Qingxiu, who wanted to disappear? Then the phone rang again, clearly different from before. It was his boyfriend Zhao Jingxin. He anxiously shouted to Uncle Li that Xiao Kun was in trouble. From his guess, it was probably another love rivalry. "Can you come with me to check?" Li Shua actually wanted to go, but male pride made him test the waters. "Do you want me to go with you?" Zhao Jingxin said that Xiao Kun hadn't woken up yet, and things would be better with Li Qingxiu there. Although Li Shua arrived at the airport later, Zhao Jingxin got there even earlier. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, staring outside. Only when the person he'd been longing for appeared did he immediately hug Uncle Li. Li Shua smiled helplessly and gently patted his back. "Don't do this. So many people are watching." Little Xingxing felt his warmth. After their brief separation, he realized how much he had missed him. Li Shua's anger hadn't completely subsided. He wanted to teach him a lesson, but seeing his dejected state now, so he good-naturedly comforted him. "Your brother will be fine. After all, bad people live 1,000 years. But he didn't say that last part out loud. But Zhao Jingxin wasn't upset about that. "You haven't talked to me for days. Are you still angry?" Uncle Li nodded firmly. "Wait until you realize all your mistakes and sincerely reflect on them. Then we'll talk about other things. But what you thought before was completely wrong. You were the one who did wrong. What does it have to do with Fei? Besides, how am I not harsh to others?" Zhao Jingxin expressed his jealousy, jealous that he had known Uncle Li for so many years and that he had abandoned him for his career. Li Shua's attitude was very firm. "Your explanations are still wrong. Even if you're jealous, you can't do bad things. Angry words aside, but in my heart, you're different from Xiao Kun. Don't make me think I misjudged you, okay?" Their conversation couldn't continue as the plane was about to take off. Zhao Jingxin pretended to be weak and helpless, quietly leaning against the man's chest. "Uncle Li, I'm scared. That was a knife. Does it make you feel better that Xiao Kun was stabbed?" Li Shua immediately replied, "I'm not that kind of person. If I wanted revenge, I'd do it myself. Taking pleasure in others' misfortune is meaningless." It seemed he was probing about this. Sure enough, following this statement, "How would you?" Li Shua was speechless about this matter. After all, that person was his dear cousin. Whatever he did, it was better if he didn't know. They quickly arrived in another city and rushed to the hospital without delay. They saw Li Qingxiu and Xiao Hui. Upon seeing Brother Li, they immediately felt much relieved. Li Shua strode over to them, gently comforting Li Qingxiu. "It's okay. We're here with you." Zhao Jingxin didn't like seeing this scene, so he turned to look at the ward. "You chat. I'll go check on my brother." This was actually the first time Xiao Hui learned that he was Xiao Kun's cousin. Zhao Jingxin approaching Brother Li. What kind of superstar was he really? Li Shua said these things were in the past. They could talk in detail another time. "But have you eaten anything?" Xiao Hui suddenly turned his head aside and snorted, indicating he was starving. Just as he got up and reached the stairwell, about to go down to buy food, he saw Xiao Wan and Jingxing arguing. Zhao Jingxin thoughtfully explained to the man, Xiao Kun's organs weren't damaged. The surgery was successful. He just hasn't woken up yet. Li Shua sighed in relief upon hearing this. Seeing Li Qingxiu's lost state earlier, this man must have already entered his heart. Zhao Jingxin looked puzzledly at Uncle Li. "Would you call this karma? My brother isn't a good person, especially what he did to you. This might be punishment for his wrongdoings. No one can avoid paying the price for their actions." Zhao Jingxin agreed with this. "I hope you can let go of your anger." But this had nothing to do with Li Shua. There was no question of whether he was angry or not. Li Qingxiu is stronger than you think. You should go talk to Xiao Wen, make sure he stays calm. things got even more dramatic unexpectedly. Jingxing actually revealed to him that Qingxiu and they would have a child. These words echoed in his ears. Li Shuo couldn't believe it at all. Zhao Jingxin pretended to be unaware. Li Qingxiu didn't tell you? My brother used some methods to make him have a child. This is a secret. Even Sister Xiao doesn't know. Li Shuo's expressed his incomprehension. Did Xiao Kun do this with Li Qingxiu's consent? This isn't like buying something from a mall. This is a living person. Zhao Jingxin shook his head slightly, indicating no. This time next year, there'll be a happy family of 3. Li Shuo's headache was so severe, he could barely stand. How can I take action against Xiao Kun now? Can I really disregard Qingxiu and an innocent child? He tried to convince himself. Think of the bright side. They have deep feelings and now a child. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? Maybe Jingxing was right. Xiao Kun lying in the hospital today is karma. Should I let him go? The man's heart was in turmoil. Should he choose to continue his revenge or give up? If he continued, what about Qingxiu and the child? Zhao Jingxin seemed to want him to give up as he kept repeating about his brother. His brother would take good care of Li Qingxiu. Li Shuo, being a meticulous person, couldn't let go so easily. Let's go get food first. The man appeared worried on the surface, but smiled confidently inside. It seemed this matter would be resolved. Li Shuo might not take action against his cousin anymore. Li Qingxiu was soon persuaded to rest. Xiao Hui closed the door, repeatedly expressing sympathy. Li Qingxiu really had it tough. Xiao Hui asked him during a quiet moment, "What's going on between you and Zhao Jingxin?" Li Shuo said it was a fateful bond. It's both fate and karma, inseparable. He's Xiao Kun's cousin. He might have bad intentions, but he also saved my father's life. So deceiving him for Xiao Kun makes us even. Xiao Hui couldn't understand brother Li's thinking. If you're even, you don't need to give yourself to him. Qingxiu told me Zhao Jingxin is a playboy. Xiao Kun told him that. He wanted me to warn you. Regarding this matter, Li Shuo said he was well aware, but couldn't bear to break it off. Jingxing has many flaws and can be willful, but he's essentially a good person. If it weren't for him, my father wouldn't be here now. Xiao Hui had never seen him show such an expression. Whether it was him back then or Li Qingxiu, this might be pure love. Li Shuo continued explaining, he's young and privileged, so it's normal that he likes to play. Whether I can tame someone like him depends on my ability. Xiao Hui could see that brother Li truly liked him. Li Shuo openly accepted this. I'm very happy with him. I can be certain that my level of affection for him surpasses all my past boyfriends. That's probably why I feel so insecure. The joy he brings me, and the pain too, are greater than anyone else's. He is the most important chapter in my life. Xiao Hui seemed to want to persuade him further. Why did Zhao Jingxin approach you? Think about his past reputation. Do you really trust him that much? Li Shuo shook his head dejectedly. But I want to rebuild trust with him. I know you're worried about me, but everything is risks. Dating especially is high risk. We can't avoid doing things just because there are risks. Brother Li, you're very smart and rational, but your biggest weakness is being too kind. You're easily deceived. This is what I learned from Luai. I hope you won't understand. Li Shuo could only pat his projection to comfort him. Trust that Brother Li can do it. Even if Zhao Jingxing is a playboy, he'll manage. Those who don't like him must be blind. Xiao Hui said he didn't want to see Xiao Kun and them anymore. After staying with Qingxiu for 2 days, when Xiao Kun's sister leaves, can we return to Beijing? Li Shuo stared at his phone in a daze. Lawyer Wang reported that things had made great progress, and results were expected soon. Xiao Hui didn't care about his messy affairs. He hadn't slept all night due to his own troubles. There was a dessert shop nearby, and he wanted to get takeout for Qingxiu. Suddenly, there was a loud noise at the door. Li Shuo had to go check who it was, but unexpectedly found himself being embraced. It turned out to be Zhao Jingxin hugging him. No wonder Li Shuo couldn't break free. The man said he was very tired, having not slept all night. He caringly stroked the man's back. Why is your voice so hoarse? Go inside and get some sleep. I'll have the hotel send up some food. Like a pitiful puppy looking miserable. It seemed at that moment even his tired tail drooped down. But by male intuition, he sensed something wasn't right. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight ahead. Then he immediately released his embrace of Li Shuo, his face very gloomy and displeased. Looking at Xiao Hui, why are you here with my boyfriend?